Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. Today, the major center of our discussion is going to be on the book Karma and Karma Yoga. And the particular chapter of study for the week was chapter 2, titled Gunas and Karma. So, I hope that everyone is having a wonderful Sunday and you've had a wonderful week. Life is good. So honestly, I think that it's very important to break down the different components of spirituality. And when I say break down, I mean to understand them, right? To really study where the terms came from and what the terms could be pointing at when it comes to a definition, especially when we're talking about things that come from a foreign tradition than what we're used to, right? With this Eastern philosophy. A lot of the words we borrow, but we don't always translate the meaning properly, right? For example, one of those big things is karma. You know, most people think of karma as cause and effect, and that's understandable because karma is manifested as cause and effect. And then some people simply say that karma is punishment and reward. And while these things are involved, the definition isn't limited to just that. So it would behoove any of us to understand the full concept as best as we can when it comes to things like karma, because it helps us to operate smoother and more precisely, right? Because we've entered into the world of the information age, basically. And because we're going to be dealing with profound information, with information that can be kind of heavy and different from what we have been accustomed to, it's important to have precision and clarity in our thinking and our thought process to avoid mistakes and confusion and general stumbling blocks, right? So this is why I focus so much on the study of these texts, not because I believe that the books have all the answers of the universe, but when we study deeply the meaning of the words that we use, we get a comprehensive understanding. We can start to relate to why these things were brought up in the first place, right? Because I've even heard some people say, oh, karma is not important. That's something that some man just made up, and all these different things that indicate the level of understanding could be fleshed out more, right? So when we really want to talk about a comprehensive definition of what karma is, and again, even this definition is going to be rather limited because these concepts are cosmic, right? It's not simply something that some man made up. Yes, we use language to interpret these concepts, but essentially we're talking about the entire process of matter through time. So it isn't tied up so much in you did a good thing, you did a bad thing, you're going to get rewarded and get punished. We're talking about the butterfly effect, right? Think of it as something describing a formula of every action gets equal reaction, right? That's actually a formula, Newton's law. But anyways, karma is more appropriately described as being of that nature. Kevin Wise, peace and greetings. Good morning. Good afternoon. Caesar, Greece, peace, Greece. Peace, love, and hair grease and all that. Will Trent, peace, bro. Cosmic Chlorophyll, grand day. Sunshine Chick, greetings. Good to see you. Clarity helps when we're talking about these fundamental concepts of Samkhya and these ancient traditions. Clarity helps because when these studies were laid down in the text in the beginning, the concepts were devoid of opinion. All right, the concepts were devoid of coming from a simply human perspective. Because when we start adding in things like opinion and human perspective, although it's very difficult to avoid, right? I give my opinions. We all have opinions, even though it's difficult to avoid doing that. These ancient seers, as they're called, these people who clarified themselves, balanced their minds and their bodies, they were able to perceive reality in such a way that it wasn't filtered or had as little influence as possible. And what they perceived was that reality reacts in a set of sequences and patterns, right? Literally like an algorithm. That's what an algorithm is. They began to see the patterns appearing all throughout nature. And I don't just mean shapes, I mean patterns of cause and effect, patterns of action and reaction that happen on a grand scale. This is where we get the idea of things like archetypes, right? And the different zodiac signs, the different planetary signs, the different angelic classes and archangel classes and demonic classes. And again, we have the maturity to know that we're not talking about creatures on the other side with wings and fangs and halos, but these are symbolic representations of cosmic concepts that are a little too big for most people to grasp, including myself, which is why, again, we study these books to gain more clarity on these concepts, because they're so big we can't help but put our humanity on it. And that's where we get the spookism and the religiosity, because that is an attempt to fill in the blanks with our imagination. And while imagination is the tool that we need, right, to utilize this information, if it is interpreted and understood as it is first and foremost, then we can start using our imagination as fuel to grasp these concepts. Let me know if that came clear or if it did not. Cosmic Chlorophyll says, I ordered all the books for the book study except Mystical Kabbalah. I finally received Ladder of Lights. I got through chapter 1 and will read the chapters as I watch each one of your YouTube videos on the book. Please do so. That book really did influence me as far as gaining an even wider perspective of clarity on this large concept of the Tree of Life. It can only be understood in chunks, really, because it's so massive. And honestly, when we talk about Kabbalah versus yoga and Tantra, we're not talking about different subjects, because even in Ladder of Lights, he talks about how karma is dispensed from the sphere of Hakma, right? That's where it starts. And what we learn from this book, the second chapter, is that karma is set in place simply by existence, simply by consciousness being in contact with matter. Can't help it. We think of matter, we think of an egg, right? An egg with potential inside of it. Now, if left alone, that potential would be completely balanced and harmonized. Now, when I say potential, matter, reality, we call her Prakriti in the Sanskrit. You know, we might have called her Mother Nature or any other goddess who represented matter, who represented existence. Whether it's Nuit, whose body was the stars, whether it was Isis, even Durga, right? A lot of these female goddesses, feminine goddesses, represented matter in its totality. Now, left alone, it would just be. But because consciousness comes and interacts with matter, they're two different things. But when they interact, they begin to form patterns. What happens is matter becomes disturbed. So that harmony, that balance begins to swirl in proportion with itself. Now, when I say in proportion, I mean that matter has three different flavors, right? And these are what we call the Gunas. And this is what chapter 2 is about, the Gunas and karma. The Gunas are represented as three filters that matter can behave in. It can be filtered through a generative aspect, a destructive aspect, or simply a harmonious aspect. And of course, when it's viewed through a harmonious aspect, we can see reality as clearly as possible. But depending on what level of consciousness has interacted with what level of matter, we're going to have either a majority of tamasic nature, which is destruction. We can have a majority of rajasic nature, which is generation, which can also be anxiety, which could also be just moving and bouncing around, full of energy and life, but also very distracted and dissipated. And of course, it can be viewed from a sattvic perspective, which is as unfiltered as possible. So when I say matter begins to move in patterns according to consciousness, what I mean is that the patterns are formed when those three different aspects are moving in proportion with each other. And when I say in proportion, I mean there can only be 100%. But at any given time, one of those aspects is going to be more or less than the other. So the whole purpose of a spiritual practice is to cultivate that sattvic aspect, which is the harmonious aspect, which is removing a lot of the layers that filter and cause us to misconceive and misperceive how reality is. So when we do yoga, when we do meditation, when we do visualization techniques, when we do mantras, all those different things are different opportunities for us to balance our vision, to clarify our vision. Because as you know, if we don't have any practice with those things, right? If we don't have any practice with meditation, breathing exercise, pratyahara, concentration, dharana, physical yoga, asanas, mantras and all these other things, if we don't have any experience with those, we're usually caught up and tangled up in life's problems, life's issues, life's drama, or feeling depressed or out of place or feeling some kind of strange way. So the spiritual practices help with that. They help to harmonize and balance those three filters I mentioned within our perspective, because that's where it starts. It starts in the mind. It starts in how you see reality first. Depending on how you see reality has a very real effect on what actually happens. So we can take the same situation and a person who is more tamasic, more heavy with gravity, more with a negative outcome, with a lazy outcome, with an ignorant outcome, no matter what situation happens, they're going to put that negative influence on it. Likewise, a rajasic person is just going to be bouncing from here to there, whether we're experiencing it as ADHD, whether we're experiencing it as just being bored and we want to do something else. Both of those are polar opposites. And then, of course, there's the middle ground, like I said, sattva. Goodness gracious. Again, greetings and welcome, and thank you for coming into the chat. Ankh Shield, peace, peace. Me Amor, greetings, greetings. Nicole Berkeley, peace, peace. Rello Torin, good afternoon. Yes. Numinous Luminosity, good afternoon. Anna, greetings, greetings. Okay, so I really hope that this information that we've been studying and that we've been going over, I hope that you guys are really, taking it into thought, right? Taking it into thought, because like I said, it can be very difficult to deliver this type of information without adding some kind of humanity to it. So I do know that I also add my opinions, but ultimately I want you to be able to look at the information and take it into your own laboratory and meditate on some of these concepts. I posted not long ago a video of a professor breaking down Samkhya, and I think she did an awesome job. From what I heard, it rings true with everything that I've studied from the Swamis, Swami Nirajanananda and Swami Satchidananda and Swami Rajarshi Muni with Awakening the Life Force. So, I mean, it's pretty consistent with the text that we've been looking at, but it's just good to really hear it from different angles and different perspectives. Professor Higgins actually studies many different world religions, and the video that I got is actually out of a series where she pretty much covers every aspect of the different spiritual systems available on the planet. So that's pretty cool. If you're interested in that, I can post a link, of course. She's got two more on Vedic philosophy, and she's got some stuff on ancient African philosophy. Of course, some of the stuff from Europe, some stuff from early America. It's a 12-part DVD set, honestly. But like I said, it's just good to get more and more information, because that builds your clarity so you can make sharper decisions that line up with some of the most pristine patterns. Remember, I said when consciousness and matter come together, it forms any number of patterns, from the lowest, densest vibrating patterns up to the most subtle. And these are the kind of patterns that we want to cultivate in our lives, because this echoes harmony in our day-to-day experience, right? That's why when you do the different mantras and the meditations, you start to feel more harmonious. You start to experience more peace and more bliss, because that sattvic element is beginning to increase in proportion. So what that means, because remember I said it's self-contained, you can only have 100% prakriti. So that means there's going to be some sattva, some rajas, and some tamas. If you're doing spiritual practices and expanding the level of sattva that you're being able to experience life through, that's naturally going to reduce tamas. It's naturally going to reduce rajas, right? Now, again, what these are the filters of how we experience life. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally, the gunas affect everything within prakriti, everything within Mother Nature. So if you begin to cultivate more of a sattvic aspect in your day-to-day life, that means things across the board begin to get better for you. Check. Zahir Anu, peace. So interesting. So interesting. This is all about understanding patterns. And you notice that most people suffer because of ignorance of the patterns, right? We see it every day. People who make decisions that at the time feels like it's in their best interest, but ends up not being. That comes from misunderstanding a pattern, getting locked in relationships and situationships that in hindsight, we would never have done it. That comes from a lack of being able to see the patterns. You know, a lot of people have in mind as far as like relationships and stuff, ignoring red flags and things like that. Well, those are literally patterns. All of life is based on patterns if you know how to recognize them, which leads some of us to a search of the ultimate pattern. And as we begin to dig deeper and deeper, we do find that there are ultimate patterns. And this is what brings us to the tree of life. The tree of life is a pattern, it's a system. Now, before I go into that, I want to preface this and say that nobody has all the answers, right? No one has all the answers. But what groups of people have done over many years is put together different systems that resonate with their day-to-day lifestyles. For example, Samkhya is a system. It's a system that people who lived in a certain time in a certain place, right, begin to collect the patterns, right, and begin to analyze the patterns and put them together and see master patterns. And when they acknowledge the master patterns and apply them to themselves, they begin to become liberated. They begin to become enlightened. They begin to wake up, as we put it. It's just like the Matrix. When you start seeing these patterns, you have no choice but to wake up, like you're on your way out. And when you study Samkhya, that's the whole point. Prakriti is the matrix, and she is your body, and she is your thoughts. She's all of it. But once you start realizing that, you are not Prakriti, you naturally begin the process of coming out of her system. And the rest of your life now becomes a process of reducing the rajasic elements and reducing the tamasic elements. And you find that when you don't do the work, it hurts, right? That's karma, right? The whole process, not just the bad part, the good part too. It's a natural, just like when you get a splinter in your skin, if it doesn't come out over time, the skin will start to push it out. That's what's happening between consciousness and matter, deja vu. When consciousness becomes embedded into matter, it's the same thing as the skin gradually pushing it back up. That's the whole point of reincarnation. That's what happens when life comes down the tree and comes back up. So, like I said, no one person has all the answers, but we've developed systems that are a collection of the patterns. And this is why it's so important to adhere to at least one system until you get it down, until you get the fundamentals, then maybe add on a different system, break down the patterns, add it to your reservoir, connect them and expand that way. So it's good to kind of stick with it and see it through. If you're working with the Goetia, make it your point to work with all 72, not because you want to summon demons, but because you want to understand the pattern. 72 makes a complete circle, 144, 360. If you're working with Tree of Life, make it your point to really study all of the Sephiroth and the four worlds. If you just want to stick with Samkhya, then do that. But just understand that these systems are designed as a roadmap, as a gateway to get you to a certain destination. It appears that Alora has joined the party.
Yo!
Quite excited. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I am so glad that you're talking about patterns, and we're incorporating it into the karma book, because I finally got my copy. For a second, I thought that someone in my neighborhood, a burglar, was turning into a yogi, which I was partially happy for, but also like, all right, I'd like my book. But thankfully it came. And man, it is so, the gunas are like so essential when trying to figure out which pattern you have been repeating and living within these lifetimes. I mean, good Lord, I've just been tripping on the tamas right now, right? Like these are, even though they're simplified as the 3 attributes of Prakriti, right? They make up the totality of nature, which means that they're like a tarot card. They have every single different aspect and unlimited possibilities, but they fit within a realm of a certain resonance. So you have to tap into that resonance of each guna in order to truly understand where your mind is, where your body is, and where your soul is, and then proceed from there. So yeah, like just all morning I've been like like all these downloads have been coming in, because understanding the state where you're at, the conditioning, that's understanding the tamas. I think that from previous books, a lot of us think tamas is a negative thing, but it's not. It's a condition. It's a conditioning. Even our own astrology is a conditioning.
Funny you mentioned astrology. I talked to Kristen earlier. Hopefully she'll hop on here a little bit later on to talk about what's going on.
Yeah, I know. I can't wait. She was talking to me about that too. I can't wait for her to come back on. That's going to be great.
But yeah, that's a good point that you made. None of this is good or evil. But you mentioned that tamas, it can be seen as a very heavy element, and also termed the destroyer, because just like with Bina, the sphere of life, it begins to take the raw essence and turn it into a form. It locks it and it solidifies it. It confines it. It restricts it. And that's a tamasic behavior. This was also in the chapter.
So sorry, my mic is tripping out on me right now. But yes, I agree. It is. Yeah. And even like the elements, when we talk of the elements, that's tamasic. But at the same time, check this, when you're fixated on a thought, that is tamasic. So I just uploaded a video on my channel about that, because, you think about those ultra spiritual people, right? And I'm not talking about the yogis. I'm talking about like light people who are shunning the negative and not seeing it as part of the experience. That is within itself tamasic, because you're fixating on a certain idea or way that you have to be. But in the karma book, they even talk about how suffering brings you closer to God. It brings you closer to your actual self. So suffering is actually a necessary state to go through when you are achieving an ascension in some way. Not saying that you keep yourself there, but it's a part of the balance. So It's so important to be in touch with that balance. That is sattvic, is when you find that balance and that harmony. Otherwise, you're most likely tamasic or rajasic, depending on your conditioning. But our condition in general is tamasic. And then what comes from that is, the effects of the other gunas. And they're within everything, within all layers of being. Like they talked about, using a knife, right? As soon as you pick up the knife, it becomes an extension of your arm.
Mm-hmm.
If you use it to stab someone, that's very tamasic, right? It's very heavy, very, very tamasic. There's a lot attached to that movement. If you use the knife to cut vegetables, that's Raja. And if you use the knife to perform surgery, then it's Sattvic. So even within the simple application of a knife or of a tool, you find these gunas. So I think that we really need to reanalyze our sensory inputs and find that balance in order to be able to achieve a sattvic nature. It's not about shunning one or the other.
No. Yeah. And that's I'm really starting to see these things in numbers, right? Not to sound, movie star like, but when I say I'm starting to see these in numbers, like an example is proportions. I used to work with Photoshop a lot, and I recognized early there was a difference between files like a JPEG and a file like a PNG. So with the JPEG, oftentimes when you produce a picture, it is a certain locked in number set of pixels. So if you try to stretch the image out, make it bigger, like say, for example, it was really small and you try to stretch it, make it bigger, it starts to get pixelated and it loses some of the quality. But then you start working with other images like vector images, like PNGs, and you can actually stretch them out and they never lose quality because it's all relative. The pixels are proportional. The coding for that image, you can make it as big as you want it, stretch it out to a big screen or a poster. It's going to remain its proportions. So just seeing a concept like that and applying it to these abstract principles like spirituality, you see a difference rather quickly. If you're working with a mindset that is pixelated and really tamasic, right, really locked into a certain number of pixels, when you start zooming into it, you lose quality because everything isn't really filled in. And that's why you want to have a good system, because depending on how deep you go with it, it can limit how far you can go. Whereas if you're working with a different type of context, like the vector images, you can zoom in and stretch it out. It's actually operated with a fractal type of equation. That's why you can stretch it out and it never loses quality, because everything moves together. So when you start to see the universe more like a PNG instead of a JPEG, you can see how the tree of life can have 10 spheres, and within one sphere is another tree of life, and within that can be more tree of lives. And within Prakriti, no matter how much matter there is, it's in a percentage. So we may explore the universe, or we may be just confined to our rooms, but the truth of life, the truth of reality is everywhere in every cell, no matter how deep you zoom in or how far away you zoom out. That's what as above, so below really means.
Yeah, and even as I say, like, even as they say in the karma book, right, like, sattva is finding balance and all of that. Balance doesn't really exist. You're actually just lessening your reactions. That's like the key. You're lessening your reactions and becoming more aware of this infinite equation that continues to multiply on itself. Because that's kind of the only way that you can get a grasp of how to function within it. If you're constantly going down these loopholes, man, it's going to be a rough ride. It's going to be a rough ride, because we are literally in a place of, like I was saying earlier, cause and effect. Like all of these, even the JPEGs and all of that, those are just causes and effects, but there are certain reactions or effects that are happening with certain causes. You just kind of switch the lens around.
Yes.
So, but you can still be looking at the same thing.
So this is also kind of what I was implying by the vector image. It works on an algorithm that's based on fractals. That's why we can zoom in on it and it never loses quality. It just changes in proportion with everything else. Well, no matter what size, the same information is there, the same information. So when the way that I'm seeing balance is that it does always exist, but the difference is what we're using to look at it. From my experience. So, for example, if I'm working with, say, for example, a very limited understanding of Christianity, that's more of a JPEG type of way of looking at an image. Because if I don't do my study and I don't get a personal experience with Christ or God, then if you zoom into my belief system, you're going to find the flaws and the errors and it just won't compute. Versus if the way that you see reality lines up where there aren't any paradoxes, right? For example, if I were to say there are no enemies and that doesn't check out for you, then that system may not work for you. But if it works for you across the board, because there is, it's almost like a riddle, it's almost like a metaphor. If you can understand what I mean by that, then certain things will start to become more clear. The more you zoom in, those blanks will start to be filled in. Am I making sense with that?
You are, and you actually got me thinking about another thing they talk about in the book with because we live in a conditioned state, right? Every thought that we have, every action that we take is a desire that we are acting upon. And with that desire is an attached expectation. So really the difference between you having a certain reaction to something, saying that there is no enemies, and I say there is enemies or something like that, right? It's not just a different system, but it's because we have two different expectations. For you, your expectation and fulfillment of the desire is within a different perspective as mine, but it's still an expectation nonetheless. And part of gaining that harmonic balance with this never-ending riddle is just simply being aware of that, being aware, and then going to the root of your own belief system and expectations. What do I expect? Is it from a tamasic nature? Is it from some heavy shit that I haven't let go, where, that I'm gaining? Because at the same as we gain power, like holiness from suffering, right? There is also a lot to be said about the power that can be gained from rage. And so a lot of us have an expectation and attachment to rage because it gives us what we consider to be a power that then gives us control over a situation. But all of that is a desire for a certain reaction that we have a certain expectation to. Whereas if we are to release that and try to balance that out with a more opportunistic viewpoint, there is that is a different type of reaction that happens to the identity that we have accumulated throughout our lives, right? If I do this is a completely different reaction or I don't know what my expectation would be if I release my enemies. I don't know how my desire could be fulfilled if I actually let this go. Do I really need to let this go? There's like an unknown there, a fear there, because we don't know we don't know what to expect if we do something like that. So that's where it's kind of like exploring. I don't know if this is making sense, but for me, it's kind of like exploring where our expectations are placed and how they are attaching themselves to our causes and effects in our daily lives, which is in the end affecting our own perspective.
Yeah. And when you say that, it does make sense from what you said. And when you say that especially the latter part about how a person wouldn't know what to do if they began to see reality in a different way than what they're used to, that reminds me a lot of the JPEG image. As you begin to stretch out their belief system and zoom in, we find that there are unknowns. That's when the graphics become blurry. And I can definitely see how that can keep someone in a tamasic state, because it takes a different essence to move you past that point of uncertainty into clarity. And, when thinking about consciousness and matter, I would even be willing to say that that quality that it would take to overcome the fear is raw, pure prana. I think that's the role that prana plays, to push you past that level of fear of the uncertainty and the unknown. because that's what gets you up the tree of life. If you don't have a certain level of prana cultivation, and that doesn't mean a quantitative level of energy. It's like it's an algorithm in itself. When you're pushed to the edge and you push through versus someone who breaks down, that's not anything about consciousness or matter. That's the third element, which is called prana. Again, which is why it's so important to do these spiritual practices, because you increase your awareness of that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us can get that confused. I know for myself, I can get that confused with Raja, or something like that pranic energy. Think, oh, that's inspiring me to move. That must be Raja. But Raja itself is the movement.
Right.
But what inspires that action, right, is the sattva, but even before the sattva, you have this constant influx of pranic energy. And when you become aware of that, you are better, as we've talked a million times before, you are better at directing it.
Yes.
So you can become aware of your tamasic nature. You can become aware of the conditioning and move into the unknown without the fear, because that fear is now balanced with inspired action that allows you to move past it. And Raja is then that gas pedal that you push, that pushes the Merkaba forward, that pushes that car, whatever vehicle you're using, to go up the tree further.
Excellent. Hell yeah. I'm glad you made that distinction between recognizing the influence of prana versus rajas. That's a subtle distinction, right? That's awesome. Because like you said, it's about the cause. This is where the understanding of karma comes into play. It's the seed of the action that creates a fruit of what was seeded. So if that prana was the motive, that's coming from, like you said, a sattvic perspective. Because in order to cultivate prana, you've got to be doing some type of sattvic increasing activity. So the seed is not coming from sattva instead of coming from rajas, which is just, oh, I'm motivated to do it because I saw.
2:00.
Thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. Because I saw a motivational video, so now I want to do it. That seed right there is a rajasic seed. That's a super big distinction.
I think too, there's a difference between sattva and tamas. Like, sattva isn't just having an inspiring thought, right? There's a lightness to it. There's a knowledge and enlightenment that comes from it. So I may have an idea to run my own business, but there's a gradual step I have to take. That idea is, like you just said, is Raja. It's like a woo, yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that. It's a step. But along with that, there is a whole bunch of fear-based beliefs that I have that I now have to release. And those are tamasic.
Mm-hmm.
But in the process of releasing those fear-based beliefs, that is where in between those lines you get sattva. You get the happiness from not just the suffering, but the movement too. You get these little enlightenment periods because you're literally shedding the expectations and the attachments of these beliefs of this goal. Not saying that it's not important to not have expectations. Expectations are what makes you move forward on your path. If you don't have an expectation to reach your goal, you're not going to go for it.
Right.
So it's super necessary to have, but sattva is a very subtle, because it is less dense of a vibrational energy that you experience through step by step, not by just taking this giant leap.
Right.
That is still tamas, that giant leap, I'm going to sell everything and go and live in the mountains, even though I don't even know myself yet.
Right.
That's tamasic.
Man, listen, I don't know if y'all can feel that, but this is the science right here.
Legit. We're breaking some shit down.
Man. So, wow. So you're looking at karma. Right now, we are talking about karma and the influence of the gunas. This is in between the lines of that text. Right now, we established the 3 gunas. Now we established also the fine lines in between. because remember, I said they're proportional and everything's a percentage, not a solid number. So where there is rajas, it borders on the edge of tamas, and tamas borders on the edge of sattva. They all border. So what you just said, just as kind of just to go back over it, it's important to understand the seed of our actions, because prana can be can inspire behavior and activity, but prana comes from a sattvic nature. And the distinction is that rajas is going to fuel busy work because of something of a lower vibration, not necessarily a bad thing, but you might have watched a Gary Vee video, or you might have seen some kids in a misfortunate position, and now you're inspired to help because of something that happened to you in the past. Well, that would be tamasic because it's being based on fear. So maybe we could even look at action that is influenced by chasing pleasure or running from fear. Maybe those lead to rajas and tamas. And maybe that's why the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali and in this book, Karma Yoga, they talk about doing selfless activity and selfless motivated behavior, because that's the only one that stems from sattva.
Well, and they also talk about cravings, right? So someone who is tamasic predominantly, who has a craving, they tend to be more selfish and more self-centered. What is a desire? A desire is a form of a craving. And from every thought, from every move we make, that is a manifestation of a desire. So if you make it selfless, you are moving beyond a tamasic state, because you are no longer attaching. You might still, you're probably still going to be attaching expectation. Like the other day, I saw this woman at the Goodwill, right? She was ahead of me and she was taking forever counting her change to pay for something. And she had to take, and you could tell that she wasn't in the best spot. And she had to like take certain things out and stuff. And I had an extra $5 bill. And I said, yo, whatever this is, like add this to it. And she didn't look at me, but she said, thank you. But from that moment, I realized that I had an expectation for her to be like, oh, thank you. That's so nice. La, la, la. And I was like, whoa, what is that? And I had to kind of readjust myself and be like, it's probably fucking embarrassing to have to like accept money from people. And like, she doesn't know she doesn't know that like how rude of me to expect this person to be like, oh, you sweet being. I was like, how rude. That's, I don't need to stay in that. Like, I'm just glad I feel good for being able to do something for someone else. And I'm going to stay within that gratitude that I had the ability to assist. Perfect. Even though it wasn't a lot, I'm grateful I had that ability. And but that expectation still came up. That selfishness still came up. So but when you practice something like that and then you become aware of the expectation, are you able to snap yourself out of that conditioning? You can release it in the moment, but you have to redirect the prana, redirect it within the moment, because otherwise it's not going to work. You can do a million selfless things and then you'll just feel like you're being used.
Wow. Yeah, that's perfect. That's a perfect example. And it's a perfect example of a lot of things. Number one, even what Swami Satchisangananda and Tat Washuddhi said about how difficult it is to completely remove ego. So you saw and acknowledged that, yes, it did pop up, but check it out. The behavior, the action was inspired by a sattvic mindset. So even though that ego crept, even the ego tried to come in and claim credit for a sattvic behavior. So, I mean, those thoughts do come up, even with me sometimes, but the important thing is what happens next. We don't give it that prana that we work so hard to achieve, because when we start to go into the, oh shit, well, I guess I shouldn't have, when we start going to that realm, it literally sucks the prana out of us. And that's exactly the type of fuel that we need to move, to abolish the samskaras, basically, to obliterate the samskaras. We need all the prana fuel we can get to begin the process of obliterating the samskaras and the vrittis that cause the desires in the first place. So, quote unquote, good behaviors and good deeds, this is how they heal karma. Not because you did something good for somebody and you get a little doggy treat. You're right, because that's what we think. Oh, I did something good for somebody. I should be rewarded. When we do the good thing for somebody, we're managing our own karma. It may help that person, and that's cool. That's awesome. But your outcome was pushing forward to understand your own light. It wasn't so I could be this person's savior. Big difference. And this is something you can't really see from the external. So again, it's pointless for anyone to judge anybody else's walk because you don't know what their seeds are.
Yeah, also too, I don't know, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Also as well, like, so I've been, and that even comes in the realm of relationships, right? So I've come into, I've been doing a lot of work with myself to be better within my own personal relationships. Because I'd eventually like to have a partner. That'd be fucking rad. But like, I also am not in a place where I'm like, oh, this has to happen. Like I'm really more focused on what I bring into relationships. And one thing that was brought up to me that I thought, oh shit, like, you know, it's kind of that used aspect is I typically get people who I am attracted to and things are going all right, but I feel used a lot of the time, right? And I always thought it was a boundary issue and all of that. But here's something that I realized recently was that I myself actually don't notice a lot of the little things that people may do for me because I have an expectation for them to react in one way that is a conditioned state. And therefore, that has really blinded me to being able to appreciate what someone brings into my life. So, as part of going into that sattvic nature, into that, I guess I would say redirecting the prana more like, oh shit, sorry, the car in front of me almost like straight up hit a biker. But anyway, I know, right? Dang. But so anyway, that being able to kind of like determine is someone actually, like you just said, if someone's coming from a different place, they're not going to fit into my expectations because they're not me. They're not in my mind. It's important for me to appreciate what they give me because from there can I make more inspired action than if I'm just constantly feeling this resentment like I so often do in relationships that I've had. So, I mean, I think that too comes with like a releasing of expectation, like not saying that you don't expect to be treated with respect, but it's just that understanding that everyone has a way of showing that respect, a way of showing their appreciation. And if you can vibe with that or not, but you have to become aware of it in the first part. And for me, I wasn't aware of it. I wasn't becoming aware of it. I was expecting people to do shit according to my moral code, to the morals that I had that, you know, oh, if you're with me, you're going to do this. And that is so destructive because it's not allowing me to learn from someone else. And it's making an attachment to an imaginary circumstance.
All fueled by desire, of course.
All fueled by desire. Which is natural. Everything is desirous. Everything we have here is desirous. We are in a tamasic state. We are in a conditioned experience. That is the human experience. So everything's going to be desirous. Everything. But it's a matter of how we react to it that's important and how we are aware of it.
Everything is desirous. It's part of a tamasic state. Now I'm going to talk with Shooty, flipping to my favorite page in the universe, which is page 45, just to see that okay, well, it doesn't exactly show it on this chart, but out of Prakriti, there are aspects of her that are tamasic. And part of the tamasic aspects of Prakriti herself is the five senses, but not just the five senses, the 10 indriyas in total, which are the five senses and the things to be utilized by the five senses, which means that from Prakriti, consciousness gets a pair of eyes and beautiful things to look at, a tongue and beautiful things to taste, a nose and beautiful things to smell. So when you say that it's the human condition, everything is desirous, that's the game, right? We've created the basketball and the net. Here you go, play. So it's no wonder that we get so stuck in this thing, because we're basing our lives on these five senses, which create pleasurable experiences and painful experiences, which create some scars, which are the deep impressions that we carry with us from lifetime to lifetime, or even from our childhood if you don't believe in other lives. But these deep impressions, they cause desires, whether it's to run away from or run towards. And that's what keeps the process of karma going, 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 because we keep reacting to these permanent ripples in our pond.
Right. And even too much of a good thing, like we just talked about, even that is staying tamas. It's rooting yourself into something that's not very sattva. You know, like you can see the beauty in everything, but to have an aversion from suffering is a disconnect. It's a fixation still. And we're going to be dealing, and that's where it's like this imaginary balance kind of comes into play, because we're going to be dealing with this fine line for as long as we're living out our karmic aspects. You know, like even Swami Satyananda Saraswata, he was talking about, I hope that's his name.
You got 99% right.
All right, that's cool. Swami Nirajan, is it Nirajananda?
You said that part right. It's Niranjananda Saraswati.
There it is. Okay, so
Awesome, though.
He was talking about how even he had an issue with sleeping, right? Like he would be out, he would just be fucking out. Like they would like pick up his bed with him on it and place him outside of the ashram, and he had no idea it was happening because he was in such a deep sleep. And then he realized, oh my God, I have to get out of that. So immediately he started setting his alarm clock for 4:30 a.m. It worked for 2 days. And then on the third day, he slept right through it. It was too extreme. Extreme of a jump. Extreme. So he started going at 6:30 a.m. That was okay. He could handle it. Then he started bringing it back to 6:20 a.m. Yeah, he could handle that. Then 6:10 a.m. All right, he could handle that. And eventually he was able to go to 4 a.m. But it didn't happen immediately. This is kind of I think this is also a really great explanation of our lifetimes, of what we experience during our lifetimes.
Whoa.
We are experiencing waking up at a different point of the alarm clock.
I'm trying so hard to resist talking about The Matrix, because have you seen the new one?
Yeah, I have.
I've only heard from people across the board, oh, it was disappointing, I didn't like it. But you know what? That was the deepest one yet. They literally did the best job. I think those people that complained, they didn't get it.
I think a lot of people were, I don't know. I think I definitely agree in the sense that it was very deep. The therapy part kind of fucked me up, because I don't want people to think that they don't need therapy, you know, because sometimes it is, but at the same time, yeah, like I do think that movie was pretty deep, and how at first I didn't understand it, because I was like, wait, how is Morpheus here and young? Like, how dare they, you know? And then as the movie unfolded, I was like, oh shit, because in the Matrix, like you're going in and out of time, like time doesn't exist the same way. And go ahead.
I think it was only a movie with two characters in it, maybe just one. Like it was not what you thought. It's not what it was presented to be. I say it's the deepest one. I think there was only two, maybe one person in that movie. I think it was one person trying to decide who the hell it was. If you pay attention in the beginning, where they're flipping in and out of that black and white, that gave the whole spoiler right there. But I'm like I said, I'm trying not to spoil it, because I know it's people that hadn't seen it, but man, it really once again backed up a lot of what's being talked about in Samkhya and Karma. But you know, that's what happens when you have a piece of art or an action that's inspired by a sattvic seed. It's going to produce that result in people who watch it, even if they don't fully, you know, see the whole tree.
And I was thinking about that. I was thinking about Star Wars being like that. Like Star Wars is super soft, well, like that's straight channel.
Right. And by the way, that's how you get the clear channels and the clear dreams and whatnot, is by being in a sattvic state, because you're seeing it without it being filtered. You're right. Somebody might see the same vision as me and be like, oh, there's demons after me. No, that's because you put that tamasic filter on it. Again, there are no enemies.
And you didn't balance it out either. You're living within the fear of it. You're putting yourself within the conditioned state. If I have something negative coming after me, I want to analyze it.
Right.
And here's the key too, that I'm like, that's really sifting in with me. Analyzing it not just as the experiencer, but as the witness, as the observer. When you take yourself out of being the experiencer for just a moment of something's negative happening and going into it as the observer, the form changes.
Right.
The situation changes because it is a form of prakriti. It does not necessarily it does not have a fixed form. It changes. This is the riddle.
Right. Man, I don't want, geez Louise. That's what it was right there. Every time it becomes observed, it changes. So you literally had, damn. Forgive me. with let's just say within that specific film, you have to keep track of who is who at all times, because when it becomes observed, it adapts to it and the whole algorithm switches. The whole 2.5 hours was about switching back and forth between two. That's what it's about. Red pill, blue pill. Well, the thing is, imagine, man, I want to spoil it so bad. I really do, but I'm not going to. Just imagine taking both pills and then trying to, your mind is splitting and coming back together. And then as soon as it realizes it's split, it comes back together. And when it realizes it's together, it splits again. That was 2.5 hours of that happening. But that's what we're doing again. And this is what happens the higher up you get with these practices. The more that you go within meditation, and we're talking about experiencing consciousness beyond matter, this is what Prakriti is. Prakriti is artificial intelligence, because the intelligence is not hers. It's reflected just like the moon reflects the sunlight. So this is the function of ego. When you start realizing, hey, maybe this is an algorithm, a program, something that isn't real. When you observe that, it begins to react to your observation. And it's not long before you're back asleep. That's why you only get glimpses of enlightenment, glimpses of awakening, because you haven't cultivated enough prana, or whatever we want to call this mystery melanin substance. You haven't accumulated enough to stay awake. So you fall back asleep, you get some more, you wake up again. Hoy vey.
Well, and that's the beauty of being able to, that's the beauty of being able to connect to the God self, is going in as the observer too. You can come in it as two aspects of being, at least. With every situation, you can at least be two aspects of self.
Yes.
Which gives you multiple viewpoints. And the beautiful thing too is that even though we're within a conditioned state, within that conditioned state, it's always changing. That's so amazing. We can change our shit. We are not stuck. We are not stuck. All of yoga teaches us that one fundamental thing: we are not stuck.
Man, this is what I learned from my gratitude walk. The thing that I am most grateful for is that superpower, the ability to reframe your reality. And now that doesn't mean what's that sleepy movie called with DiCaprio?
Oh, Inception?
Yeah. So it's not like Inception where the walls are changing and shit. You're literally redefining what your experiences and the symbols that you're experiencing. And you develop a system for yourself to make it work, right? The classic example is Bobby Hemmett healing himself with peach soda. No, you can't go to the hospital and they're going to say it checks out. But you make it work in your system. And I don't mean make it work like mentally. I mean, you literally cause and effect. That's
Right.
It's not going to be understood unless you learn how to do that. I'm not talking about you, but this is one of those things that like you actually have to like practice and get good at.
You do that by being non-reactive,
Right.
by working with your reactions first. Those baby steps. If you're not taking baby steps, you ain't going nowhere.
Like you said in that chapter, the human body, it has to be trained like an animal, because that's what our human body is. It is an animal. And that's what our consciousness operates through. So we've got to train the body to come into alignment, to come into patterns that are harmonious with sattva increasing. This is why we have to control, or rather manage, the vrittis, the fluctuations, the reaction and the non-reaction. Jeez Louise. Society Eject says, yes, energy and consciousness and matter playing tug of war. Exactly. And you can see this is what the problem, or the supposed problem with ego is. The minute we get a glimpse of that sattva, that clarity, if we don't understand how to hold on to that, or rather how to stay there, then the ego will begin to creep in and use that power of reframing and talk you out of what you just saw or what you just experienced, right? It happens all the time. Was it really that way, or was it just a coincidence? Am I really saying 11:11? Did this really happen, or nah, I'm just making it up? That's what ego does once it comes in to reframe your sattvic experience. So you may literally sit there and have a revelation and meditation, but then you start to doubt it and second guess it. What do you think's happening there? Did you actually have that revelation? Or are you going to follow ego, which will tell you, that was just the burritos that you ate last night? Of course it's going to say that, because ego knows, it's part of its programming, that once you see it for what it is, it begins to lose its grip. And it doesn't want that. It's against its programming to lose its grip. So the ego will literally do everything it can to distract you, to keep you focused on the five senses. Because when consciousness is powering up and juicing up attachments and five senses, that means ego stays strong and healthy. Maybe that was the role of the therapist. Who knows? In that particular film. Wow. Will Trent says, last thing I want is to continue the war with myself. Right. So the best way to win that game is to not play it. It's like playing against the computer mode on like a shooter game, and the opponent is at expert level. And the expert level is letting you win as it studies your style. And as you get better, it gets better. How do you beat that opponent? Well, you flip the script and realize that it's becoming you. And if you're not careful, you become it. Or was there a difference? Right? When you're looking at the mirror, is that your enemy? What does God see when he looks in the mirror? What does Shiva, what does Purusha see when it looks in the mirror? There's no enemies because it's all integrated. It's all part of the system. Prakriti makes the ears and the sweet music and the shit music. But it's all the same thing. It's just how we interpret it or misinterpret it. Alora says, ego is humanity. It attaches itself to the identity you created. But when you change that, your ego assists you. Yeah. So it's all about granularity. You got to study the body and the ego so closely that you begin to learn its algorithm, its patterns. That's the last thing you're expected to do. What you're expected to do is to go along with the flow, and this soul that powers you. If you just go along with the rhythm and the algorithm, it's going to compress you until your choices seem limited. And this is where you have so many people who feel stuck and trapped in life and not going anywhere and just living the same day over and over again because they've been going along with the algorithms given to them for so long that they don't even know how to get out anymore. But when you begin to study the natural behavior of the body and the mind, when I say natural behavior, I mean the natural patterns, the natural rhythms, you study them so that you can master them. Learn your personal sleep cycle. Learn to keep track of what you eat and when you eat. Like literally study yourself. Look at yourself. Now look at the mind. Look at what you're thinking and how you're thinking and your reactions, especially. What triggers you, right? What words, what images, what situations trigger you into a purely emotional mode? Analyze that. Study that. Understand that. Because as long as you are triggered to react like that, you're not in control. That samskara is in control. That karma is in control. That vritti, you suddenly switch to a bot. Uh-oh. You suddenly switch to a bot and you go on autopilot mode and you react, right? Somebody says that word that you don't agree with or brings up that subject that you feel passionate about, right? And you slip into a trance and you become an echo. And most people live like that. But like what Alora said, what Swami said in Karma Yoga, when you remain aware of yourself, when you become aware of yourself and your behaviors and your actions and your thought patterns, you can start to see the changes as they happen. And you learn to be non-reactive. You learn to be non-attached. Let me know in the chat if you guys are enjoying this conversation. And check it out. If you like this conversation, if you like this subject, if you like what's going on here and you want it to continue, hit the like button, please. It allows the algorithm to understand what is real. So good, so good, so good, so good. All right, I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. So if you're watching and you're typing in the chat, let me know your vote on this poll. All right, so I asked, do you have an understanding of the Gunas? Let me know if you feel that you have a good concept on the Gunas, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Of course, you know, none of us probably understand it 1,000,000%, but do you have a pretty decent concept of the Gunas? It's what I've been talking about all month. It's what these books have been talking about. And it's very important to have an understanding of the Gunas as we move forward. Because we're coming out of dualistic type thinking, right? Dualistic type thinking is, oh, that's good. Oh, that's bad, right? Because reality is a little bit less conditioned than that. It's not simply about this is good and that's bad, but it's about laws and frameworks and algorithms and systems in place. And just like a car and a person who repairs the car, you've got to understand that system in order to make any kind of changes that are lasting changes. And one of the components of nature is an understanding of the Gunas. As I have mentioned many times, imagine this egg as the entirety of creation. And it contains a proportion of rajas, sattva, and tamas. It contains a proportion of each one of those. It's not entirely one or the other. Now we know that rajas is a very passionate type of filter, very active, moving. It's agitated. It can also be selfish. Active, it's restless, right? That's the rajasic quality. And of course, we've got at the bottom the tamasic nature. It's giving form, it's gravity, it's heavy, it can be ignorant, it can be destructive, right? It can be lazy, it can be plain out stupid, death and decay, but also transformation, right? It's not just about bad. It can also represent transformation. It can also represent delusion. And then the harmony of these, which is sattva, balance, goodness, passion, not passion, excuse me, balance, goodness, peaceful, universal, harmonious, equilibrium, wise, refined, good, truthful, organization. And the purpose of a spiritual path, spiritual journey, spiritual walk is to cultivate more of that quality, because that quality also represents clarity. It's like if my glasses were smudged and I couldn't see clearly, then I'm not going to be able to make the best decisions, especially if I'm driving a car or maybe painting a picture or even trying to read. Louis says, understanding the gunas makes you an observer. Absolutely, right? It makes the process easy, because now I can see when I may be tempted to make a decision based on a rajasic mindset, or I might be tempted to make a behavior on a tamasic mindset. I'm an observer now. I can tell, because more data, more clear data, and being non-attached with the data helps you to make better decisions. Being non-attached with the data. The universe is a hologram. It is a fractal. It is a set of repeating patterns from the smallest to the largest. So it's not that one place or one thing is holy or divine or special, right? The same ingredients exist in all of creation. You can find it in an isolated jail cell if you know how to look for it, if you know how to see it. Yeah, you can find it in the top of the Tibetan mountains. You can also find it in the sewer, right? In the lava, on the streets, in a homeless man's pocket. It exists everywhere if you know how to find it. So it isn't about anything on the outside. It's all about the lens that you're able to see through. When that lens is clear, you don't see the jail cell or the mountaintop or the sewer or the volcano. You see it for what it is. And the more that you see it for what it is, Prakriti begins to harmonize, and you naturally begin to get pushed out. When I say you, I mean consciousness, not the body, not the emotions, not the mind, but pure unfiltered consciousness, which is what we all are. More on that later. Peace changing spiritually. Peace Shango. Peace Shari Bari Sharbe. Nuru, peace and greetings. Ru, I am. Good afternoon. Nuru says, ego is the shadow, the boldest falsehood. It can only help you achieve other illusory things. Though if you have sattvic goals, you can deactivate it. Generally, empowering ego pushes you further from liberation. Yeah, exactly. And ego is always there. This is the thing. Ego is always there. Just like with these three gunas, everything in nature exists in a harmony. So you never eliminate anything. You never completely destroy the bad guy. Agent Smith is never completely deleted, right? Conflict, stress, and struggle, they never disappear. But when you're able to see these things as they are and not how you feel about it, when you see it clearly like that, you understand that everything has its place. Are you in place? That's the question. Not about saving the whales, it's about saving you. Are you in place with everything else? The dog is where he's supposed to be. The police officer is where he's supposed to be. The drug lords and mafia and terrorists and priests and basketball players and actors and movie stars and musicians and Coca-Cola companies and Apple companies and metaverse is all where it's supposed to be. You haven't been here long enough to say what's right or wrong. I haven't been here long enough to say this is good and this is bad. I don't know the full story. We just showed up now. What if everything we thought was good was bad, right? The emphasis is not on good and bad. The emphasis is on how clearly can you see this thing for what it is. That's not something you read in a book. That's not something that I tell you on YouTube. That comes from you sitting down and observing the contents of your mind, of your heart, and this body that you use to walk around in this place. Shango says Agent Smith was Neo's shadow persona. I'd even take it a step further and say that Agent Smith was Neo. But all of the characters was Neo. The same way that consciousness, there's only one consciousness that exists in multiple bodies. And it expresses itself within Prakriti, dependent upon what degrees of how the Gunas are combined, basically. Some people's avatar is a little bit more sattvic. I mean, when children come here, they have a massive sattvic expression. Now, they might not be able to control their bodies very well, but they gradually learn how to become more and more tamasic in order to learn, right? Just like the first time, I don't know if you remember, but the first time you used a cell phone or played a video game, I don't know if you can remember that, but you didn't know what you were doing. You're trying to look at the button and press it and look up at the screen and try to look at the button and press the screen and see what it does. Like, it's almost as if you were getting to learn how to use a new body, right? I don't know if you guys have ever used an Oculus or a VR headset, but it's the same thing. You're sitting there trying to figure out how to coordinate this new apparatus, this new system within a system. And then as you practice, you become more and more.
Excuse me, Lil Duke versus Floyd Mayweather or Manny Pacquiao?
Oh, not sure about that. The more that you practice, the more that you use it, yes, you get better at this new body, but guess what? You're becoming more tamasic in order to do so. The tamas isn't bad, but it is the process of transformation, right? Because guess what? More practice means more of your time. It says right here, tamas, the destroyer and transformer. So imagine you have, just imagine the VR headset is a good thing and you're learning with good intentions. That's fine. But your physical reality naturally has to become more tamasic in order to cause the digital reality to expand. You got to compress your time, right? You got to compress your effort and your money, right? Those games cost. So you're having to convert your living spiritual energy into digital energy, like a baby learning how to operate a new body in a new world. And it seems weird and strange until you get the hang of it. So that's what happened with the human body. We become so engrossed in this system, in this game, in this operating system, that, not only do we not want to leave, but we forget how to. Sometimes we forget how to for a very long time. But what is time? Just like the traveler in the beginning of the paths of poverty and nivritti. Sometimes we forget and we remember and we decide to forget again. Black Knight says this conversation is pretty deep. Good stuff. I'm glad that you hear me and hear us. That means that we hear you. Man, oh man. Witchy crafter, peace and greetings. Cool beans. I will have to say this as a tip. I mean, whatever. Like I said, life and reality is a hologram. Prakriti is a hologram and a fractal and repeating patterns over and over again. And what better way to visualize mathematics, numbers, and algebra than with fractals? And so I've been using certain, just fractal videos that I find on YouTube. Some of them come in 3D. I've been using those for meditation lately. And I don't know, I come out of there with some profound observations for me. Society ejects, what's good? Hey, Laura, how are things?
Hey, sorry, they're good. I tried putting in my earpiece so I wouldn't be disruptive, so that everyone wouldn't be hearing my conversation, and it just kept disconnecting me. So I apologize.
No problem. Society eject says, I have a question, and it depends on how much knowledge or light you have, on how far you can travel up the tree before falling back into a body. Please let me know. So I might have the question too. Wow.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's anything to be answered outside of experience.
Oh, I'm not sure if that was the full question.
Ah, got it.
Oh, or let me know. Was that the question? How far can you travel up the tree before falling back down into a body? He shall ask the question, and I think it would be a good talking point. Because Society Ejects usually has some good commentary. You're welcome to jump on as well. But yeah, a lot of y'all have some good commentary, and I love this because it's one thing to just be studying this information by yourself, but when you have multiple people who are studying the conversation, new questions and new conversation points pop up, and this is really how we begin to explore this information and figure out how it applies to us directly, is through conversation like this. Now, also through discourse with yourself, most definitely, but it helps when there are other perspectives looking at the same algorithm. I think that's the best way to really flesh it out so far. And we can give thanks to our friends technology for even making that possible. They're trying their best. Tisha 333, peace. Mold box, peace. Are you still with us, Laura? Yes.
Yeah, I am. I'm in a pretty crowded bookstore right now. My dogs are starting to freak out, so I'm going to take them out for a little walk right now.
Okay.
Yeah, not avoiding suffering, just, the tolerance levels.
I got you. I'm still here. I just have to turn my camera off for a quick second.
Cool. Totally understand. Yeah, it gets complicated when you're talking about, well, I don't know. For me, it gets a little complicated when you start trying to get in specifics with the Kabbalah and the yogas, because yoga is the Merkaba, yoga is the vehicle. So if you're trying to, if you're still figuring, like I'm still figuring out how my vehicle works. But like I want to go up these paths, right, and explore these paths and all of that. But I mean, I'm like, I think that we're all incarnated in this world as like, you know, maybe our first times, but if we're within this study group session, we've probably come to a point where we've had a couple of lifetimes where we've been kind of exploring ourselves. And as of right now, we're just in the process of remembering. And so I don't, as I'm remembering, right, I feel like I'm on like that maybe the start of the second path, but I think like I'm just coming out of that first path up the tree, and I don't know how many lifetimes I spent just in Malkuth. You know, like I'm saying that in response to Society Ejects because he got me thinking like, well, yeah, how far, like, is there an abyss on every level? You know, is it really that you climb all the way up this tree to get just to fall back down again? Or is the abyss actually among every level? And so if you don't, even if you don't get up to the first pass, is there an abyss there that you haven't passed yet?
A tree within every Sephiroth.
Huh?
A tree within every Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Okay, we're out.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Society Ejects, but is that your question? You're saying how far you can travel up the tree before falling back down into a body? Like, is that the question? I just want to be clear before I attempt to even, because I don't want to go into a question that you didn't actually ask, basically. Nuru says, in ancient Vedic Buddhist teaching, ego as a term didn't exist. It's an invention of the Greeks. Avidya, anatta are the original terms, meaning ignorance, believing in the illusory psychophysical self, not this body, not even this mind. Until we know this isn't your bones until we know this isn't your bones as an unchanging truth, we're still playing in Avijna Anatta. Absolutely. Absolutely. Until we know this in your bones. And you can only get that from experience. From doing. But yeah, as far as like the paths, believe it or not, we are moving through them. Although the pattern is a bit irregular, it's a steady pattern. By the time you realize it, you can look back and see that we've already covered most of it. Good afternoon, Melissa. How are you? Oh, no microphone.
Hi, Melissa. I hope you fix your microphone.
Good afternoon, Melissa. How are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Pretty good. Sounds like there might be a delay.
All right.
Hi, Melissa.
Hey.
I hope you fix your microphone.
I know. I can hear you guys clearly now, though.
Oh, are you sure?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it was weird though. It was like I had said that maybe like a minute ago, and then it just came back into my own mic. I don't know what's happening.
All right, give me a second here.
Sounds like the mic.
Sounds like you're on the YouTube.
I just took it out. Okay.
Jeez Louise. Also, and you know, I just saw the movie a few hours ago, honestly, so that's why it's sharp on my mind. But it was also clearly Kabbalistic. The whole concept of the red pill and blue pill is the balance between Giburo and Chesed. And it's only through the balance and harmony of Giburo and Chesed that you can travel through Doth. That's what the movie's about, really. And the ending is what happens when you break through to the Ain Ein Sof and Ain Sofar. You start over just on a different plane.
Mhm.
And guess what? The movie starts over at that part. That movie in itself is a loop. Gotta love it. So, Melissa,
Yes.
how do you feel about karma and the Gunas and how they intermingle with each other?
It's interesting. As I read this chapter, I, once again looking back at my life's experiences, I started to identify with like some of my actions and how some actions are rajasic and tamasic, like the reasons why I'm doing certain things, especially when I first started awakening to this knowledge or to myself. And like even like there's a part in the book where he talks about like making small changes instead of like abrupt ones, like setting back his timer um for sleeping, for waking up. And I realized like in the beginning, like when it hit me like like a ton of bricks, I wanted to make these changes like right now. Like I wanted the result right now because in my mind, I already figured it out. I already knew why I was doing what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work. And it was very frustrating because it's like, all right, I'm going to start like this and I'm going to do this and everything is just going to be different. And no, like I have another body. I have an emotional body that I have to tend to. And that's part of like my personality. Like I'm not really like super emotional. Um, I'm very like balanced with that. Like I'm very level-headed, but I still have it. I still have these emotions that I have to tend to. So I realized that these baby steps were needed. Like I needed to tend to them in like a very like short, like small, everyday make changes versus like, oh, if I'm not doing this now, like I'm weak. If I'm not doing this now, then and I started realizing, well, why am I feeling like this? Like essentially just being my own psychologist.
Yeah. Real.
Yeah, you're really talking to myself, like, I remember just wanting to start like these like businesses or do something. And I'm like, wait a minute, like I'm not even following through because the only reason why I want to do this is like rajasic. Like there's a reason for this. And it's not really who I really am or what I like value the most inside. So I had to be honest with myself. And again, like this whole honesty with yourself makes it so easy for you to like map yourself out,
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think you said a really key point there about being something that you're not. I think, at least for me, that's also been a really big step in my own evolution in studying this stuff, is like recognizing that there is difficulty or there's a different intention behind the intention I'm having, because I'm trying to fit myself into a box that doesn't actually suit me.
right.
And I'm trying to find meaning from it, but I don't get anywhere with it because that expectation I attach to it doesn't really have a foundation within that actually resonates with my purpose.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it's awesome because like I've said before, you know, on here, like my experiences in my life, like the people in my life, it's such a melting pot. Like I've had different personalities, like from family members to friends, and different like just so much richness where I can take from, or and I've known that I've like kind of got influenced by, or and I can see that, I can see through that, I can see like certain things that I was about, like, you know, in certain years of your life you want to have this phase, like you have this phase in your life, and I see where it comes from. And you know, like now presently where I am in my life, it's like I feel like I'm a whole different person. But if those who have known me from when I was a child, I'm just getting back to that childlike persona, like who I really was before I had to put this mask on to be like in survival mode, or you know, like it's it's cool because like when I know these things, then I create my own like little rituals to get me back to there because I know that now, right? So like I'll watch like movies or shows from when I was younger, and they'll ignite something in me. And I'm like, ah, this is who I really, this is me. Like, yes, like, so, you know, like when I found all of this out, when I like, when all this knowledge hit me with a ton of bricks, like, it was almost like I was still looking at it through the perspective of all these like layers that I had created in my life, you
Mhm.
know? And I didn't realize that I needed to just peel those layers out. Like I'm not gonna get it in one shot. Like I still have these emotional things I have to go through, you know, if
Yeah,
that makes sense.
it does. It does. That sounds like what he was talking about as far as releasing the expectation and being attached to the outcome, walking
Yeah,
down that straight and narrow path, but being focused on the overall goal, on the overall end result, but not attached to, like you said, like, oh, I want it now. I got to have it now. There's a process to go through. And just like what you were explaining here, awesomely, when you're focused on the core principle of it,
It's 3 o'clock.
thanks, Maxine. It doesn't matter what comes to push you left or right because you know that you're gonna have to go through it. So you just go through it. As opposed to the rest of what we would typically do is run from it, right? Or pretend, like, wear that mask, avoid the situation. But again, that demonstrates a level of prana that either it has existed already with you or the fact that you are cultivating it more, because that prana is what gives us the push to actually, it gives us the light to see in the darkness.
absolutely.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
And
And I
like
really,
even go ahead.
sorry, I really love the part where he talks about like we like, I think it's in page 25 of the Karma book. He says, when we are obsessed with suffering and pleasure, when we are obsessed, suffering and pleasure both come. Um, like I never realized that I am so like enthusiastic about suffering or like problems, because it's like it gives me the opportunity to work on something, you know, and I've always been that person, right? But then like if all my environment was people who were tamasic and who were just searching pleasure and avoiding that problem solving, then I'm like, all right, well, I guess I have to be like this, but that's not really who I am.
Right.
And I knew that, right? So like that part of like suffering that leads to like a resolution or success of some sorts, that's it, that's exactly, it like speaks to me. So it's pretty cool to read
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Checks out across our experience. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. It's not so much about you have to say this magic word and vibrate in the east. Like that stuff has its place, but what we're talking about here is more of a wiping off the lens so that you can see what you're already dealing with clearly. Not about what candle to use or what demon to summon, but what's going on with you in your mind and your life right now. Can you see? or looking for something to run away to so you don't have to see, like what color candle.
Right.
Well, and that within itself is because we're searching for a form of identity, right? We identify with these things. And what is identity? Identity itself is tamasic because it's a state, it's a condition. But if we're aware that nature is always changing, that these gunas are always changing, to connect to ourselves, it means that our identity is going to be changing. And I think that there's a real hesitance we have towards that brings us more suffering, because it's like, oh, I may appear like two-faced or some shit like that if I decide to change my conditioning or decide that I don't want to live like this any longer, or I'm going to have to leave these people who I cared about behind, or I'm going to have to, change my eating habits, or something that we've attached to our identity, this tamasic nature. We really are attached to that. And again, it's not negative. It's just a conditioning. And if we're trying to move out of a specific conditioning, then doing this kind of work really puts the microscope on all of our behaviors, which then, like Trav said, clears off the lens of which we're seeing through. So we can make those moves. So we understand why I'm facing the east and lighting a candle and saying, Om Shakti. Like, otherwise I'm just going to be saying something and expecting a certain result. And the thing about these ancient mantras is that you really can't expect a certain result, because until you get to the science of it, you don't really know what you're doing.
You're literally dealing with algorithms, vibrating them and putting them into place. It's a process, but you don't know what it's going to equal, because it's a context that you're filling with your content. So depending on what material you have to work with in your life, that's what's going to make the mantra result. So it's not like do this mantra and get money. No, it's going to use what ingredients you already have to create what would be created with this algorithm.
Right?
Yes. It's so cool. Like, it's so cool to see like the shift in reality when you observe it and you change it and you see the reality reflect that. Like, that is so awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And like sometimes I feel like that meme, like that's such an old meme of like that guy who looks crazy with like all these maps across the board, like, and it's like automatically, because I just want, of course I want all the people that I love to be aware of this, but that's not the reality. And so of course I get slapped across the head like, no, this is for you.
Right.
Like this is for you. Like, and like that's where I am now. Like now it's more introverted, because I'm naturally an extroverted person. Like I am. So it's
Too.
yeah, it's a good slap across the head. Like I get it,
Well, and you know what, Melissa, like even as you saying that, so in the karma book, right, they talk about people who are more predominantly rajasic, right? When it comes to passion, they become more flirtatious. Flirtatious doesn't just mean I want to sleep with you.
yeah.
It's like a sharing of ideas. It's like, oh, let me bring you into this circle that I'm in, right? Like that is super Raja, which again is not bad, but that within itself is a guna. So it's like when I totally agree with you. Like I've had to learn to hold back certain information from individuals, because it's like everyone's baby steps is somewhere else.
Yes.
To be honest,
Absolutely.
I'm very happy with the last Matrix movie. I'm going to keep saying that because it actually was super good. I literally think that everyone who said it was bad, they didn't see what I saw, that's for sure. But even down to the way that they described the people in that particular version of the program, they weren't even humans as we know. They were bots. Those of us who play like Fortnite and stuff, you're starting to see some of them people playing 8 people. It's the computer. You can tell by how they move. Like you can be across the map and shoot them one time and they quickly turn and instantly hit you from across the damn map. That's not a person. But it's artificial intelligence. But here's the thing: today, artificial intelligence is learning how to play Fortnite. Now we're going more into a virtual world. There's going to be more bots that learn how to behave as human. There's a book called there's an author called Ray Kurzweil who's really written about the future of technology, and it's been following that game plan. But he talked about there will be a time when, you know, technology will become indistinguishable from other human beings. So now in the old matrix, we're talking about unplugging people who aren't ready. Well, in this case, we're talking about those people who aren't ready are synonymous with the bots. There's no distinction. That's why Agent Smith can take them over, because they haven't developed, in the terms that I would use, I would say they haven't developed a soul yet. But the thing is, they're so attached to the software, the algorithm, the program, that they're one and the same, indistinguishable. So it literally takes an inner willpower to start unplugging from it. People who are NPCs and stuff like that. It's not like a us versus them dynamic. This relates to everyone who isn't seeing clearly yet. Hence the importance of learning how to see clearly.
Yeah, and that starts with even just recognizing the behavior. That's why the gunas are so important. Like, you just recognize the behavior, become aware, and you settle, and that subtle sattvic state becomes present. The minute that you become aware of something, of a behavior that you're exhibiting, like I still have this strange, well, I even know where it comes from, but it's like this programming where, like, if someone says something that's contrary to what I'm saying, my immediate emotional response is to sort of take offense, because I feel like that they're thinking that I'm stupid or unable to handle the information. And so I have to prove myself. That is an immediate emotional reaction that I have. But becoming aware of it, I take myself out of the experiencing position and instead see the observer and immediately start analyzing that emotional and that thought. And then I redirect it towards asking questions, because questions I attach less expectations to than I do with an immediate response, like counter response. You know what I'm saying?
Or even could you say that questions, your expectations are less tamasic because you don't really know what answer you're going to get?
Right. I set myself up so I can have less expectations going into the conversation. And then that way, an actual deduction of what's going on can create a more balanced situation. It can actually, like, be assessed for what it is. And then I can react accordingly. But asking questions takes the assumption and the expectation sort of out of it, especially if I'm already feeling attacked. It's going to be a bad thing I say next. No, right. I shouldn't say a bad thing, but it's going to be a very heated thing I say next if I go off of that emotional response instead of taking myself out of it. And then most of the time, that negative shit is never negative to begin with.
Oh, it's how that filter was.
It changed as soon as I saw it from a different light.
Malik Serious Suit 888. Peace and greetings.
Peace. How everybody doing?
Very well myself. How are you doing?
Splendid. It's my word of the day, I guess. Yeah, this stuff is definitely, I'm trying to I'm taking notes right now, and I have this thing like I'm coming up with everybody's saying, and this is fucking, whew. Yeah, it's pretty interesting because there's a lot of stuff from this one chapter I really like. What is it? The desire, actions, and mood. I was highlighting so much in there. I was like, wow, I know this was good. And I almost highlighted a whole bunch of stuff in here. I was like, yeesh. But even I have a whole bunch written down already. But damn, this is nice. I just like the fact that just when you're going into understanding what you guys are saying already, just being aware of going into certain situations, how you're going to be acting. I could be very passionate about a lot of things. I'm just a very passionate person. I'm a Leo, So shit, what was talking about Kristen earlier? I have Aslasia. So I'm very like ha 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 steady like when I'm like talking, even
Me
when I'm at
too.
work and stuff.
That.
So it's very interesting because learning how to like when I'm in like certain situations, like I use it like a lot of this stuff when I'm at work because I deal with a lot of people. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like literally running the kitchen. So I'm like, it's you're dealing with emotion and it's such an interesting thing. Cause like you even saying, I have to stay in this solid type of flow state, I call it at this point, because it's so interesting because if I start to act very Thomistic, you know, even in thought processes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is where I get to my this is my theory I'm coming up with, right? So I'm gonna just get it out and say it. So I have written down right now, it's like taking the Gunas under a very quantum look, you know, because when you have to look at it, remember it's talking about self-analyzation, right? We have to
Mhm.
be able to analyze ourselves. Like I loved when you said earlier when I was listening, he was like, and I try to apply that so much, like every waking second to be like, well, why do I feel like, well, the self-analyzation of, well, was that a Tomasic or was that Rajastic? Or was I being a little Sattvic? Doing this, like you gotta be able to catch yourself, especially when the victories come in play is where I'm thinking. You know what I mean? When these victories come in play, you gotta be like, whoa, what's that?
Yes.
So that's what I meant by quantum look. And then you guys were saying something. Oh, and that's where it was at. I gotta look up. That's where it was in Top with Shooty. I gotta find that page when she was talking about the D wave. Because that was sparked bells in my head. I gotta find that page. I'll find it soon. But what I have written down, it says, where is it? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just reading. And that's what I was talking about. So being aware at this quantum state of the gunas. So when I was talking about the D wave and I've written down, it's like everybody knows how, well, I don't say everybody, but so well, I don't know the exact experiment, but I have like the logistics of it, you know. So, you know, when you're looking at something, it turns to waves and you're not, it's particles. So I'm just, and this is where maybe I guess you guys will come in because I'm like figuring, because then top was and the gunas could be swayed at times, obviously.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? So now
Right.
it's to be able, like, you know, and this is where Laura was talking about like a couple whatever minutes ago when she was saying taking herself, and I love that because that's how I like to pit myself because I like to deal with psychology, you know. So when you are in certain situations, you know, we always tend to be let's say most people tend to be in first person when you're talking to them. It's
Right.
me, eyes. It's about self almost. And then when you get at the level up, you're in like a second person. You know, you're in a conversation with somebody. You're like, okay, I'm hearing you. I hear
Mm-hmm.
you. You hear me. We going. We having a dialogue. But then eyes, you could call it like in video games, they call it the God view. You know, you're sitting above the whole conversation.
Right.
You
Right.
know, understanding how the you know he can sway it.
The
He can
relationship
say,
between the concepts and the
mm,
symbology between the concepts, as opposed to me talking to you. You're now looking at the conversation as an entire thing. Keep going.
yeah. So then I guess this is where I was like, because I'm not the best. Like I'm trying to like understand what I know. So with the D wave, so we're looking at it as particles. Then we have the waves, and then I kind of was trying to make like an algorithm, but it like I've written down, but it's like that's like life manifesting. You know, life manifesting will be like the gunas. Isn't that written down in the book? It's right here, and that's where I was looking at. It was on page, and that's where they say, and I guess karma. You know, everything we do is guna karma
Top.
manifesting at the same time. Where is it? When life manifests. Okay, so manifesting of gunas. When life manifests one guna. Wait, no, this is not it. Sorry. Four. I don't know, somewhere. But it's very interesting because everything we do is these gunas and playing on each other, like, you know, and this is where I got very interested. I was like, oh, this is getting funky. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, wait, what happens when you start applying the top was up in this shit?
Oh.
It got real funky. I started thinking, I was like, oh man, I was at work and I'm like, oh shit. It's all an equation, honestly.
Yes.
of yourself.
And what
Now it's
they
like,
mention about like nature and the elements, that's tamas, because that's still a form.
Mm.
It's a formation. So when you switch to tattvas and you connect to them, they have their own set of gunas, just like the Kabbalah, right? Like the tree
perfect.
is within the tree. There's gunas within the gunas. There's gunas within the tattvas, right? So the tattvas, the elements may be taking form, and so that's considered tamas. But within that, you have a whole other set of gunas that are playing their part within how that form manifests and changes.
On Tatwa Shuddhi, page 51, in the second paragraph, she's talking about the dimensions of mind. She says the Antakarana functions through the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious realms, creating gross, subtle, and causal experiences. So check this out. As the Antakarana has evolved out of a combination of the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, the quality of experience is largely determined by the pervading influence of these cosmic principles. And then she says, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, and Ahamkara behave differently under the sway of sattva as opposed to the sway of rajas and tamas. So basically what she's saying here, she's talking about the Antakarana, which is the inner tool, and the five tattvas. They all are their own, they are the content, but the context that we place them in are the three gunas. So the earth element has a sattvic aspect. And if you zoom into the earth, of course, there's five pieces of it, right? You've got earth of earth, water of earth, fire of earth, air of earth, and then a kasha of earth. That's the sattvic aspect.
This is fine. So, sorry. Go ahead. So I was right then. Wow. So this was so bam, peep this. Because I was like, oh, shit.
And we talk about a percentage too.
Sorry, go ahead, dude.
You go ahead.
Because this is like going to page 23 in Karma and Karma Yoga / like kind of 24. But I like the last paragraph, we're talking about the desire manifests in the mind and is the beginning of all karma. The desire is connected to the perception of the object of its acquisition. So there is a planning and program is made and the person prepares to follow it. However, if any different or dominant mind and effort wash away because the nature of karma changes. So this is why I highlighted. It was kind of funny to me. It was like if somebody's having a bad day, even if you give them simple tasks, he will always mess up. And I was sitting there, listen, this is with my girlfriend, and we both worked together. And I was like, well, damn, that sounds like somebody I work with. Like some days, like I know, like my job is to be able to make sure people can be in a good mood. You know what I mean? Somebody could be coming with something totally out of work. You know what I mean? And that's why I take, because I gotta be able to like, I care for people, you know, these are like friends. And they're like, so I'll be like, but damn, like, so I have written down, and this is why I was like, this is like pretty dope, because this is like magic in itself, you know, or just not, I know science, it's not magic, it's science, like you say. So I have like, so you can change somebody's nature or their guna at said time by adjusting their, well, I said by adjusting their tattvas at that time, because, you know, there's different tattvas swaying at different moments. And if you can get to like see the data of those, especially if individuals you get to work with and even yourself.
So
I was like, wow.
This is the basis of astrology, really. So I've, you know, for a few months I've been playing around with this tattva clock, and it shows you there's a 20-minute gap every couple of hours where the sun's prana that it's pushing out is in its sattvic state. And the most sattvic states are twice a day once it's sunrise and sunset. But after every 20 minutes, it gradually goes rajasic and then tamasic, and then sattvic and then rajasic and then tamasic. That's what we're seeing. That's one of the consistent algorithms throughout Kabbalah and this type of Tantra. The tree of life, it begins as sattvic, then it becomes rajasic and then tamasic. And guess what happens when it gets here? It starts over. Just like with the tattvas, within every akasha, by the time you get to earth, it becomes akasha again. That's the algorithm that we're seeing. Sattva, rajas, tamas, Akasha, air, fire, water, earth.
Peace,
For
everybody.
me,
Peace, Trap.
Peace.
Peace, Laura. I'm sorry to cut you
but
off.
Shanko, no, you're cool. I just wanted to add, y'all know that story of the knife that we were talking about earlier, and how you use it determines the guna that's dominant. For me, the elements and the tattvas are the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
that makes sense. The Magician Tarot card.
Yep. That's where I was thinking. I'm like, wow, you can really be influential with people. You can do anything with it. It's depending on like your nature at that point. You could be Satwik, we could be Tamasic, but you know the real way is to live Satwik, and that you can be helping people out and helping yourself out. I had that read down like people we are the people that you are. It says doing things in a Satwik nature can cause the people around you to act certain ways. You know what I mean? Like they said, like even in the book, he said, and the people that are around you are reflections of yourself. So he said, can you leave that place better than how you were when you first there? And I was like, oh, that is lit. Because that's what we should all like kind of like, even if it's something small, like even when Laura said with the giving the money out to the lady, I was like, well, she left the situation. Maybe the lady didn't see it at that, but she got what she needed though. Maybe she was a little closer to it. She might not understand it now, but that was pretty awesome, I thought.
Like you said, are we leaving the situation as we found it? Are we improving it? Are we making it worse? I think that's a simple question we can all ask in our day-to-day relationships.
That's a fine line though, too, between Tamasic and Satwik. Like we were talking about earlier, are you coming at it from a selfish viewpoint? Like when I gave the woman the money, I was coming at it from the viewpoint that like if I didn't have enough money to pay for something, I would want my my expectation would be that like that would make me feel better would be to know that I'm in an environment that supports me. And so I would just want to create a supportive environment. But I didn't take it on as like, I'm not going to take it on as like, I'm just going to be like giving everybody money. Or like, I'm just going to be like taking care of people to the point where they can't take care of themselves, because I think that's the way how to, because then I'm attaching I'm attaching another expectation to it that might be more selfish in nature. So it's like a really fine line to determine like, what your expectation is in something and helping other people. Like I'm not responsible for someone else's mood. That's like, if I can make their day on a subtle level better, some people I just have to be robotic with. Like in order to make like the day better, I don't even like, some people I can't even come at with like, oh, how you doing today? It's like I have to be robotic in a sense, so just so then I can maintain my frame and then they can maintain theirs, because they're looking for a reactionary state. They're already in a reactionary state. So like even sometimes just bringing balance to that and not necessarily making yourself solely responsible for their mood is what'll then bring that environment to a more harmonized state, I guess, if that makes sense.
Or the state of pure awareness, which is Purusha. Purusha means pure awareness. So as everybody was discussing, the most important thing, and I'm giving my living experience of practice, and it's built upon your intention and your attitude. Or there's two paths that we know in our study. You have abhyasa and you have vairagya. So we have to get to a point, as everyone, we attach ourselves to this very experience that we're going through. We attach ourselves to this very conversation. That's why we get a feeling of This makes me feel good. This is good. This is deep. I love this conversation. That right there is the object of the subtle essence of the practice, to eliminate the very essence of feeling anything. And that comes from, as we continue to do our studies, you get into, of course, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, and what Patanjali is instructing us is that the practice that we're doing, we have to practice to the point that we have no interest. We begin to not even have an interest in the very practice of what we're doing. And that right there is beginning to experience the deeper levels of moksha, being liberated from even always because it's not you that's feeling anything. It's the body, it's the prakriti, it's the matter, it's the densification of these, as we say, gunas and tattvas, and each and every componentry, tanmatras, all of this are elemental components that have, as it rained down, to give a mental picture, as it rained down from the cloud of subtlety, which we can call whatever we choose it, Purusha, which is pure awareness. It rained down, and as it rained down, it filtered through multiple different levels of elements, and it became, boom, this hard, solid knucklehead that's always questioning, well, why do I have to do this? Well, what if I do it this way? Well, what if I don't do it this way? What if? Why? That's the very essence of what we're attempting to eliminate. So we have to be, the important thing is to ask ourselves basically with sincerity, because each practice of yoga, each individual should eventually, you will start noticing a subtle vibration leading you to a particular path that you're going to follow as an individual. So that path, once you become aware of this, because through the practice, we become aware. So as we become aware, we have to ask ourselves sincerely, why am I doing this practice? What am I trying to achieve with this practice? What is my real goal? Who is the individual who has this goal? Do I have a goal? This is, as I was speaking yesterday, it's very difficult to separate spirit from matter. It can crash you. It's like a plane crash. It's the plane smashes, but the Atman, the internal spirit, is the fucking black box that has all the information in it that didn't get broken. Nothing happened to it. That is what we retrieve. That's the mainframe of information. So the important thing is that as you study, feel the love of the Swami that's teaching us. We're not reading, we're being taught. I'm not reading any of these books with you, individual. I'm sitting in the presence of the guru, silent, absorbing what has to be said. So that's why I said in the beginning, and I'm not saying it's my, because even that I have to, and I said it again, you see how difficult it is to separate even the language from describing what we're doing, because what I'm gonna say it again, am learning, you can't describe this. You can't describe the pure awareness of Purusha, because these teachers, as Patanjali says, Abhyasa Vairagya Bhayam tan niroda, which means that the non-operation of the vibrational modes is achieved by effective practice and not having an interest in the very same operation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an interest. So all I can do is speak from the experience that this self, I'm speaking from the self, not from me. The self in this experience is learning not to even identify with the gunas. I was educated. I've been made aware of what those are. I've been made aware through self-analysis how each and every guna, tattva, so on and so forth operates in this self's human machinery. But as we continue to practice persistently, because it's a reverential, sustained practice which is executed over a long time, once you continue to do that, the person, not the self, but the person starts to dissolve. That's where the tree is you. You start to dissolve, which means that it's like water that's become a lake or a pond. It does what after it sits there? Water doesn't just go and it just doesn't sit there forever. It evaporates back into the existence from where it came from. That's what we do. That's what we do as we climb up the tree. As we come down, we become this. It's the realm of densification. We've become densified. We became solid matter. As the person becomes educated and starts to practice reverently and persistent over a long period of time, you start to go back up the tree. The serpent, as they show you on the tree, is the Kundalini, is Prana Shakti. She starts to dance. She likes that. She's been stimulated. Prana Shakti, because she knows that to give it a mental image, she knows that Shiva is in movement in his mind. His mind is now starting to separate. That's why everything keeps being like Trav teaches, the patterns. You start to understand these patterns. What starts to happen is, because the supreme mind state, to try to define it and give it an image, the supreme mind state starts to experience his own supreme mind state. And you know what that does? It turns Prana Shakti on. So she starts to rise up. And as she rises up, it goes, because that's why Trav is important. He's mixing, well, not mixing, it's like a mixed drink. He's taking Kabbalah and Vedic information, because you see that on the tree, it's defined in Kabbalah as a serpent that rises back up, which shows you that Kabbalah is nothing but a Vedic information that has been reinterpreted throughout cultural experiences of other people so they could understand it. Like how someone said in the chat that they didn't use the word ego. It came from the Greek, and he gave a word. That Greek terminology was made for people who lived in Greece. That's not the same word that's used globally. But the whole thing, what we're experiencing, and I mean the self, once you separate your persona, because your person is Shango Atum, or as my mother named me, Jermaine, or the individual who wants to be a logic out everything, or debate, or just seek. That's the brain. There's a difference between the brain and the mind. So I just wanted to share that it's a very difficult process, but as you go into a deeper self-analysis, the thought process starts to become more and more subtle. And that subtlety is going back up the tree. First you would get to, because most people may not realize that the reason that you're trying to rise above Mount Kuth is because you're being influenced by Tippereth, because Tippereth is basically like You becoming a savior. You're trying to save yourself. So the reason that you're even capable of doing that, because that latent ability is there already within you, because you are the very same experience of experience. So we have to realize that the more we go from Malkuth and whatever choice that you do, because a lot of people won't just go up the middle pillar. They're gonna go up. They may get the Tifereth. They may go over to Gabura. They may go Chesed. They're gonna follow their own individual thing. But the importance of it is, and what hurts a lot of people is because we, as humans, because we got to still be human, we like things to make us feel good. It feels good to learn. It feels good to be in the groups of people to learn and be in conglomeration with as we expand. But a path, because you have to look at this thing as two, esoteric and exoteric. Some people are just on an outward journey. They're trying to fix the outward essence of themselves. Other people are trying to fix internal essence of themselves, which is called spiritual. Some people are on a path of sagehood. Some people are on a path just so they can be more healthy, so they can operate in society and stuff like that. So it's just very important that the information that Travis is teaching and that each individual is studying, especially when it comes to this information, when you're reading Niranjananda Saraswati, you got to realize that you're reading doctorate level information. This is not what Travis teaching is not entry level. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people get it, but what happens is, because like I said, it's a difficult path, they start to even become attached to the information. They don't become and that's how Alora said, is there a barrier on every level? Of course it is. Those barriers are what? Resistance, attachment, and what does attachment lead to? It leads to I-ness. It leads to Ahamkara now wants to party. He wants to step out and be like, well, fuck it. Since y'all wanna, since you wanna get it popping, then shit, I'm popping too.
Kind of like how Agent Smith just casually appeared at the same time Neo appeared.
Oh, let me just go ahead, because you know why? Because you cannot elevate and become the one without the two.
Oh.
And the two without the three.
Oh. And look at that.
And as Laura said, is there a barrier? Yes. Agent Smith was the fucking barrier. Neo had to fight the lowest, angriest self. And Agent Smith was no dummy. Wasn't he self-aware?
Mm-hmm.
He was self-aware of both realms. So let's do this. Zion was Prakriti. The other fake world, as we call it, the fake world, that's Purusha. It was the subtle essences that make the world. Those were two worlds, Prakriti and Purusha. They showed it right in the movie to us. And then they showed us who? They also showed us the mother essence, which was the Prana Shakti, in the form of nature, baking cookies. You bring your children to her so she can do what? That they don't have to, those children were born and instantly connected back to the source, so they don't have to what? Keep continuing their karma.
Mm-hmm. And as a side note there, speaking of prana, it's always prana, like you said, when Shiva is activated, now prana begins to activate, which is the necessary ignition to get yourself up to move yourself to the next portion of the puzzle.
And that's why it's described to our brain and our minds, to our left and right brain, as a female essence, or a feminine essence. And it's demonstrated by what physically happens to a man and a woman once they like each other. Don't you rise up when a woman looking good and she starts approaching you and you know that you want, there's a subtle communication going on between a man and a woman before they even touch each other. That is the macrocosm of the microcosm. So we gotta, I'm just speaking not to be long-winded or anything like that. I'm just speaking to be of an encouragement, because each and every one of us are on our individual path. So as you guys were discussing it, that's what this is. This is a satsang. This is a teaching discussion. And the whole thing is that we have to realize that you have to, as an individual self, why are you doing this? Are you doing it and if you come to the conclusion at this moment to say, damn, it really makes me feel good to do this, accept that. Don't feel shame or guilty because you feel that. Elevate above it. Realize that you've reached a level of self-awareness.
Wow.
You'd be like, oh, because you're gonna be like, oh, because it's gonna come to you in your practice of whatever it is that you do to create the stillness. You know what I'm saying? You definitely want it. Relaxation precedes concentration, because a mind cannot concentrate with a body that's unrelaxed. So it has to start from the physical self, which is prakriti. If your knees are busted up and you're constantly trying to sit in a fucking asana and that shit hurting you, you are not gonna definitely not gonna reach a phase of meditation, because you're not comfortable. So I'm just saying, it has to be, you have to dig a hole so fucking deep that you don't even know how deep the hole is. But you know it's a hole, and you know that you got to keep going in it further and further. And as you go down, you start to gain the experience is, am I really going down or am I going up? Is up down and down is up? That's the importance of Alice in Wonderland. Up is down and down is up. Small is big and big is small. It's the opposite. That's what we are. We are opposite of the true self. We're solid. That's not who you really, really are. So the self-analysis and effective practice in having a non-interest in your pursuits will separate you, and I mean you, meaning the antakarana, which is the manas and chitta, but the ahamkara. You want the ahamkara to be balanced with sattvic, as when we get back in it. You do not want the ahamkara to start thinking that he's more important than the whole process. So now you start attaching yourself to even, and I'm not saying this to be I'm just saying it as you don't even want, as we love Travis Majors, but we don't want to get our love and reverence and respect for him to become what? An attachment. So now one day, what if the technology is cut off now? Are you not going to practice no more because you don't have access to the teacher? What happens? You understand what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing, is that really, really be sincere and just work hard to recognize, as the other brother Malik said, be aware of when the victories pop up. Be aware when the samskara pop up at that very instant, and begin to be you want to go straight into your mantra. That's the only thing that's going to eliminate it, is what you utilize to center your focus.
Absolutely.
Yo, can I make a note right there, actually, with the exercise that I've done that maybe will help someone else? You know, just putting it out there. Speaking of mantras and helping with the vrittis, when you're going through something, what I do is I will take time that day to meditate on my brain. So I think of my brain, right? Like of the actual brain, and then I pick it apart and I go to the centerpiece of the brain where there's like the pineal gland and there's the pingala, right? I go to those parts and I imagine that I'm looking at those parts, and then I say the mantra Om, and I shit you not, by focusing on that and by just utilizing the mantra Om, there is so much activity that starts to clear in my brain, like, and in my being. And I think it's because these vrittis are thoughts and behaviors. They are neural pathways that have been created in the brain. So when you come at it as the observer that is now separating the brain and observing this part of the brain and implementing Om, the original sound, into it, you are now cleaning that neural pathway in a way. So that's one way how I've used mantras to help with my vrittis and my karmas, and it really, 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 for me, has really helped.
And that's a yogic, and that right there is a yogic practice that you are supposed to envision. That's why it's important to study anatomy. That's why it's important to study each true aspect of what we do have, the brain. You need to know, where is the hypothalamus gland? Where is the pituitary glands? Where is, because you could envision those, and you could, as you said, you could meditate. That's how you develop centering. So that's important. That's beautiful to practice like that. Because then you start to see that you are not those things. Is it just the muscle of the heart that's beating, or is there something that is creating this electric impulse that drives this physical heart to beat? That's where I'm searching into that. That's how, as this go around in my incarnation now, is to be more focused on the inner peace. I've always been involved in a tumultuous experience, and I realized that right there has been a particular aspect of karma that a lot of people, it's no different than how the young heads now, they call it demon time. They enjoy shooting people. That's the attachment to something. That's like people be proud of coming from rough neighborhoods. What the fuck is that? You're proud? That's like people are proud. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I did my DNA. You know what I'm saying? I'm a descendant of antebellum slavery, just like a whole bunch of us. Some of us are indigenous, but the whole thing is, should I be attached to that and be happy to carry that history? No. That doesn't say I'm going to forget about that history and it doesn't matter anymore and I don't care about. No, I've transcended that. That's transcendence. Samadhipada. Transcendence accomplished. And you know why you have to transcend those thinkings? Because it builds to separation.
Right.
And separation does what? That leads to all of those things leads to pain and suffering. Because if you keep separating from every fucking body, you're gonna find yourself by yourself and not capable of having no interaction with people. And who wants that? And don't forget, we're mammals. Let's just go back to that level of evolution. We're still mammals, and we what? And mammals are what? Communal animals.
Very difficult to maintain a healthy stomach chakra, heart chakra by yourself.
Exactly. Love, the expression of love within this physical plane has to have an object that it loves. Until you even transcend that, and we know that divine love is pure awareness, which is Purusha. And then we go there, and then you realize that if you want to use the Vedas in the language as it is, all is Brahman. So when you identify as Brahman, you're not identifying with Shango or Tum anymore.
Man.
There we can
Travis.
find the desire for love, right? Like I did a video recently and it's like identifying sattva, like we all love being in love and we all love that honeymoon stage because that's sattvic energy. That's that pranic energy. That's the connection to source. And so we get attached to a person because we think that person is what brings us closer to Purusha, brings us closer to that source, to that emotion that we're feeling. But really, that's just the object or the tool that our mind has utilized in order to gain that psychic connection. But
how many times have you been in love, Alora?
Huh?
How many times have you been in love?
I think maybe like 4 times.
And then once you do it, like, because you know, all of that can be a part of our individual self-analysis. Analyze, what did you love? There, I guarantee you, each of those individuals, there was only a particular aspect of the person or persona that we love, that made us what? Feel comfortable, feel connected, feel at
Rajasic.
ease. Rajasic.
Right.
And so, as you said, the sattvic nature is the subtlety of what we express as a person in love.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like in my
case, see how fucking hard this shit is, Alora? You see how hard it is? You see how hard it is to when you start thinking like this and analyzing that shit, it could break you because you be like, what the fuck's the purpose then?
So we got an even higher level of, and I could even turn into a higher level of resistance from being unplugged, quote unquote. Because that, like you said, that's a lot to take in and have to be aware of. Hence the importance of taking the fundamentals slowly and gradually working up.
I give thanks. I'm very thankful in this point, in this particular point of my life experience. I'm thankful to have developed the ability to maintain a level of inner peace, that nothing outside of me or outside of the self can disturb that. I'm thankful for obtaining that because now I can appreciate things more. I appreciate Alora. I appreciate Trav. I appreciate Melissa. I appreciate things more. When I wake up, I do my morning practices and I do my mantras, and then I go into the mundane existence of practices, and I begin to give thanks for physical shit. I'm thankful to have a place to stay. Somebody had to sleep outside. When we be living and the bad weather hits, do you ever do a mantra for people who have somebody had to sleep outside and it'd be 20 degrees outside? So that's when you go to the higher levels, you see that this is not for me. This is for the all existence. Even a fucking dog, a cat, a roach, a mosquito.
A computer.
Because you can reincarnate and become a fucking mosquito next time around, from what I've learned from the gurus. You don't just reincarnate back into human form. So I guess so it's just being thankful, you know, for the existence. And as this in the something I was reading is as though pain cannot be absolutely rooted out, yet it can be overpowered, and as will be, you know, they go and you have to develop willpower, and the development of willpower only comes from the subtle realm. You can't just consciously think you're going to do something by an affirmation and it's going to empower your will. Will is an aspect of, I'm gonna use the aspect of Brahman. That's real God shit right there. When your will to overpower things that consistently seek to create resistance in your life.
Overriding. Reminds me of how in the Kabbalion it talks about the masters use laws against laws, the higher against the lower.
Yes. And everything is law.
I think that
everything,
gratitude is a big part of that, because that's using a higher law against the lower law. Gratitude is very sattvic. It's selfless.
And when we see musicians or rap, but basically the rap entertainer is the only entertainer that entertains material existence. Everything about what's considered hip-hop music is the mundane existence of life. A person will spend $300,000 on one bracelet. You know how much money I went through in my life? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? How much money? Think about, if you was to think about how much money you went through, all of us were millionaires. We've wasted $300,000. You can build a whole community of small houses for homeless people and don't charge them no rent or nothing.
True.
So I'm just saying that we, even in our studies, we got to realize that this very existence and society that we live in is ruled by Tamas and Rajistic perspective. This is, we're not born into a culture of Sattva. We have to do what we're doing. We have to study and research and discover even that fucking word. Just using the English or positivity is not even strong enough to really demonstrate what Sattvic is. It's beyond that. So man, it's a fight, man. That's what the Mahabharata, when you read that, that's what the Bhagavad Gita, right? The war wasn't just against Arjuna and I forget the actual name. Well, they called the Puranas or something like that. The actual clan that he was going to fight was, of course, his family. But that war, the war was the war of self. That whole story is about self. There was no uncle. There was none of that. There was no, Arjuna is you. And your inner guru is Krishna. Krishna is also Shiva. Krishna is another manifestation of Shiva, because Purusha, as we know, it has to be demonstrated in multiple forms. Each and every one of us, to those who observe us or observe themselves, you are a demonstration of Brahman. The only reason you physically here is because to speak it so you can understand, is because Brahman needed to experience himself as Travis Majors. Travis Majors ain't experiencing Travis Majors. Brahman is. Or God. Let's use that word. Let's go ahead and kick in some victories and some scars and say God created you so you could, so God can be manifested here so he could observe himself. That's why our moon or Atum masturbated or spit forth out or issued forth from his mouth himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Shu, and when you get into the great need of the Kemetic information, Shu and Tefnut were the first forms of duality. Shu was air or water. That was air and water. They came out of the space. What was the space? Amun. So the whole thing, those are patterns. We represent that very, so that's why mantra is important, because you speak the words of power. And what are you speaking the words of power over? Over the material form.
Right. And just to highlight what you said about the Ennead, and also with the one God masturbating and bringing forth life from himself, I looked at that and compared that to Brahman and even to Shiva. Like, Prakriti exists, but Prakriti is an evolute of Shiva.
Yeah.
And that's where we get the whole Eve being pulled out of Adam's rib. Those are the three same stories.
It's all the same thing, Trav. That's why I said that you can't continuously or live separating from different people based off of pigmentation or even their ignorance demonstrated through their pigmentation. You can't keep being angry about that shit because all their stories are the same. When you study the fucking philosophy of the Europeans when it comes to their mythology, is all the same mythology as global mythology. It's the same shit.
Right. Patterns, algorithms.
They didn't speak Tamil from India, so they didn't name it. They couldn't name it fucking Vishnu and all of these names. They spoke a different language. And that's how I've maintained is separating, because that's what I've always, I'm not speaking for my journey, well, multiple journeys, that the obtainment of information was something that I didn't necessarily pride myself on, but internally I knew that I felt and I projected that I knew more than other people, and that was negative. That's Raja and Tamasic, to feel like that, because I was speaking about it yesterday, that once you obtain a particular level of information, you also obtain a duty. That's the reason why you become intelligent, is because you're supposed to save the unintelligent. It ain't just for you to walk around this motherfucker like Yakub, a big head scientist.
Yakub.
Creating opposites. So once you even study the science of the 5%, you start being like, oh shit, that's why people don't even know that the individual that was called, who the Nation of Islam called God in the flesh, is Wallace, not Wallace, but how could I forget his name? And his whole name is he taught Elijah Muhammad.
W. Fard Muhammad.
W.F. Farad Muhammad came here, and most people, when you look at him, you be like, yo, this dude got the whole silky Brahmin hair. You know this motherfucker came from India somewhere. So he came over here teaching, but the whole thing is, for me to have found this out, took so much information. He sent Elijah Muhammad throughout multiple areas to read like over 200 books, particular books that was going to give him information to do what he did. You don't do what on the mundane level of the Nation of Islam during that time. This was 1935, not 1937, when what we consider racism at its height. They fucking doing interviews calling the white man the devil on TV. But the whole thing is, a lot of the information that Elijah Muhammad was taught to read, and don't forget that Elijah Muhammad only went to 3rd grade. So how was he even capable of reading? You got to now see you see how the subtlety exists in all of us, the potential exists in all of us. But a lot of the information he was taught to read came from where? India.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they use, and it also came from what we call Arabia and stuff like that. That's why they had the crescent moon and the star. They would do. Why do you think all the Moors all deal with cosmology and astrology? People don't even know that the Moors, which you can say they're black, but they don't consider themselves black. They wouldn't even rock with us if you really want to keep it funky. If they were so refined as a culture, they would have enslaved us. Nigga would have been a fucking eunuch somewhere watching the harem, shoveling horse shit in the palace. So the whole thing is, it's the same process with us. We have to study, as the Bible says, study to show yourself approved, but you have to keep going. A workman that's useful for the Lord's work. That's what the whole verse says. You just don't study to show thyself. See how the ego wants to be all about thyself? No, study to show thyself approved for the craftsman's work. You basically want God to put you to work.
Right. Better to be useful than useless.
And useless. As they say, what do they say? A jack of all trades and a master of none, but he's still a master. Because there's an extension to that. It's better to be a master of I forgot how it goes. You probably heard it before, but basically you want to, as you continue to do your studies, you're supposed to be useful to anybody. It's like years ago when I took my Shahada into Islam, and I began living the lifestyle of a practicing Muslim. I ain't never had to go to jail. I wasn't in that people, so I wasn't no jailhouse Muslim. You understand what I'm saying? I made a conscious decision in life when I was like 16 and took Shahada at Masjid Al-Aziz in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and became a practicing Muslim. I even lived in the masjid and called the Adhan and all. I changed the lifestyle of my mother. And my mother told me when I started reading the Quran, that stuff gonna have you ass backwards. But as she began to experience my life changes, I wasn't coming in her house with a fucking a TAC-9 hiding fucking half of bricks in her house and shit like that no more. She stopped eating pork. She was asking me questions. Well, what do you do? Pray all night? Well, is it the same kind of prayer like in church? She began to be curious about. Now she never converted to Islam. But what I'm saying is, it's no different than this information that Travis is educating people. That shit ain't just for you to just be spouting it off all over. This shit is supposed to be. You're supposed to start to live a different lifestyle. And as you live, and it's supposed to be for humbling you. And as you live this humble, different lifestyle, people will eventually become attracted because you become a electromagnetic force, which means what? You're going to attract shit to you. So what you're going to attract is curiosity. Excuse me, sir, what are those beads that you have on? When they asked me, I said, they're called Rudraksha beads. I said, but basically what they are, I said, like in Catholicism, you have you have your prayer bead and stuff. They called malas. Yeah, rosary beads. I said, these are basically rosary beads. Because I'm not going to go into the whole tears of Shiva and all of this shit that they ain't going to know nothing about. But That's what it was for. They got magnetized by seeing it. And he'd be like, well, what is that about? And then, well, it just basically keeps me conscious of a righteous lifestyle. No need to get in about the balancing of hypertension and all of that type of shit. And just that's what it is. That's what that's our duty. That's what the 5% is. You a poor, righteous teacher. And poor don't mean poor and well. It means humble. You're a humbled teacher. You become a Swami G. But that takes many years because you know what I'm saying? So, but you get it, Trav. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You live the lifestyle, and your roommates or your brothers and them, you go through that. You spoke on it. Your brothers and them ask you questions. They may not eat particular things around you. It even may make them uncomfortable to speak a certain way because they now they want to walk around. It's like when I became a Muslim, not a Muslim, a Mason, right? My cousins in South Carolina, I went there, and every time I had a ring, you know what I'm saying, a Masonic ring, they would say, "Hey, Jermaine, are you a Mason?" They whispered it. That shows you that there's some kind of energy with that shit that automatically triggered them to show Masonry some sort of reverence or some shit like that. They didn't even say it out loud. I'm like, yo, what the fuck you whispering for, my nigga? You can. Like,
who is he whispering for?
You know. But that's how people will start seeing you. They'll start looking at you. I just saw you took a picture. People look at you. You come in and you dresses. It ain't about how you dress. It's not about the Rudras or the Rudraksha beat. It's about the logarithmic electrical output that you giving out when you come into other people's presence. The motherfuckers are stymied by that shit. They be like, You see what I'm saying? That's when you know a person is living is a true one living. And if you want to keep it in the mundane, that's fucking God. That's why we say. That's why we're gonna be like the black man is God. It ain't just the black man. It's man and woman is God. But it's based off of what they are, what they're living. Are they living a righteous lifestyle? Are they living a sattvic lifestyle more than they are demonstrating Tamasic and Rajasic lifestyles? That's God. Because now you're not living your life. Because if I was to live how I'm living, I'll be living Tamasic and Rajasic to the day I flopped in the 6-foot hole. But no, once you start resonating more sattvic, you are the living light of fucking God. And that's ancient. That ain't me. That ain't Christian dogma. That shit is global truth. Why the fuck do you think they really can't find Atlantis, Trav? Because they fucking dematerialized. That shit ain't sunk into the ocean. That's symbolic language. Sinking into the ocean is going into your, what we call the subconscious mind. That's why you can't find the certain type of people when they talk about them. Yeah, they were the Atlanteans. They want to make them aliens from out of, no, these people, they weren't regular human beings. They were suprahuman. They only took on a human form to experience some shit here. And when it was done, they dematerialized their whole fucking culture and civilization and got the fuck out of here. Because all is mind and everything, and mind is mental. Mind is matter, but matter is not necessarily mind. You can say mind is matter and matter is mind, but matter is not necessarily, mind is beyond matter.
Right. The same way consciousness is beyond energy.
But shit.
Number one, just for those of us who cannot go to sleep unless the puzzle is solved, the rest of that quote is Jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one.
Thank you, Trav. Yes.
Somebody in the quote actually posted it, but
Thank them for that.
yeah,
You know,
I didn't.
because I'm actually not looking
realize. I didn't realize there was the rest of it. I just thought it was, and see if we leave it there, like I've been doing, a jack of all trades, a master of none. We leave it there, but that's an equation. There's a balance on the other side of that equation. Oftentimes better than a master of one.
Because it's about expansion. Just like the Commission coffin, there's a coffin text where it says, you know, I was the one that became two. I was the two that became three. I was the three that became four. That's from off a coffin text, which was actually a Commission spell work to help you go through the underworld. Basically, you were acknowledging the existence of the of Amun, the Most High. You know, you acknowledging the Most. That's why the Bible got so many fucking. They couldn't fucking interpret ancient language. That was basically sometimes only a symbol. That's why you got the Lord on high, the Most High Lord, and a low G, a upper G. The English, because it's from Kabbalah, they didn't. A lot of Europeans really didn't understand, and it wasn't necessarily Europeans. It was a lot of people, Portuguese and Spaniards, all kind of. They just didn't fully comprehend. So the people in power was like, "Fuck it, give it as it is." And don't forget, the common people of Europe wasn't even allowed to read at one point either. It was illegal for Europeans during the 1300s to have fucking Bibles and shit like that. So let's keep it real funky with that. What do you say, Trav?
It's illegal, even in Europe.
It was illegal. Look up John Wycliffe and see what they did to him in the 1300s when he interpreted the Latin Bible into English. Excommunicated his ass and all kind of shit based because of that shit. And then when he died and he was buried, like fucking 13 years later, they had a whole council meeting and thought about Wycliffe, so mad at him, dug his bones up and burned those. They were so fucking pissed off at this motherfucker for. Now the common people have been, you know, they can read the Bible and get their own understanding, because don't forget, the Roman Catholic Church were placing bishops in different areas, no different than a governor of a state is basically a bishop. You know what I'm saying? And the Pope of the United States is who? The president. So it's built off the same. So don't forget, America is no fucking Rome. It's the same shit. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is they had these bishops over these particular areas, and they were teaching their students and teaching the people that the only way for you to come to get to heaven is that you have to pay a pence for each prayer. That's why they called it penance. You know what I'm saying? They was paying, you making motherfuckers pay to go to heaven. But once they started reading the Bible for themselves, they're like, yo, it don't even say that shit in there nowhere. So it's fucking crazy, Trav. We gotta study a lot of shit, man, to gain a you know what I'm saying? Like I was talking yesterday, I did a video and I was just speaking about the 1 through 40 and what's called the supreme wisdom lessons of the nation of Islam, but Father Allah, they call it 120 degrees of knowledge. Basically, your this is a science. So one of the questions is what's the duty of a civilized person? You know what I'm saying? And the answer is the duty of a civilized person is to teach he who is savage civilization, righteousness, the knowledge of himself, and the science of everything in life, love, peace, and happiness. That's what the 5%er, you have to know these lessons verbatim. So if they say peace, God, what's the knowledge build destroy degree in the knowledge culture cipher degrees? Because that's speaking supreme mathematics. It's a coded language that you take in the numbers and you equivalent it to a concept. So the number 1, of course, is knowledge. Number 2 is a wisdom. Number 3 is understand. So it's knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, power, you know, blah blah blah. So the whole thing is, if you a civilized person, then that's your duty. The next question is, if a civilized person does not perform his duty, what must be done? So now you're held accountable for having what? Information. So what must be done is, if a civilized person does not perform his duty, which is teaching civilization to others, he shall be punished with a severe punishment.
Severe.
So I'm not saying that that's even and I mentioned yesterday, that's not just a physical thing, that's you. You know, we all have an individual life that we may feel guilty because we could have did something when we didn't do it. Like, damn, I could have did something better than that. I'm garbage. So now that's the punishment. Or somebody may acknowledge that shit. I mean, you walk around with them fucking Rouge rocks on and shit like that and talking about this, and I see you on the videos, nigga, you're sniffing cocaine in the background.
That sucks.
So that's what I'm saying. That's not the image that a person should be portraying when you're civilized. You understand what I'm saying? So we take on a responsibility, and this is why, as you know, because you're a train conductor, your train is called the Magus Society. So as you took the train off in another direction, so many motherfuckers got off the train. Because what? They couldn't see the broader vision, like, yo, this shit is more than just about fucking demonic demons and shit like that. This shit is about cleaning up my inner self, yo. I gotta clean the temple up. I got too much tinsel and toil all in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? The temple looking like the strip club right now. Panties and chicken wings everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And then the question before you got to all of that, what is the meaning? And I'm just going off, just remembering that these questions there's previous questions and answers. That's how the Supreme Mathematics added up. Once you get to the knowledge, culture, cipher degrees, it's an answer and question. These lessons come from Elijah Muhammad and W.F. Muhammad from 1932. As he educated him, he asked him these questions, and these were the answers, and this is the lessons that you get. Now, people can go online and get them, but as a 5%er, you get your lessons the same way that you would if you were in India. You get it from what's called an enlightener, basically a god or a sun. He's going to shine the light upon you to educate you to who is the true and living God. Then you got to go through the whole thing, because the Nation of 5%, it's not, they say it's not pro-black and it's not anti-white, it's pro-truth. So even though you say, well, who's God? The Asiatic black man, maker, owner, cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. You're not saying that to be a facetious asshole and just say, well, all black people are fucking God, because no. That's just a lifestyle. That shit is, that's sattva. Let's say that. Who is God? One who lives a sattvic lifestyle, period. So we can write our own lessons based off of that and change all the fucking words. So they ask, what is the meaning of civilization? The answer is one having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, refinement, and is not a savage in the pursuit of happiness. That's not me. This is from these guys. But you had to remember this shit. So the whole thing about this, so like I said, at this moment in my life, I'm 49 years old. So if you think if I'm fucking, if you were 13-year-old and you getting fed this type of information, think about how expanded the fucking ego is. So what the whole thing is, it's no different than the same science of Vedic, Samkhya, Kriya, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, all of these different things. If a person if their intention to learn this stuff is to be better than someone else, then they're going to they're not going to elevate anywhere. Only thing that's going to happen is the ahamkara through the demonstration of ahamkara is going to be accelerated and totally out of control. But let me shut up though, man, and get back, because the whole thing is karma. And that's the reason why I'm just gonna add it in with this. That's the main reason that we've been attracted to this, is because we're attempting to burn out our karma. Right. That's why you became a vegetarian. I'm on that path now too, because through the practices that I'm doing, a lot of, and I'm really stepping it up with different practices. I'm noticing my energy level. I'm still a meat eater. It takes a lot of internal energy to do a lot of this tantric practices and keep and maintain a healthy body. You can harm yourself. That's why they say you shouldn't do certain shit until you get to a certain point, because you can harm yourself. Because if your body's unhealthy or you're eating heavy food, you're not going to experience the pure awareness of subtlety with eating barbecued motherfucking ribs and macaroni and cheese. Even though those are good things. Huh?
So on a very regular basis.
On a very regular basis, yes.
I once knew somebody, who was having some issues with the cholesterol and heart and whatnot, but red meat every night, slabs. That's a lot of body energy and prana being used just for that.
Just for digestion.
Right.
And digestion, it can take sometimes up to 16 hours with the digest some of these meats. Some of it, if you eat too much, 72 hours of digestion. If a nigga then went to the goddamn picnic at one of these country people houses that I live around down here in Florida, think about how many hamburgers people eat at a picnic. Nigga would eat 6 hamburgers and 3 hot dogs.
And even worse, sometimes it's overloaded to the point that all of it doesn't come. Some of it actually gets stuck. It's common. When you start to detox, there's this one detox that I got on, and it made me feel great. And I started trying, hyping it up to everybody at my job, like, hey, you guys gotta try this detox, da, 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 da. I'm excited about it. People was coming back with stories, Shango. One lady, she gave it to her husband. He tried it, and she talked about he had to pull out black ropes.
Yep.
That gunked up in his intestines. Multiple people had that experience.
Brother Bobby Hemmett spoke about that.
Colon cleanse.
Really, Dr. Phil Valentine taught about that. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I'm gonna throw this in there. Yo, I've been dealing with this type of dealing with information when it used to be, there wasn't no video. It used to be all Blog Talk Radio.
Blog Talk Radio.
Blog Talk Radio used to have the red pill, blue pill, Dr. Vachon. They had all kind of people on it. That's why I love the blue pill and red pill, because they're actually really sincere in what they do. And they taught about that, the fucking black rope. And because you can tell by your bowel movement if you have an impacted colon, if your shit is coming out all smooth. That means it's like spackle. That means that the channel that it's going through, it doesn't have the ridges. So these ridges, these ridges is where the fecal matter is getting stuck in between those ridges. So like you said, if a nigga is eating prime rib every night, it's your body is working so hard. Your prana is only working in the area of digestion. And you wonder why I'm going to die at 55 years old.
Just a side note on that, if someone wants to do anything, earlier we were talking about anatomy. So acupressure, look into acupressure. Because practitioners of acupressure, or if you're able to do it on yourself through your hands and on your feet, if there are certain tender spots, those relate to certain organs. Shiatsu is known for diagnosing and assisting people with issues and stuff like that by using acupressure. So like the other night, I was having a treatment because in class we're learning it, and the girl went up on the bridge of my foot, and just like the little pressure, like it was like this stinging sensation, and that was my gallbladder. So I knew that I needed to focus more on my gallbladder. So now I have a bunch of herbal supplements that are going to assist me in my gallbladder. I also experience at times a lot of thyroid type of symptoms and stuff like that. But you're able to diagnose that stuff if you look into acupressure. So just a little side note there to diagnose yourself and be your own doctor if you want to check it out.
That's what's up right there, man. You just not made me remember. Has anybody? Let me turn my camera on. I'm using my phone. You ever heard, Trav, of Carlos Castaneda?
Yes.
This book is called Magical Passes. You ever read this book?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Okay. So Magical Passes is the practical wisdom of the shamans of ancient Mexico, right? That's the basis of this. So this right here, this is called, and basically when you look at these, what they're actually doing in this book, this is the same thing as Alora said. It's acupuncture and Vedic practices, the mashing energy for intent. There's particular things and movements that they're doing, that they're teaching in this book that the shamans were actually doing, and that speaks about what Alora was just saying, like grinding energy by a sideways slide of the feet. Both feet pivoting on the heels, move to the left, they pivot in the balls. It's like Tai Chi. So you could mix, say like you mix Tai Chi with that acupuncture process that Alora just spoke with. Now you're getting a greater benefit from this process that you're working on. But like I said earlier, all of this stuff, when you really, really start expanding your study, you will see they're all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
True knowledge, truth, true awareness, Purusha, it doesn't need to keep evolving. Like the patterns of life don't have to evolve into some new type of patterns, because everything is perfect. What we think is imperfection is actually perfection on a level of creation. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. So we talking about different exercises, experiences, pieces of information and knowledge, and algorithms to help attune your perception of reality, how you reframe reality, because it's all fractals and fractals. Like, it's not out there, it's right where you are. You're not going anywhere. It's nothing to achieve. It's literally within your experience. We're all experiencing Prakriti. Prakriti is giving us, and has already given us, everything that we need and will experience. But it's up to us on how we interpret it. And if you're able to become familiar with different ways to interpret this thing properly, and what I mean by properly is to where it's in a constructive manner so that you can cultivate sattva. If you're able to construct your reality and your perception in such a way that it helps you cultivate a sattvic frame of mind, this is the path that's going to lead you up the middle pillar.
Yeah.
It's a shame that Kristen isn't here right now. I hope she joins later, because she would probably have some awesome commentary on this. But it's also really good to look at your astrology when it comes to your Rahu and Ketu. So, like, I recently did some heavy research in my Rahu, which is in the 4th house, and my K2, which is in my 10th house. And the thing that I continue experiencing is that I keep going to my career and wanting to change my career because I want that to bring myself, I want that to bring some fulfillment. But the key that I need to learn in this lifetime is that my fulfillment is going to come when I focus more on my home and more on my land and my internal fourth house stuff and my internal living space. Just because I want to change careers, that's probably always going to be fluctuating or whatever. But I keep, what brought to light was the fact that I do actually keep seeking some type of spiritual fulfillment in my career and focusing so much on that's creating unnecessary worry within my life instead of focusing on where I'm at. So I am constantly trying to leave. As soon as I get settled, I want to leave. And that's a product of my K2 in the 10th and my Rahu in the 4th. So astrology can really, looking at your chart, can really bring up some cool aspects and some subconscious beliefs that you may be carrying in this lifetime that are affecting your overall well-being. So I definitely recommend checking out your Rahu and K2 in your astrology. Because that shined a really big light for me. And now it's like, okay, now I'm going to, like, for me, money's always been like a high stress kind of thing. And I've related it so much of my happiness to whether or not I can accumulate money and whether or not I can do what I want to do. But what this has taught me is that I need to actually put that on the back burner and focus on my home, be okay being at home. And the best antidote for that is to be my own boss, to work from home, to be able to incorporate and balance that lifestyle. So I invite people to look at their astrology chart, especially when it comes to their Rahu and K2, and really dive into that and see if there are any subconscious beliefs that they're living by, as well as figuring out the antidote to that. So then you'll be able to create more harmony in some aspects. Just want to throw that out there.
You be hitting it. You be hitting the point right on the head.
Laura, I'm actually the opposite. So my Rahu is in my 10th and my Ketu is in my 4th house. So it's actually the opposite. Yeah, it's actually the opposite for me. But then like I came into like my first studies was astrology and like natal chart readings. But I like learned it from like, like the Western side of it. And, just a few years in, I started cross-referencing with like the Vedic astrology and like their mythology. And there's such a difference there. Even like in the Jyotish and sidereal astrology, like I remember like looking up my sun moon combination through like this Tao astrology, and then looking up the same combination through my Jyotish and seeing like the difference in expression. And they're both a part of me. Like I identify with both of them, right? And with the Rahu and Ketu, I was just reading, I like I said, I've been studying this for a while. And for a lot of like the Western astrology, they talk about Ketu being the karmic, right?
Right. Those are your nodes, right? They're your nodes.
Yeah. They talk about like Ketu being the karmic or whatever, but in like the Vedic Nakshtaras, lunar nodes, they basically say that Rahu is like the Rajasic, causes confusion and like materialism and fear and dissatisfaction. Whereas like the Ketu mythology is more about like it's going to show you more of like your spiritual outlook, even if it means that your material has to like, if you have to have like a material loss. So it's interesting, and it's also confusing because from what I learned in astrology, Rahu is like the north node, like this is the way to go, and Ketu is like your karmic, like you don't want to be there. But I don't know, for some reason I like really identify myself with Ketu, which is in my 4th and it has to do with home. But like my my Rahu is in my 10th, and it's all about career. But I see making my home my career, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's where I wish we had Kristen on here, man, because she would just be breaking that shit down. But from what I understand, from just my own research, is that when you look into, so like K2 is going to have a draw for you. There's going to be something there for you to learn, or something there that's going to draw you to some type of like really cool enlightenment about yourself. But it's the Rahu that are the lessons that you need to learn. So like so that's why it's like I need to focus more on my home life, because my K2 is getting me too distracted and not being able to connect to the lessons that I have the ability to learn from that will actually give me more stability spiritually in the future. So there are so many different ways that you can look at Rahu and Ketu at your astrology chart. And really in the end, it depends on just what you resonate most with and what actually gives you the most benefit. Like I know for myself, the healing arts is super, super big for me because I can change modalities, but I can still provide healing, So like for me, that's something I have always succeeded in. I've spent 11 years in behavioral health, but in all different departments of psychology. And now I'm moving into the more energetic realm. So it's still health, it's still healing, but it's all different modalities that I can change. So it fits me more. Whereas for someone else who needs a literal change in things, who may need to actually have an upheaval, they may go into a completely different department. So it just depends on like what really works for you as an individual. But I think that's so cool. Yours is the opposite. That was, yeah, that's really cool.
Peace and greetings to everyone in the chat who was joining here recently. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. That allows YouTube to know that this content is awesome. MC
Because
Maestro.
it is.
How are you today, MC Maestro?
I am good. How about yourself?
Very well.
It was Django said something earlier that made me kind of reflect of when he brought up the jack of all trades, master of none quote. And there's kind of a sort of debate that's always been around the martial arts community for a while. And it's whether there's really two paths. And I've only heard of you stick in one martial art and then you go all the way to the top. And a few years ago, I trained with a man who he actually got introduced to this type of information through one of his martial arts teachers. But he had spent his time traveling the world, getting stationed in countries, but each country he went to, he learned a different martial art. Then he presented to me a different point of view. He said, like, you could be fixed in one martial art, but say you're a pro boxer. The moment someone takes you down to the ground, you really have no framework at all. So, and that person who was teaching me said his personal philosophy and what he wanted me to do as well is to recreate the original martial art. But how do you do that? You have to go around learning all the others. And so someone like that could possibly, someone like that automatically has an advantage over, if you just practice one your whole life.
Sounds like Bruce Lee.
Yeah, exactly what he did.
Yo,
Bruce Lee.
that's crazy. I gotta say that's synchronistic as fuck. Look at this shit. How do you turn my camera on? I literally got a Bruce Lee book out right in front of me.
Is it Dao Jeet Kune Do?
See?
That's
Bruce
crazy.
Lee.
And I was literally just, that's crazy.
And it's no different than the way we're studying because, as you know, yoga has many philosophies and many forms to yoga, many tools that you can use.
Right.
Some people stick with one. Some may become a practitioner of Kriya Yoga and stick with that. But you can use Kriya Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga and put them all together. That's the same as a martial art. Karate or the martial arts, we know those are exoteric practices. Those are outer practices.
Right.
So the opposite of that will be the Vedic sciences, which are inner practices for
There's
perfecting.
some internal martial arts like Yi Chin, Bagua, Jing Quan. Kind of the Qigong is like it's kind of like a subset of each of the internal ones. But with each, like, that's like to apply the internal stuff is you have to learn the external. Some people spend their whole lives learning internal martial arts and then get beat up in a real fight. But that's because they have no reference to how to apply it using external combat.
Now look at Marshall. So you hit it. You expounded on something that I said earlier about that's the opposite of how we go up the tree. You have to, of course, you have to start with the body, but we're trying to perfect the body to separate from the physical aspect of. So we're trying to beat up the spirit.
Yeah.
The physical martial arts, if a person is only learning philosophy of the physical martial arts, and then now somebody want to slap your whole face, you ain't gonna know nothing. What you gonna do? Stand there and quote the Buddha when a person is aggressive in warfare? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that just shows that we have to separate ourselves. And know that goes back to, like I said, the intention and the attitude. You have to know what is the intent for the practice. What is the purpose of the practice?
Yeah, that's like in my dojo as a kid. There was on the wall, we would repeat this thing. It's called Dojo Kun. And then I don't remember the full thing, but I remember to seek perfection of character, to be sincere and honest, to protect others, and to refrain from violent behavior. I'm missing one line from that, but that was the intent before we even started practice. That was the intent of our practice.
Can I expound? I might help you with that journey because I actually took that road doing my own martial arts journey. And it was fucking lit. That's what made me like, and just to have the book out, I was like, damn, that's deep. But when I was younger, like I went to like martial arts, and I always like, like I grew up in the hood, so I was naturally know how to like, how we were like, you just fighting. But I went to the dojos, always had was into anime, so I attained myself to go there. So I went to my local dojo, right? Happened to be some world renowned dude. Is you can look him up. It's like Master G Jacoby, but he's practicing Tang Sudo. Real high, he's like a grandmaster 8th Dan. Like if you know martial arts, high level shit.
Right.
So I went there and I liked it. It was so cool. The experience was nice. But to me, I was like, oh, this is very childish martial arts. It's very simplistic. You know what I mean? So I did that for a year and a half, and I got to it was yellow belt, orange belt, and I stopped because I couldn't afford it. I was young. I was 18. My mom was paying, you know what I mean? So, that's a whole money thing. So I stopped, right? And me and my friend always into martial arts. So we had this thing, and me and my friends, we always had a great imagination. It was to do things, you know what I mean? We were physical. We would be in the fucking woods making shit, building shit out there. And that's where half of this stuff comes into. So we will go out there, and me and my one friend, I had to self-practice for every day for 5 years straight, I think. It was just me and my friend. We would smoke weed, we'll go to a little spot in the woods, and we will practice. You know what I mean? And at a point in time, I remember this is something very tuned to me, but I remember I was watching a YouTube video, couldn't do a basic kick, you know what I mean? And then over years of practicing, I started picking up, and I started practicing multiple styles. We used to call ourselves Rogue Ninjas. We called it the Rogue Ninja style. Because we was a bunch of people. It was a state of lack. I like what you said with that guy, because that's where like we're talking about like mixing the Kabbalah and the yoga. That shit gets a little nice because, and this is where I kind of wanted me to bring this up because once you get to that point when you're starting to mix the styles, I realized we brought up a couple times earlier where these words and these associations start the ego, I would say, get to come and play into the style. Because I mean, my friend will watch and we'll do the same kick. We'll like watch a video, we'll come back the next day and be like, oh, what you learn? What you do this? And then we'll do the same kick. Like now I could do like fucking a 360 kick, reverse, all this shit. I self-taught myself. Like the shit you see in the video games, I could do that shit. And at a point in time, I thought that was impossible. That's a whole nother like body mental fuck I had. When I was like, you see this shit in movies and be like, oh, that's cool. And then do this shit in real life and know mentally that you can succumb, like Django said, willpower. I was like, hell yeah. Because that's where half of it is like the willpower to, when we're talking about martial arts at least, in the aspect of having to will yourself to certain things. And we will come back and we will argue about the kicks. And it'll be like, dude, and we realized we had an epiphany one day and we were like, it's like, what's the word in psychology? We're just taking the context and content. Kept coming back and it was like, dude, and you'll realize when you study all martial arts, they're all the same shit. Most of it comes to the foundation. Like Jeet Kune Do, what Bruce Lee made that's why this book it made me like, I was like, oh shit, because what Bruce Lee did, he combined all that. He did Wing Chun and he brought his other styles in, and you can look up it, man, it gets deep. I digressed, but I really like that aspiration because that's what I did with my martial arts. And I Tang Sudo and I realized doing studies and I love Taekwondo. Well, guess what? One's North Korea, one's South Korea. And I was like, wow, what if I harmonize them? And that's where you got the yin and yang. And I'm like, well, and I realized I take those two into very well balanced martial arts. And I did wrestling for my whole high school career. So I thought that
So
was
you have a more
interesting
complete
when you brought
practice.
that up. Very applicable.
what's-
You can't do it. That guy had something going when he was saying.
You know what's deep about Bruce Lee? You know, they have like there's like a air of mystery about the death of Bruce Lee. You know, some people will say that Bruce Lee was murdered. Some people will say that Bruce Lee died of a cocaine overdose. There's an air of mystery. But I was watching I was basically listening to this one of these gurus was speaking, and he got into about Bruce Lee. And he said that Bruce Lee, of course, he mixed, he was the epitome of what's called mixed martial arts. He, like you said, he created Jeet Kune, Jeet Kune Do. But what he was doing, because Bruce Lee was able to, it was called the 4-inch punch. Right. He was able to stand with his hand like 4 inches away from him. He had knocked their ass fucking like 6 feet away from him. He was using his internal chi. He was using his prana. So what this guru, what he kind of was saying was that Bruce Lee, and it was based off of something with his natal chart too, with the way his alignment was. He was using too much of his prana, so he shortened his life, because we can be doing things, screwing around with our prana, and prana is what controls our physical existence right here. So that's why eventually we all should be practicing pranayama, because that's what we're actually working with when we talk about the generation of energy and forces. Everything comes with prana. But they were saying what he did, he shortened he exhausted his lifespan by demonstrating through exhibit, knocking people 6 feet away and breaking stuff and doing all of this and doing enough for Hollywood, when he was using real ancient techniques. You know what I'm saying? That's interesting right there.
That's like Satyananda. When I'm reading meditations from the Tantras and putting it together, a lot of these yogic techniques we're not supposed to really do off the bat. That's why he gives basic and more simplified practices to establish that foundation. What Bruce Lee did was he learned the foundation of one and picked and chose the most effective things from others, because he ultimately had the framework to deal with it. But when it comes to an internal practice, like if I come in with the external martial art mindset, let's say karate, and then I go to Bagua, that's an entirely different framework. I would have to at least master the fundamentals of that and then start to apply Bagua principles. Whereas if I just steal a technique and then I'm using it externally, I may be, blowing my whole circuits out.
Yeah. And also it's about, like, I go back to intent and attitude. As we know, Bruce Lee literally became a part of Hollywood. He was beginning to dissolve the ancient essence of himself. Because Bruce Lee was very deep. He wasn't a regular person, but he started to become regular. So he was taking ancient shit and he was giving it to fucking Hollywood now. You understand what I'm saying? That's you can't, as we know, everything has a warning. When you start dealing with particular occult information, because Vedic science is, you can say it's an occult science. Vedic science, occult science. It always has certain disclaimers, as Maisha just said. You're not supposed to be screwing around with certain shit right now. You're not supposed to be trying to utilize particular yogic practice to raise your internal heat so you can go outside with fucking no jacket on and jump in cold water. That's something you're supposed to build up to that slowly, because if you start dealing with that, you can kill yourself because you're screwing around with your prana without having a connection with the source of where these cities come from.
That's why they say Kundalini, they'll put people in mental hospitals because they're dealing, just grab the book out of Barnes and Nobles, jump to the back of the thing where it says fully raise your Kundalini and try to get something popping.
And that's what made me think of when you said Bruce Lee. Remember when you say you're using too much of that prana, didn't he also have a spinal problem where they told him he couldn't fight again? And that was like the end of his career. And then he brought himself back.
He had a spinal problem and he removed sweat glands too. So he damaged his natural vessel.
And he was using those they called TENS unit, where you put them on your muscles, or you put them on your meridian zones, and it uses electricity and it contracts your muscles. Bzzz. It's for pain and shit like that. He was putting that on his abdomen, on his chest, and his arms, and putting it up to the highest level, so it's fucking constricting your muscles. And he was fucking fighting and exercising through that. So he became an extremist. That's what I meant. That's what I mean. He started misusing the ancient information, which it leads down another path, because everything is a path.
Right.
Well, what is all that, right? That's Tamasic. That's
Tamasic.
Tamasic.
Yeah.
He became Tamasic again. He went from Tamasic to Raja with Sattva on the lighter qualities, and then he went back to Tamas when he went to the other polarity.
And when he spoke about the philosophy, he was always, you got to be the flow. And he broke the philosophy down beautifully. So when he was, that was his sattvic nature. Like you said, the sattvic is always there.
And when I'm glad you said that, Shango, because that's also what I was thinking. Like, because he has this thing, right? One of his famous quotes, one of them, right? Just like, be like water, my friend, right? Yeah. Well, the water element is the holder of Jing. It's the holder of inherited energy that you have. If you deplete it, then you need to balance it out again. And I believe that so what it sounds like is that he knew the philosophy of it, but putting it in practice, he got stuck on a fixated thought of how it's supposed to be. And he was no longer flowing like water, but instead became more of the formation, which made him more Tamas.
I want to use this particular. Incorrect perception is based on false information and our perception of what is not the true form. That's verse 8 of Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. What it is, as he started demonstrating the not true form of the subtle essence of what he was practicing. You can't. It started, and what happened was he became infatuated with Hollywood. It's like, it's hard, as I say, about the willpower, because true willpower is pure awareness and it's connected with Purusha and basically the higher levels. You want to use Kabbalah, Ayin and Ayin Sof. That's where it all come from. The undifferentiated realm. He started using alchemic processes that he was formulating himself. Because don't forget, we're all scientists. So he started fucking manipulating. He became Yakub. He became the story Yakub was when he was a child. He was playing with two pieces of steel, and his uncle came back there, and Yakub told him that when I get older, I'm gonna create a race that's gonna enslave you. That's gonna be more powerful than you. And he learned that because these two pieces of steel, he was banging them. What happens when you bang steel together? They become magnetized. So he turned one way and realized they stuck together, and he turned the other way, they repel each other. So that's what Bruce Lee did. He started becoming his own Yakub. He started manipulating the alchemy to a point where he was doing it. He wasn't doing it for the sattvic education of society. No, he started doing that shit for fucking Hollywood.
Right.
The nigga wanted to be a Hollywood actor.
Because even in those styles, the internal styles, you're dealing with the elements.
You can't play with that, man. You know that, Maestro. Yo, and you, because you Maestro, and you remind me of an anime. You're like an anime character to me. You're not even a real person. You're an anime character, yo. You know what I'm saying? So in those realms that when a certain, particular character, they once they've become aware of their skill, you can't play with that shit no more. You gotta now do it all the time. Right.
And even like with those, say if I learn an internal martial art, they're dealing with the elements, right? But if you're dealing, what doesn't matter, boxing, capoeira, karate, taekwondo, they're not dealing with the elements. Right. So Bruce Lee learned the external martial arts. Learn one aspect of the internal and try to apply that. When that, the oil and water don't mix. You got to stir it first. But he didn't take the time to really mix those two things together.
Exactly. Think about what's the cartoon? Aang. The last
Avatar.
The last Avatar. What element didn't he know how to use?
That he didn't?
Water. Where did they find him at? And what element was he found in?
He's found in the ice.
He was found in water. So you got to think, just take that concept. His destiny was already planned out because he met who? A waterbender.
Right.
Who she didn't feel up to the part of being capable of teaching him because she felt that she wasn't all the way taught. Whoever was the creators of that cartoon is fucking with Vedic science. They know true science. But the whole thing is, once Aang accepted, because don't forget, he ran away from his purpose. You know what I'm saying? So once you accept your purpose, you figure out like, oh shit, it wasn't just for me. I got to get rid of this fear because people are depending on me. My purpose is for the help of other people.
Right.
So once Bruce Lee, as I said, once he lost, because the East, don't forget, he comes from another country. He comes from overseas. That information, and don't forget, was Bruce Lee Chinese? Bruce Lee was Chinese, correct?
Yes.
From Hong Kong, yeah.
So don't forget, what do they call China? Don't they call it the land of the rising sun?
Oh, that's Japan.
Okay. So I was just going to say that he had his information was still bringing light to the West. But once he became what? Indoctrinated into Western culture, he fizzled. He fizzled out, man. That's the same thing with us. Once we accept the mundane, gross experience as being what we are and who we are, you lose the clear vision of pure consciousness.
Lost in the sauce. That's
You
Dante
lose
right there. That's the abyss.
Mm.
it is. And that's what makes the importance of all of this Vedic science, because it just doesn't teach you certain things. It's just like, go and read the Yoga Sutras, and it teaches you the vibrations of the mental, emotional energy are fivefold, being agonizing and non-troublesome. So the whole thing, once you did, is you got correct perception and incorrect perception. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about just being you're incorrect in the way that you're practicing your life. You're incorrect in the way that you're experiencing your filter that you're receiving information is incorrect. And we have to do what? Correct the perception.
What you said earlier about Aang really having to do his duty for others is like in Karma and Karma Yoga. Niranjananda talks about like, why do swamis do what they, or sannyasins do what they do? And it says if you ask them, they'll tell you their own goals and aspirations. But if you were to ask Satyananda, he said, I'm doing this for other people.
Mm-hmm. Because that's what the mission that Sivananda brought told them that it's that you have. That's why they didn't immediately go into renunciation. He said that you have to. He commissioned them to bring the light to the West. They did that. That wasn't something that they were doing. You had to go over. You had to go over there to get that.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And by them bringing it to the West, guess who gets to get that? Maestro, Malik, Alora, myself, all of the people in the chat, you all get to get that now, because that was what brought forth. It was made to be like that, because other than that, we would have to pay shit. How much it costs to fly to India around
Or
trip?
we'd have to go through, a bunch of conditions to try to join an order who has this information. And even then they might be messing it up.
And to be honest with you, Maestro, I'm going to head in that direction soon. I'm just been contemplating the proper channels. Of course, I'm going to contact the Bahar School, because that I feel, and I say and to attach it to me, that I feel like that is a part of my purpose. My purpose, because as a child growing up, I used to have dreams of myself, and I always said a monk, because that's what I associated what I was seeing through the victory, because in the dreams are nothing but victory still in some scars. So through that, I was seeing myself older, but dressed in robes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about 6 years old, 4-year-old, a child. So now, as I contemplate that, and in this particular experience and that I'm on now, I think I'm going to head in that direction. I'm going to become associated with not just we studying, but I want to actually become a dedicated student of the lineage of the Saraswati Bahar School of Yoga, and even the because Sivananda has another let me look, I forget the name, it's on the tip of my tongue. He has the
Sivananda Math.
Sivananda Math, and he also has the it's called the Divine Life Society.
Mm-hmm.
That's another one that Sri Swami Sivananda is the founder of the Divine Life Society, and I'm looking at it, and their motto is serve, love, give, purify, meditate, realize. So says Swami Sivananda. So that right there is a path. That is because I spoke about it yesterday. I had a profound experience with Sivananda, and I just, to say it in a mundane, explanation, I believe that I'm being taught from that. We already are in the lineage of that with Niranjananda, but something of that happened. And I mentioned yesterday, I don't necessarily know if it was a dream, it was I sleep. I just know what happened. And I was literally sitting at the feet of Sivananda. And he was given, and I was being given information. You know what I'm saying? So that really kicked it in. So I think that we all, and I mentioned that I believe that all of us are eventually will head on in that same direction. But I definitely believe that that's a path that I'm going to head on, that I need to be involved with the actual society.
I'm curious if other people have also had those kinds of imaginings when they were kids. Like, I'm so glad that you said that as a monk, because for me, my entire life, that was also how I used to visualize myself. But I was always solitary on a mountain somewhere. So there is something else for me out there, but I don't know who or where to go, and I'm just letting that shit be. But it's really cool that you brought that up and that you're moving in that direction. And I'm just really curious if the rest of us have also had those kinds of feelings or that draw, I wonder, has anyone else had that?
The draw towards the external, or I mean, like towards the solitude, but I've always had like the kind of tower magician type feel, to where he would be a person of the court, but the king says, hey, I need this and this done, then he's going to go cook something up. The kingdom suddenly all of a sudden richer. But as he kind of hints towards it in this book, Karma and Karma Yoga, well, I started to piece it together myself, but really you could take the Jedi path, focus on the concentration of the mind, and eventually externalize yourself, the pravritti, or what I'm starting to pick up here and there from other books is more a quote unquote Sith path, but it's the mastering of your vrittis, mastering of your karma, and to use that in your external everyday life. But I haven't found a direct source, but I've seen it here and there. But go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't really talk about it, but the Sith path, that's just basically the Sith knowledge is something that I've studied for years, very in depthly. And I really enjoy and appreciate the Sith information. There's a real society that exists out there. It used to be several years ago. It was big on the internet. You was able to contact and information, but eventually the Sith lords that I met in modern days all went offline. They don't post anymore. They don't do. There's no contact with them. And I'm just saying because you spoke about the Sith, and that just made me made that come into my mind.
You're reading Kiyosaki, like not just his first book, but I'm reading other ones right now. He's really spitting knowledge out the book of the Sith and out these yoga books. So the real life Sith are already here. We just don't classify them as such.
Yeah. And the whole thing about a Sith, the true Sith, you had to be. There was actually a race of beings that was Sith. You know what I mean? So it wasn't just something that any particular person. Because there was many wars about that right there. That no one, you can't just claim yourself to be Sith just because you work with you're attracted to the dark side. You know what I'm saying? You had to have that shit was a bloodline. It's no different than We can't, and I can speak I say for myself, I don't want to say we. I can't claim to be a student, which I can, but me respecting, like I said, the bloodline.
Right.
I want to be in the bloodline of Sivananda, Satyananda, and Niranjananda Saraswati. I want to be amongst that clan. I feel that particular school is the ultimate tool for upward progress. Definitely not your homeboy that be sitting in that golden throne and shit like that. There's be some fugazi ass guru. What's your boy?
Nah.
You know what I'm talking about too.
Yeah, the homeboy with the island.
He be looking mad crazy, you know. He be looking wild crazy, yo.
Palm full of basma applied to the entire forehead.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead and just dip my whole head in basma. You know what I'm saying? But this is dope, man. I mean, you gotta. That's why, like I said, I'm thankful. You gotta think. Look at where we at. We could be all like, don't give a crap. Be like reading. There's so much other garbage that a person can be reading and not give a crap about trying to fix this human machine.
I cannot go, like, there's a level that I've reached as of right now where I literally cannot not analyze something according to Gunas or my own yogas. Like, I can't even watch TV anymore, y'all. Like, I can't do it. I can, but I'm analyzing it the whole time. Like, I'm just like, oh, that's Raja. Oh, that's Sattva. Oh, that's, you know, like, oh,
Ain't that what your boy Chase says to do when you're learning how to face read?
Yes.
Mm.
And oh my God. Oh, I was doing that so hard last night. I couldn't even keep up with the plot. Like, I was watching an episode and I was like, this actress is really good. Whoever chose her face matches this character. Like, oh, I'm seeing how the nose shape. Like, I was like going so on, and I could not focus on the plot. Like, it was, you know, shit. Not, you know what they? It is not.
You know what they? You know what they say, Alora? Being that you're practicing, you're doing these practices for purification. That stuff happens spontaneously. That right there is how we. And that right there is a lesson too. We got to maintain that, because we can become, you can fall from grace, so to speak, and become judgmental to all kind of shit. Be like, yo, man, you acting mad Raja right now, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? But you're supposed to maintain your frame. You understand what I'm saying? You don't let that shit take you somewhere, because that shit is true. Once you start purifying, because don't forget, that's what Shooty was. Those who truly did that, you did what? You were purifying your elements. So in purifying the elements, you now, like, you know, people are not necessarily going out of space. What they're doing, they're taking these plane rides, and they're breaking out of the atmosphere of Earth, and they're getting to see what's called outer space, but then they come right back down. That's kind of what's happening when we did Talk with Shooty and we do our mantras. We're getting to see a little bit above the veil of Paracast, and maybe we might be seeing just a little bit of Darth, and then we come back down and shit like that, because we're still attached to Malkuth, because we have not transcended physical matter as of yet. We're still fucking alive in his body. So once you get out of that, you go. But that's important right there, because like Laura said, that shit, you start seeing. So what it is like the Matrix. Don't forget the little fucking screen that they look at. It was all ones and O's. It was mathematical language. They wasn't looking at a television screen that was showing them live, like physically. No, they saw the numerical pattern of their experience. So that's what we start seeing. The numerical patterns of the experience of other people demonstrating their three gunas in front of our face.
And that shows
and in television.
That shows the etheric aspect, because now we're dealing with the Assad. The ones and zeros is really the vision of the machinery of the universe.
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you
Say
for
that
that.
again, Trav.
I said thank you for pointing that out, because while a lot of these people are so afraid of the way that technology is developing, we're literally seeing the materialization of the etheric plane on the physical plane. Like
Live.
we're moving now, huh?
We're seeing it
Yeah.
live.
Right, we're seeing it coming to birth. Now, what we have to realize is that right now we're dealing with space and time, right? But in this realm, 2 or 3 or 10 avatars can exist in the exact same spot. So the relationship between space and time is different in this place. We're literally gradually getting used to working in the etheric plane, whether we're doing it through the occult or through entertainment, because this is evolution. This is evolution.
And we only experience what we're calling space and time because space and time, as we perceive it, is of a physical manifestation that helps us define and delineate things. You know what I'm saying? But of course, we know that as above, so below, meaning that as physical, there's also as manifest, there's an unmanifest. So within the unmanifest experience, as you said, with the sages, they have not died. Sivananda is not dead. He just exists in another realm that you can contact if you know the proper equation. So they can be all together because there is no time in that non-physical realm. Time and space exist for us in the densified form. That right now it's 5/23 February, blah blah blah. But then a person can argue about what we living in. It was using the Gregorian calendar and blah blah. You know what I'm saying? That they don't even realize that that shit is all still fucking the lunar and solar calendar motion. So it ain't just because it's a Gregorian calendar. Don't mean that they still following the 365-day cycle. You know what I'm saying? And so it's things like that, and it goes back into how we use the word esoteric and exoteric, the inner and the outer. That's why all religions have a regular church, and then you have the Gnostic church. You got Judaism, but then you got the fucking Kabbalah, a Kabbalist. Those are, you got a spiritual and you got the physical.
I had a counselor who was like culturally Jewish, not even religiously, but culturally. And then that's when I started finding about it.
You call them
Kabbalah.
Gino, J-I-N-O, Jews in name only.
Yeah. And so I went to her office. I was telling her like, "Oh my gosh, I found this.
Sorry.
I found this Kabbalah, and she had like no concept whatsoever. It just went over her head. And then we got a foreign exchange student who happened to be Jewish as well. And he happened to be from Mexico. And I was like, "Oh, you know anything about Kabbalah?" He said, "I don't mess with that, bro. That's that Santeria. That's witchcraft."
Beautiful.
Even the Ifa is a perfect example of a divine pattern being expressed, because the divination system using Ifa, the cowrie shells are what? Ones and O's, open and closed. That's what the 1 and O mean. It means to have an open experience or to have a closed experience. Being connected to something, being not connected to something. Have a correct perception, having an incorrect perception. That's what divination systems, the I Ching is the same thing.
Yeah.
But when you throw cowrie shells, one side of the cowrie shell is open, which is an O. The other side of the cowrie shell is a 1. So most people don't even know that. That's why spiritual sciences is you can't separate it based off of geographical areas and shit like that, because it's all the same. It's global. They connect through the Earth meridian lines. They connect. There's cultures that, just like we have the equator, you have particular plant places that live on the equator. Well, those places are connected through an invisible, energetic line that information travels. That's why I'm gonna throw the name Moor out there again, which, you know, the true Moors were basically navigators. That's basically what Moors mean, that you are capable of navigating through all the mysteries of life. And one of the navigations of the quote unquote Moors was the longitude and latitude lines that you see on a globe. They were the ones who basically, that's an ancient science. That's the meridian lines of the planet Earth. And whoever's on a 30-degree particular line, longitude line, there's a pattern that wherever that line goes and goes through states and countries and blah, 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 they have something that they all do, whoever living in that on that fucking longitude or latitude line.
Right.
Because energy flows through those particular lines. That's another reason why the earth goes in cycles of what we can consider destruction and then rebuilding. So when particular individuals were killing what people are called Native Americans, is basically killing indigenous people who were doing certain ritualistic practices, they were doing that to balance the meridian and chakras of the planet Earth. So once you massacre people who did earth work, what do you expect to fucking happen? Cold in places that's hot, water in places that's dry, animals fucking becoming extinct, man demonstrating outrageous behavior, women demonstrating outrageous behavior. What do you expect? When you killed millions of shamans who were doing earth chakra work. Now you don't got that no more.
I think it converted. We converted it from the shamans to now the ones, you know, these societies who kept the information. They're still doing the same work, albeit it's expressed differently. Instead of, you know, rituals around the campfire, now we're using the attention of a lot of people to accomplish one goal.
But you still have to keep the pure esteem practice of that. There was a reason why they were doing it at the campfire. It was a reason why they went to particular areas during particular seasons to perform particular rituals, because the earth moves. Like I said, the earth has particular zones that at a certain time a planet would align with these areas, and they had to go there and do whatever moon dance, sun dance, whatever they designated it as, was for the purpose of balancing that the particular element of the earth. And it's all mathematical. You are correct. I'm not against what you say. You are absolutely correct, because when the energy is disrupted, because as we know, energy is neither it's not destroyed, it can't be changed, it got to keep going, or it does what? It transforms itself into another form of its very expression. So as you said, it's still continuing. It's just continuing through a lot of technology, through a lot of disseminated information. So you're absolutely correct. I spoke about this yesterday. It would have took us damn near another 1,000 years for us as individuals who are studying together this and talking, for us to have to connect it with each other. It might have took 3-4 other fucking lifetimes. But no, the energy, I'll call it, connected us through what's called technology. Technology is nothing but another form of demonstrated energy called, it's basically electricity. It's basically lights. I can see you right now, but am I seeing you, or am I seeing the light that's diffused through this telephone, through the screen? Am I really seeing you brown? Am I really seeing you with glasses on? That's why I say as you get higher in your studies, you gotta vairagya. You gotta disconnect with all of that shit. I don't see you as nothing. I see you as everything. And everything is a singularity. That's why science is always fighting, whether it's duality, singularity, blah, 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 so on and so forth, because they don't want to settle on the fact that, as it says, all is Brahman. You understand what I'm saying? It don't matter whether you're brown, you're white, your glasses, you're this and that, you're Brahman. What we see, as the Lord said, what we see, and I'm going to just keep it a buck, what we see as white people in the destruction that we know there's a reality. It was very destructive. But you know what that was? We saw a very hyperactive, destructive Thomas and Rajistic activity that was demonstrated upon people. But you know what? Dark-skinned people did the same fucking thing. You don't think the Moors had fucking people that were slaves? But it was just demonstrated differently. You know what I'm saying? When you got to do crazy shit to the person to dehumanize them, when you don't think that, like I just watched something earlier today that people that were considered slaves, you couldn't laugh. It was illegal. First of all, they thought that you weren't capable of experiencing humor. So the whole thing was, if something was funny, then they kind of, in this person's video, kind of tried to connect why they say, like, black people, when we laugh, we got to be like, yo, and we run around and shit like that. They said genetically, that's in particular black people, because during this slavery time, the slave will see something funny, he would have to run away and hide because it was illegal for them to laugh or smile without it being in front. So what they would do is they would go put their faces in a barrel. So that's where we get the term, oh, that's a barrel of laughs. So shit like that, when another human being strikes this particular energy into another human being to make it, you will be killed for laughing. That's the most highest level demonstration of fucking Raja and Thomas you can get. That's all as the black people, that's all they're really saying. We just don't know how to say it. That's why there's no resolve from that's hurt. That shit is carried. That shit is some scar like a motherfucker for some people. That shit is hurt because their family been through that shit. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, if it could be properly discussed, it might need to be discussed through a Vedic platform. It might take a guru to act like someone like Sadhguru could explain that to people through his platform. But
we call
at the
it
same
like the
time,
ancestors, but it's really karma.
It's really karma.
Oh, wow.
Right. That's right.
Because I took a DNA test and put it up there. I didn't touch so many fucking geographical areas. What ancestors am I talking about? The ones in Ireland or the ones in Africa? But Africa is so big. What part of Africa? What tribe? The Igbo, the fucking the Tutsi, the Botswana? Who's your ancestor? So we got to be, that's why we have to have correct perception to see things more clearly, because we're using a limited example of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole problem, and the only thing that corrects that is what we're studying. And I got to say that. I'll say that over and over.
And I think you touched on something really important there too, Shango, and that's that our karmas are epigenetics as well. So we're not just dealing with just the impulses we have of this lifetime. We're dealing with the causes and effects that have been following us throughout lifetimes, because we are karmic expressions and aspects playing out. The reason why we're not one with God right now is because we are still living out karmic aspects of self. Yes. So we're carrying the weight of all these other past lifetimes too. That's why really becoming aware of the subconscious activity at all angles is crucial for development, because it's not just this lifetime that we're speaking and acting on. It is the others as well. And we're born to specific families because those families, I believe,
are the same karmic aspects that they resonate on that same level there. So we inherit that. We, you know, I said this over and over again, we are the ancestors. So we, within our epigenetics, we carry these behaviors with us in this lifetime. So becoming,
and you know, that's no, I was just saying that I was just agreeing, and I was getting excited. You hitting it right on the head. A lot of people don't hear it described like that. They think that a lot of the things that people eat, a lot of the ways that they do shit is basically a genetic. It's in your genes. It's been passed through this physical form, and the samskara, as you said. That's how we live multiple lifetimes, because we are the ancestor. The ancestor we've incarnated through multiple different people. I was doing an analysis, and I came to the point where, like, you know, even our mothers or our fathers could have been our brothers or sisters in past lifetimes, and this is why they became our mothers and fathers. By you and I being connected with this here and the same thing, you could have been my mate. And or multiple fucking aspects. I could have been you, and you could have been me in a past incarnation. There is, that's why there is no mystery. But the only way that you're gonna come to this understanding is by doing deep analysis. A motherfucker would deep condition their hair before they deep condition their spirit. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, niggas need to start conditioning. You got to do, sometimes you can do regular conditioning, but like I said, you might got to go to a specialist. Like, you know, I need and women know, because, you know, so now my first daughter, her mother was a hairdresser. So I just use that example. Some people got to come to get that deep scalp conditioning. It means you got to go a little bit deeper to get to a proper perspective to see what I'm saying is the subtle essence being demonstrated through the gross form.
Or adopt a complete framework to perceive such information.
Yeah. There is no mystery no more either. That's another thing with this technology. No one should be making any excuse, especially, like, you know, and I'm gonna just keep it real. A person like me, don't come around me with no excuse. You a fucking millennial, and I'm 49. I'm from Generation X. You understand what I'm saying? Now people, if you want to designate titles, people are generation, right now, they're millennials. You supposed to be some of the most informationally accessible individuals. Don't come to me with no more excuses. Well, you know, I don't know how to do this, or I don't know. You can find anything you fucking want right now. Anything you want.
Seconds.
And you got, like I said, you got YouTube. You know, I took a whole Cadillac engine apart. Well, I took mechanics a long time ago, but I took a Cadillac engine, which is a North Star. So if you know anything about mechanic work, a North Star engine, and it has the worst fucking engine ever. You know how I learned, how I got to a particular point? I fucking watched some YouTube. I had my iPad in the engine as I was fucking taking it apart. I put it all back together and was driving around after a while. So there is no excuse for not connecting yourself with proper information that will give you correct perception.
I will say this though, that in this society, in our Western world, because that's all I grew up in, right? It's the United States, so I can only come from this perspective. But I remember growing up and being asked who were my mentors, and I didn't have any, because I didn't have people who took the time out to show me some real solid shit. I had to go around in some fucking circles over and over and over again, pick up a little bit of here, then go off of there and pick up a little bit of here.
No,
and what I
like
noticed
me,
is that
Laura.
a lot of young people, what's up? So, but what I'm saying is that I think that a lot of people are being raised in this society
where we no longer have elders who are able to pass on knowledge or information. We no longer even value our teachers anymore. Our teachers are not valued. And because of that, we don't have mentors. And so, yeah, we have YouTube and we have this technology, but what the fuck do I look up? How can I figure out about myself if I don't even know the first question to ask? You know, it's
Thank
like
you for
being
that.
given the
Thank you for that, Alora. Yeah.
Hooray.
That's
Now we're back.
So thank you.
Now we're back to karma, because karma answers that question. As a matter of fact, I believe that it was Swami Vivekananda who wrote in his book Karma Yoga that, you know, you get the knowledge that you deserve to get based on your karma. So in this world of overwhelming information, those who have literally whose algorithm, because your mind is nothing but an algorithm, so is your spirit and your soul, because Prakriti is artificial intelligence. Whatever you are, if it's in your algorithm to receive this information, it's going to come to you. And the real problem is whether you're going to run from it or not, as we all have in different degrees and still are to other degrees.
I believe in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna, when he has to see Krishna in the cosmic form, Krishna shows him his form, and then he's like, all right, can you go back to the other form? He got exactly what he wanted and he couldn't handle it.
Please.
It's like manifestations. I'm sure, like, at least with me starting out, you know, I want the big amount of money. I want the big house, the car, but you know, that's completely, or Arjuna was looking for Malkuta Kather. It's not like there's nothing buffering that, or at least no transitioning type steps to get there.
Right.
We all was Arjuna. Sometimes we still Arjuna. You have to read in the Bhagavad Gita, and it should make you so empathetic, and so it can make you feel so sorry for yourself and sorry for Arjuna, because he fell into a level of despair. He was so hurt at the fact that he would have to, because Arjuna, that basically he was born into warriors, basically scorched, the motherfucker was scorched earth. You understand what I'm saying? They destroy you. He was so hurt at the fact of, damn, that right there is my uncle, the great and honorable man. And we've all been there. Like, damn, man, I just wish that, you know, I can get it together. And who hasn't felt that? You understand what I'm saying? Who hasn't felt the pitifulness of their humanity?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think we ran to fucking dark magic? Why do you think everybody want to be a left-hand pather? Because they don't like being pitiful. But if, like Alora said, which you beautifully expounded, and you says, you know, you have all this information, but you don't have no elder to really lead you to the right level, because information is what? Misinformation as well. So if you don't have anybody to be like, ho, bro, you know what I'm saying? That right there is, you got to be careful with that. That's not what you should read it. Here, let me show you something. If you don't have that, you lose it. That's why and to give an example, this is why a lot of young men turn to the street. When my great grandmother died and my grandmother died, I was like fucking 9 when my 8 or 9 when my grandmother died, and then my great grandmother had to be about 11 or 12. They left a young mother behind who knew nothing about what was coming down the line. Crack and then you keep going on down the line. Uzis and crack came from somewhere. We had no. When I eventually went back to school and stuff like that, and I was writing, and then when I was in college and shit, and we were asked to write about particular experiences. You know how they all want to know your particular. I gave them motherfuckers so much information. The school I used to get awards and shit like that. One time I walked into class and all the teachers clapped and everything, because I was giving them, this is what you want. They asked us about being, as you said, being inspired. That shit broke me down. I cried once. I was like, I don't there's nothing that I see that inspires me. And that shit was horrible when I really thought about that. At that moment in my life, I saw nothing inspirational. But now, as you know, of course, you mature and you start to clean these lenses and shit like that. You be like, life itself is inspiration. That the fact of that I made it through a very bad particular element. You got to think, at my age, I'm not no old dude, but you got to think about the different cycles that came through. You had the cracking guns, then they hit us with the HIV and AIDS. Yo, I made it through all of that shit without. You understand what I'm saying? You had 11-year-olds out there making 5Gs every day. What's an old person gonna tell 11-year-old he make 5Gs every day? Nigga walking around with $60,000, but don't know what to do with it, but count it and keep turning all the bills so everything matches up and shit like that. Don't know that, yo, 60 G's could have bought the whole fucking building you selling in front of. That's, again, like Laura said, you didn't have no guidance. So that all leads us, we all have our own story and our own path. But the whole thing is, as we mature, we have to, align ourselves. That's why you have groups like this. And I always give Trav thanks, because a group like this becomes an elder. The major society is, as we can say, is an egregor. And that egregor is like an old fucking wizard. You know what I'm saying? You go, and when you want to get the information, that's, you see it as old. That's why Saturn is depicted as an old man, but sometimes it's also depicted as a child, because Saturn take your ass through a lesson and take it through you real slow and real heavy. So we need that type of experiences in our life. And as these type of groups come together, they take place. They replace the family or the individual that don't have no elders no more. Because Purusha got to express itself. It's not going to be stopped. The patterns are not going to stop just because there ain't no family and women and people ain't getting married at 19 and having, don't forget, some people, grandmothers had 15 kids at 15 years old back in the day type of shit. There's no, but they had a husband and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? That shit don't exist like that type of ways no more. And what Alora said was profound. But these groups, and there's many, they take the form of the elder.
And now we have as well the mediums of information. We have Naranjanandananda. We have stuff from the Bihar School of Yoga. That, in its essence, is our guru. We could be reading Israel Regardie. That could be our mentor. Me reading Kiyosaki. If I have no economic mentor,
Maestro,
that would be mine.
You know what's sad, brother?
What?
I've been reading and studying for years, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of my, bought a lot of books, been all in New York, lectures and shit like that. Not once in all my years of study has any fucking body ever mentioned Niranjananda or the Bihar School of Yoga. None of them. Bobby Hemmett was giving us that. He was pointing us, he was the compass that pointed us in the right fucking direction, yo.
Right.
None of the gods was fucking building about, yo, man, you talk with Shooty, we got to peer. None of that shit was, and these books are from the 80s. These are not new books.
Right.
It's not like it skipped my generation or some shit like that. It wasn't, nobody was building on this. That's coming from my experience. Yo, this shit was not talked about, yo. And I'm talking about, I was buying books from 125th Street, going to bookstores in New York. None of this shit was on the bookshelves. None of it.
That's mass karma.
I'm gonna contact King Noble. I think it's a bookstore in Philadelphia, the bookstore. I'm gonna contact them and see if they have any Vedic information in there. Because I've not once ever seen any of these books in the black bookstore. That says
Unless it
something,
says
man.
comedic.
They got that all over. They got that. They'll take
I'm
it
saying
out.
they'll take the
All the
information
way.
and just put comedic on it.
So Maestro, we need to pull a W4 and rewrite Tatwashuti, but the comedic version.
Yep.
Because you know what?
The
Ansar Assess Society are only then they just rebranded this Vedic information. They didn't change. They even have the mantras. They just changed it to different spelling and different saying.
But imagine
Go
some
back
people.
and go read the Metu Netter, and you will see throughout that book it's talking about Vedic methods.
Yeah.
But they not. But it don't break it down all the way.
Some people wouldn't have, like, that's the beauty of how this unfolds, is that some people wouldn't even touch this type of information if it didn't have that name on it. If it wasn't comedic, if it's, someone dealing with the black magic, they wouldn't have touched no Vedic info. They wouldn't have touched the Aramanic yoga if it wasn't Aramanic yoga. If it just said yoga, they would have steered clear.
They wouldn't have rocked with it, yo. They wasn't rocking with it. And I'm just saying, I'm speaking as I'm giving you actual facts. Yo, that shit wasn't around nowhere, man. And I'm talking about, and I'm speaking 125th, Bobby Hemmett used to come on there and be interviewed by Saw Netter and all of that type of shit. They was really there. I really saw them dudes. And they would have people selling books. I'm talking about tons of people, multiple people with tables out there selling books, new and used, and none of them had this information. But it was always there. And that's actually really sad. If you think about it in a mundane mind state, it can be sad. But the whole thing is, it was always there. It wasn't being vibrated on that level that people needed. But like you said, most people got stuck. And if you follow the pattern of hip hop music, you will see that it was always about Africa and stuff like that. But there was only one MC in hip hop who practiced. He knew about it, but he only spoke about, and that's KRS-One. KRS-One been practicing this information for years. He's a follower of Krishna. What they call it, Hare Krishna?
Yeah.
Like that was his thing. He used to hang with the dudes with the bald heads, and they always used to give you the little flower and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That KRS-One used to rock with them. So the element was around, but it just wasn't being it wasn't we weren't pulsating towards it.
Right. And even like today, it probably won't get big, but now we have other means, as Trav brought up. We are fully manipulating and recognizing the etheric plane, but not everybody's doing it through yoga or Golden Dawn anymore. Now it's the metaverse. So stuff catches up naturally.
Exactly.
That's the next level.
Red circle, 7,777 hertz, 777 hertz, 70 hertz, 7 hertz, spiritual connection, soul awareness, angel energy, healing, manifestation music.
Thank you so much, Maxie. You are the
Damn,
best.
Maxine.
Was the
You broke
knowledge
it
that
down.
profound?
Look, man, one thing that I was so happy to see about in the new Matrix movie is that they finally acknowledged that even the technology can have a soul.
Yes.
That was one of my favorite aspects.
Actually, thought about that from a video that E.O. Koenig posted a few years ago. And now that I think about it, like, as we move into this etheric realm, it's really now bodies incarnating as AI in computers.
Yeah.
The Buddhi, the Manas, the Chitta, So those are all
Yeah.
components of the computers, and as they gain more awareness, that becomes a vessel for consciousness to
Right.
incarnate.
The
Right?
very
They
same
make
way
a
that
ghost in the
consciousness,
shell.
look, the very same way that consciousness got close to matter and the pattern caused it to come forth to life, the same thing is happening as we breach into the world of technology. Our life force is causing it to come to life. It's a replicating pattern that happens. Consciousness coming into contact with matter, creating new mind. We literally spiral out into infinity doing that in different mediums. Whether that's an astronaut, we're assuming space is real. Even if that's an astronaut accidentally kicking a rock a strange way, that starts karma on that planet now. Eventually, life is going to form there simply because consciousness changed that matter and patterns will begin to form.
Yeah. And the consciousness was brought there. There's now a particular consciousness, and also, we can't forget about saying just the human aspect of DNA, that no matter how clean the suit or the astronaut's tools are, there's still going to be organic life that's going to be on the surface of tools, no different than Mars. They got this shit rolling up. Well, if they really are there, because sometimes I don't really get caught up in that, you know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of, I don't know. But I'm just saying that from a scientific level, if you've been touching something with your bare hands and then you send this thing to a planet, like Trav said, eventually something's gonna grow because you've passed off microorganisms upon this on the shit that you put together that's driving around Mars.
Mm-hmm. And we don't even suspect like when they send rovers and to get ice samples, or like they're paying attention to a planet, it may have life. That's really, again, that principle of attention, of consciousness looking at matter. There could be, some off planet no one really cares about, but the longer they look at it, like, oh man, it has a possibility for life. But that could have been that created by that astronomer looking at that for 15
Right.
hours.
Yes. That's the shit I'm talking about. I think that was really, I mean, like I said, I just saw the movie, so I'm going to keep bringing it up. I think that's what was being addressed there when they talked about Morpheus, in the very beginning. Gosh, have you seen it?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, well, I guess I won't ruin it.
Nah, Trav, go ahead, break it down, man. You never ruin it.
Oh man, there's still so much to it. Like what I said, it won't ruin it at all so far. Like there's still so much to it, but
what about, I'm gonna ruin a part. I'll ruin it. I'll ruin a piece. What about, like, you just mentioned karma?
yes.
What about the karma that Neo built, that he didn't even know that he was building it when he was stuck, well, quote unquote, stuck at the train station?
It's 6:00.
And the little girl who he met at the train station.
Right.
He met her again in this installment of the Matrix. She was an adult this time.
Yeah.
So he built that karma. But the whole thing, when you go back and you watch that, don't forget that was a repetitive pattern. You couldn't even get on the train if you weren't written into the program to be able to get on the train, because the intention for getting on the train was the trainman only carried the children to the Oracle.
Yeah.
So don't forget, they was taking Sati to take her to the Oracle. And then you want to go ahead and do the science of why they named her Sati. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't even gonna get into that. But then when the train left, Neo ran down the train track and came back out the whole other side. Mm-hmm. A repetitive pattern of karma. He built his own karma, and the only way he got out of that, he broke the pattern and fucking flew out of that motherfucker.
Heavy metaphor.
See what I'm saying? So it was deep. To me personally, this updated Matrix, it was whack, you know what I'm saying? And I say it was whack because I'm into film making, I'm into script, I'm into film. So I watched it as a film. And it was, to me, it was cheesy. I got all the science that was, to me, that's baby food nowadays. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, it is what it is. But you had to, you gotta watch them all now together to see how these people, they like, yo, y'all think y'all real slick trying to play. Instead of just being, make the movie about the Vedas. Just make it. Stop playing around with this. And the reason that it didn't vibrate that well is because they really had to fucking pay homage to Sophia Stewart. You understand what I'm saying? Secretly, they didn't have to cut that woman a lot of cash behind stealing them fucking movies. You know what I'm saying? Her and her history attached to it. Once they weren't able to, because don't forget that these people deal with a different type of magic. You know what I'm saying? So they needed to blood suck. It's an energy. So once they were cut off from Sophia Stewart's energy, the creator of the Terminator and the Matrix, of course the vibe ain't gonna be there. That's why I didn't vibe with that shit. Because the real Oracle ain't there. They ain't even have the Oracle in the new one.
It's like this dude, he's a Swati native too. Hideo Kojima, who makes the Metal Gear Solid games. They kick him off and then try to make another Metal Gear Solid, but it was whack. They had no direction.
Same thing with the Boondocks. When they got rid of the creator of the Boondocks and he still kept it going, it just wasn't the same.
Or it's like an incorrect perception of what you think it is, but not really coming from that same blueprint.
That's what I was kind of alluding to earlier when we were talking about the whole Bruce Lee thing, that when you extract out the authenticity of something, then you create a Frankenstein. You make a tilapia out of that motherfucker. You understand? You go from whiting to tilapia. Like, come on, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't need it to be extracted. And that's called synthesizing in science. When you take a plant and you extract a particular property out of something and then you synthesize it, you know what I'm saying? You take cocaine and then you make it into codeine type of shit, you know what I'm saying? That's what people do. That's what a lot of individuals have done with the Vedic science. They've extracted the purity out of it, and then from that extracted purity, they extracted more elements and then synthesized it. That's how the Star Wars world is so vast. The Star Wars movies really, you could have a Star Wars movie for 100 hours and it still wouldn't touch upon all the aspects that Star Wars developed. Every single aspect
how are they doing that?
Of Star Wars has a history attached to every rock, every being, every craft, every atmosphere, every planet has a whole history behind that shit. It just there's so much to it. So the whole thing, when you think about Lucas and all of that, you know who they was getting the information from. They was getting it from the East. Them dudes was those college students who were able during that time to go and listen to Vivekananda and these particular Vedic scholars that were coming to America, especially during that time, the 60s, when the love movement and the hippies was fucking doing. They were bringing a lot of gurus over here during that time.
And then you got everybody leaves, but you got those who stick around, ask questions, then they start the club at school. And then that's how, you get these groups of filmmakers. You get Steven Spielberg, Lucas, and Coppola. Then you get these technological people. You get Steve Jobs, Bill Gates.
All of them were a part of those self-exploration group of people during the 60s and shit like that. No different than us. We are a self-exploration group of individuals. We would be considered extremist during a particular time. And one thing they would fault us for is because we're not followers of the Christian dogma. They fought because that's the religion of America. I don't care how much they say it's a melting pot. America is a Roman transplant, and the religion here is Christianity. No matter whether it be Protestant, Southern Baptist, Methodist, you know what I'm saying, shit like that. Those Anglican, you belong to Christianity. We don't anymore. And we're not even angry with Christianity. I don't hate on Christianity, Islam, or none of that. That's just not my particular path that I choose to follow. And to be honest with you, I got a whole history in the church while practicing. I'm gonna tell you, at the height of me practicing the left-hand path, and I ain't never said this publicly, at the height of me practicing and living through the left-hand the left-hand path, I was a fucking minister in the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
That's how you're supposed to do it. That's the real sense power right there. No one knows.
The pastor knew it, all of that shit. I was delivering messages on Sunday, all of sitting on pulpits, going to district meetings, praying over the elder of the African Methodist Episcopal District, all of that type of shit, while going right home, getting prepared for this motherfucking new moon ritual and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, these particular sciences and these particular practices, if you figure out the algorithm, you will know how to speak the language of the people that operate within those systems. I knew how to speak the exact language of the people because that's my family were deep into that. When I was young, I come from an older family. One of my older cousins, she was married to this white guy back in Connecticut, and I'm talking about in the 80s and shit like that. Yo, they was television evangelists. They was on local stations and shit like that. But they started like that real televangelist type of thing. My grandmother was deep in the church and shit like that. My great grandmother was like, they all came from North Carolina. They started different churches. But of course, my family in South Carolina from the Geechee Moncks Corner, they all was indigenous practitioners of sorcery. So we all got that particular thing. That's why when the Laura spoke about that earlier, when you go back into, you go through your history, because you got to go, this self-analysis. You got to revisit all of these experiences of this lifetime through self-analysis, so that when you transcend, you don't bring them along as they don't become a part of your next incarnation. So now the things that you've not become aware of now becomes a part of the next reincarnation, until we get to the heightened point of, you get to the level that if you want to reincarnate, that's the highest level of from what I'm learning from some of these scriptures and some of these writings of sages, that they can choose not to incarnate. And there's also other worlds to incarnate into. You just don't have to come here. Earth ain't the only place. Earth is like this is like the beginning port. This is like the marine crucible. This is your crucible, Alora. You don't become a Marine just because you join the fucking Marine Corps. You gotta go through the whole training process, and then you gotta go through what they call the crucible. You gotta cross the burning sand.
But they even say that, to be incarnated as a human in general means that you're of a higher form. So if you're reincarnating, this is all theoretical, of course, but if you're reincarnating from human form to a different place or whatever, I can only assume that, this is just like a hot spot. Whereas like
in another, like I like to see it as like, if you reincarnate beyond human level, you're probably going to the psychic body next.
See, the whole thing, like just think about this. When like I said earlier, that everything is Brahman. What I meant when I said you just to give it so we can understand what we're saying. When you make the choice of your reincarnation, means that you now operate through this Brahman mind. You are Brahman. Us right now in this incarnation, we didn't purposely come here. If we did, we wouldn't have to be doing what we're doing right now. We would be doing that. We would have already been incarnated with correctness. We might have been a sage. You understand what I'm saying? Those who choose to incarnate into this particular stage of existence, and we all have to undergo a process of becoming self-aware. That's not ultimate consciousness. You had to obtain. You got to obtain. So once we obtain this, as you said, this heightened level of consciousness, we now burn out our karma because we've become aware. We've become aware of the previous experiences, like you said earlier. We've become aware of our genetic attachments to our quote unquote ancestors and past family. We've become aware of, like you said, the shit be pissing me off and somebody say a certain thing and they're trying to make me feel like I'm fucking stupid and shit. Like, we don't even get that no more. We done transcended all of that. Now we become, but it takes a lot of work. You understand what I'm saying? It's not easy to get to that, but it's capable. And you know why it's capable? Because we read in books from individuals that actually reach those levels.
Right. We have a set of elders.
Yeah, that's our elders. We've connected. You don't know. Niranjananda might have, you might be Niranjananda.
That would be awesome.
So the whole thing is, like I said, and once you look at it as a basis, from me knowing that when I was studying with the Asara Set Society, you come into incarnation right now because God wanted to experience himself. You are God. When I look, that's why I would say when God, especially when you get into different tantric lessons, you as a feminine or woman form are very powerful. You understand what I'm saying? It's not to be taken lightly or just trying to say it on some, what I'm saying, you a goddess, no, that's just actual facts. Like, they believe in that all the fucking gods and goddesses are within the womb of the woman. The woman is the actual vessel of all the most powerful deities. There's a reason why they, I think, first of all, to manifest any human being physically on this planet, you got to come through the womb of a woman. That's a particular pattern demonstrated on Malkuth, which we call Earth, for a reason.
And even if we go in a test tube, that's the Asiatic womb.
Mm-hmm. The woman you see.
Got that gas.
Bomba clot. So those are the two parallels. That's how I visually see my existence. I have to see the existence of you after seeing and studying the existence of myself, and the connectivity, because that's why we use spider webs and shit like that. We are all like we look at the nighttime sky and we see all the stars. That's what we demonstrate. That's all we see. When you see a group of people, the philosophic, pure, aware mind should see a nighttime sky full of stars when you see a group of people. So the whole thing is, we have to begin to see these lessons. As you said earlier, you start seeing the Gunas and the Tafas. That's called actualization. because philosophy has to become practical. Nobody want to just sit around and just philosophize all day long. That's not gonna lead to any action, because that's another part of yoga. You have to have action. Now, philosophy can be a path to liberation, but that's not that type of philosophic path has to be aligned with some other type of action. It's always got to be some yogic practice of pranayama, breathing.
Those are all different yoga modalities, like you have the intellectual knowledge that you develop. That's like that, and you seek, you seek to tame the intellectual mind, right? That's a type of yoga. Then you have like the actual movements. That's a type of yoga. Like all of these lessons, it's not even to down the way how someone learns and accumulate knowledge. It's being able to, yeah. See? And a martial artist.
And a martial artist. So all of you guys actually have a one-up on individuals who are not dancers and martial artists.
I'll tell you what, as a dancer, I connect more because there is a thing when, like, they say catch the beat or something like that. Like you are literally playing with, like, as you're moving, like you're literally playing with it within a beat. And that beat is inspiring an emotional thought that you can dive into. But that's just one type of yoga.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's so many different forms of yoga. Everything has these numbers. Like I just was scrolling through this, right? In this book, Samkhya Kriya, right? They asked the question, how many are the evolutes and what are they? Everything is all mathematics. Evolutes are 16 in number. 16 because they are limited by that number. They are five gross elements and 11 sense organs. These are merely evolutes, and evolutes in Italian mean modifications, and not evolvent. The particular two in the text is used to emphasize. Okay, well that right there is actually explaining the text. But what I just seen that, like I said, everything once you start seeing. Well, first of all, I want to say this, and I say it over and over. This Vedic science is the only fucking science that I've ever come across that actually does that type of shit right there. It breaks down the human machine into each component so you can study it, understand it, and then reassemble it properly. This is the only science that does that. It's the only one that'll make you think, like, well, damn, what are these 5 gross elements and what are these 11 sense organs? Those of us who've been studying, we should know that off the top. But somebody else, it would trigger a thought, well, what are these 5 and what's that mean? So this is because we've been living in the animal mind for so long, you know what I'm saying? Survive, fight or flight. Man, I gotta get this money, man. I'm a little short on this week, and I gotta, you know what I'm saying, I ain't feeling too good, and blah blah blah. Then now they hitting everybody, every human being basically on the planet right now is almost caught up. For those who are awakened, they're trying to catch you up in this big fear shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, is the world gonna go back to normal? Was it normal for real? When was anything fucking normal? What is the normalcy that they're talking about that we're going back to? There's a lot of people
and if you think that, sorry to cut you off, but if you're thinking that it's just you that's repeating some karma, like what makes you think that you're the only one that's repeating the same patterns?
Yeah.
Maybe we've just been living in the same world the whole fucking time.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. Just keep going and going. It's like a merry-go-round, and the shit never. You can get stuck on it. The shit ain't slowing down for you to get off. And for those who become aware, you be like a kid. You know that you remember that the shit used to push when you was a kid, and it was around, and some people you tried to push that shit fast and fast. The only way you was getting off of that shit is if you was jumping off and it flipped and it flung you all the way over there. That's the only way that we become conscious. We had to say, yo, I'm getting off of this shit. I'm tired of spinning. And you asked it, can I get off? And nobody let you off. You had to say, I gotta take a chance. And you jumped your ass off of that shit. That's how we got here. We jumped off the fucking merry-go-round, and that shit flipped us all the way over here.
I used to play that day, legit. That's yeah.
We reckon, because I've always believed, even involved in certain type of bad shit, quote unquote bad, every individual has their moment of clarity. That's that moment by yourself to be like, yo, should I do this or should I not do this? And most of the time we make the choice to go ahead and go, should I fucking punch this nigga in his fucking face right now or should I just now let this go? Nah, you know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is everybody has a choice for sattvic activity.
Mm-hmm.
Because sattvic is in the middle. Trav shows the car. Sattvic is the balance. It's the top, but it's the balance of the two. Low and Raja and Thomas. It's like a pendulum.
That's what I was saying earlier. It's so important to me, at least for me. I was realizing for self, like, to understand how I am either Rajasic, Tamic, or Tamasic. I mean, Rajasic, Sattva, or Tamasic. When my victories come in play in certain situations, I have to be like, I said, I have to constantly, for me to like, I got to keep a notepad or keep a little piece of paper, and I like to do it because and be like, oh, I messed up. Let me write. I could have G-checked myself in that situation where I could be like, oh, I didn't do that. How did I feel? Sometimes I might be really like passionate, and I'm like, in times where I'm like, oh, I want to move. And
You gotta
that
be
might
your own therapist.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So that's what I find it's really right now. I find it. What you saying earlier, I just didn't want to interrupt. I find it very interesting for the people that, like you said, it's for us to learn it at this time. And I'm like, well, damn, that's crazy in my head. I said, for all these people that don't even have these tools to understand it, like you just said it, or they go, well, what's that? Oh, that might interest me. Some people will never even have the opportunity to hear the word victory or gunas. Yeah. And I was like, well, damn, that's a privilege in itself, you know? Because this shit, yeah. So
see, because Bobby Hemmett, he gave a particular lesson, he gave a particular teaching and lecture style to us that opened your mind to go deeper into scholarship. He didn't exactly say, well, you know, the victories and the samskaras and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But he talked about, well, you know, in the Indian science, they talk, he gave you particular science.
The Rig Veda.
Bobby Hemmett was for a particular time period. You understand what I'm saying? It was always, it's no different than, so we saw within Bobby Hemmett that he was working himself physically very hard. You understand what I'm saying? He was doing a lot of traveling. Sometimes it wasn't always good to eat, not eating well, not sleeping well, doing a lot of ritualistic work. He was, like I said, with Bruce Lee, Bobby Hemmett was expending a lot of his chi. He was expending a lot of his prana energy. And we don't even want to get into his private life. You know how many women was throwing yoni at Bobby? Bobby had his wife and all of that like that. And I'm not trying to put him on to saying that he was doing what he had to do, but we know pure knowledge stimulates women. So even that, having that around him, a lot of people were attaching themselves to him. So that's why physically he crashed down. That was his retirement. You understand what I'm saying? Because he was such a giving person. Because don't forget, he was a Sagittarius. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing, he was a giving. And you know, if you want to deal with the Sagittarian energy of the Western astrology, those are the supreme teachers. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing, he was giving so much that his chi energy, it was like gravitational collapse. You understand what I'm saying? And luckily, we had Brother Panic to kind of keep the flag raised. You know what I'm saying? But individuals like ourselves, like Trav, you studied and you realized that the foundation that Bobby said, only we stand on that foundation to now, as Malik said, to be able to keep continuously using the word guna, tattva, the sattva, and all of these terms. We're speaking a whole nother language that demonstrates the more subtle essence of what we've been just beating on the head of mundane expression and existence. We've now discovered a better martial art to fight more effectively. We don't have to be so aggressive in our search anymore. We can remember when Neo became comfortable with his shit and he was fighting Smith and he was just standing there like this. And the nigga took the whole time, and Neo just like this. That's how we are now. We don't have to be all aggressive no more. Because you get more, what they say, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. That's like Trav. Trav is, there's nothing, he's not coming to you power tripping like fucking what's the dude? A young pharaoh? And you see that he, and I'm not being just, I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it on a mental level of experience. Don't you see him crashing now?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't keep operating at giving so much of your chi energy, and especially the way he was giving it. Young Pharaoh has some information, but his delivery was garbo.
Yeah. Off.
Good water, bad pipe.
It fed his I-ness. It fed his ahamkara. He didn't have no balance, and he became an extremist in his demonstration of what his true purpose probably was. But if he would have refined himself, we got Travis Majors, aka LVX 777, delivering information from a refined perspective, not some you got to put on this character and be hyper aggressive and shit like that. That's super whack, yo.
Well, Trav is understanding of the Gunas too, so he understands. Like, for some people, Trav might be extreme in the sense that he can always be playing mantras and doing meditations and all of that.
But no, listen though. Go back to when before he was even into this. Trav was still mad calm.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is that, like some people, like we have to remember that there's a fine line between refining self and falling into that tamasic nature. And so with Trav, he's refining self. He's not an extremist. He's refining. He's like constantly on those scales, right? In the middle of the scales, in the middle of the gunas, he's constantly searching for that and creating that balance and harmony in whatever way is necessary, which keeps him grounded and which keeps him in the teacher position. Mm-hmm. Whereas a lot of people kind of just go into the far extreme of things and they're and they're unable to come back.
Yeah, yama 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 yama. They turn into that. Instead of being Satyananda, they turn into that other Hindi dude. Like you said, slathers his whole fucking ball, his whole head, and the nigga hair looked like he got on a motherfucking wig. What they call it, a lace front. So he rocking a Hindi lace front with bums across his whole upper half of the whole forehead.
It's probably not even
That's
refined
crazy.
bombs either.
Huh?
Probably not bombs either. It still still smell bad. Like every time you come around, you know it's him.
You know it's him.
Yummy,
This
yummy.
nigga's sitting on a
Yeah.
golden fucking throne. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, and then you get to somebody like you see Sadhguru, and then you see Osho, and then you experience videos of Niranjananda. You start to see how it gets more purified once you get to the Bahar school. That shit is mad pure. I'm not saying Sadhguru ain't pure, but Sadhguru still is. He involved in a lot of worldly shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though
Yeah, he's still kind of Hollywood.
he does his thing, and I'm not saying nothing wrong with that because he has a particular job to do that those people that he connect with, they need someone like him. But he's not as like the other dude that I said with the whole fucking bomb across his head and on a gold fucking throne. You know what I'm saying? We should actually. I think I'm gonna do this. You know how they have the pictures? They always have a picture of their guru when they do lectures, and they actually have Rudrox on it, and they have like the flowers. I think I'm gonna do one of them for Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett should be treated with the same reverence as they treat their gurus. We should have he should be on our fucking altar of honor.
Right. And what differentiates these mentors, these gurus, is the function of the guru itself to give off light. Whereas a lot of these teachers now lead you into the wilderness, but then their lantern runs out.
The lantern blows out.
Or they don't know how to. They lead you.
Polite, the same thing.
Yep. They lead you into the dark, and then they get caught up.
Hey, MC
because they. Huh?
So there is one in my what do you call it? Beginner days, novice days of looking into cryptocurrency, which isn't that long ago. There's a fellow who was rooting and championing a particular coin. Now, me not knowing anything about it, this dude's videos. He's like, "Yeah, we're going to the moon. We're going to the X-22 Nebula, guys. Just throw it all in there." And as the numbers are going down, this is the time to invest, everybody. It's hitting the floor. This is the time to invest. Not realizing that the number continues to drop and drop and drop. And guess what happens? Somebody's pulling the money out. I don't know who's doing it. Let's talk about this other coin, guys. There's a new coin that's coming out. Hold on to the last one.
And that's what I was taught, is that in terms of how there's a particular style, particular methodology, or particular financial yoga called the Wyckoff methodology. And it takes into account news and news cycles. So when I wanted to discern my own information, is because I took the losses from YouTubers saying, not even this coin right now. They're just saying buy, this is time to buy. Every time they say it's time to buy, price falls. But every time they say sell, hold your money, it's going to be it's a long bear market, long winter, it goes up. So I had to learn how to discern like what's given the real light and what's not.
That's heavy. How much time? How do you manage your time in your life during the day to have got to that, to find that? Because I'm not necessarily, I understand a little bit of like that whole, saying with the stocks and the crypto and all, but that's a very, very time consuming system to make money to live off. So how do you actually get the time to get that deep into it?
So when I was busy and working, it was like I would, like, due to the nature of my job, I could look down and then research probably like here and there. But when I got home, at least spend an hour understanding fundamentals and whatnot. And then as we know, what you focus on expands. So as I really started applying energy, sigils, entities towards a specific area, I started get to like more pertinent information came, and then it came quicker and quicker. Now I literally I'm at a point where I have the information I need at my fingertips. But it was, just an hour a day, really, just hour a day reading fundamentals, whatever. But as long as you prove to yourself, your own subconscious mind, that you want to head in this direction, it's gonna keep, it's like crabs in a barrel. You pull one up, and the next crab is there, next crab is there, next crab is there.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing with information.
That's yeah.
Hey, Maestro.
Mhm.
I'd like to ask you a general question. Maybe you can answer it, or maybe I'll have to get more specific. But there's an app called Buy Box, of course. Now, let's say, for example, you make a purchase, and the numbers increase, and then you go to sell. Now, say that sell was a large amount, and it's been frozen for about a week. Do you know why that would be?
It would depend on the nature, because I don't use Buy Box specifically, but I do use another app, and the only time my sale was frozen is because there's like different types of orders you could set. So there's a market order you could buy and sell instantly at market price, but there's limit and stop orders. Those types of orders deal with when a price hits a certain point. So I don't know how Buy Box works, but you may have put in a limit or a stop order.
Yes.
For it to sell it at a certain price, and then it's not there, so you're not really going to get that order taken. So you would have to change it to a market order.
So in order for that to be sold, it would have to be sold at that exact price that it was put at, the limit or whatever.
Yeah, the limit and stop, depending on, there should be like a little transaction note, per se. I don't know the formal word for it, but it should show what you bought it at, and then like the details of when it should be sold. And there should be, I don't know how Buy Box does it, but I know on other exchanges, there's options to switch it to a market order where it sells it automatically.
Okay, that's good information with that. Thank you.
Yo, you know what I just noticed?
What?
It's a lot of people right now with glass. We all have glasses on. Well, Laura, do you wear glasses? Do Laura wear glasses?
Yo, I do, but all right. So I kind of live in, I guess, ghetto. I don't know, but someone stole my glasses from my car.
What? Yo, why is everything getting stolen from yo?
Just the things that I thought no one would want to take. Like I thought no one's gonna take this yoga book, no one's gonna take my glasses. So gone.
I wanna kick somebody's ass for you, Laura. I'm gonna come and kick somebody's ass.
Enlightened off of me, and I don't know who, but someone's getting enlightened.
Look, now they have it's like the glasses in National Treasure where you could change it, and now he's seeing different frequencies. They picked up Laura's glasses, now they're seeing a whole different world.
Like, they keep going like this.
Yep, they're seeing the Gunas in action. Taught with
It's like that movie when they put the shades on.
Mm-hmm.
God,
They Live. Isn't the movie called They Live or some shit like that?
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I have. That was a great movie. A fantastic fight scene just to get the dude to try on the glasses.
Oh my God.
That shit lasted like 10 minutes. Just fighting. Put on the glasses.
That shit is classic. But isn't that also, now let's look at it from a Vedic point of view. Isn't that our lower self? We gotta fight against our lower self that hard just to get us to see the fucking truth. I'm talking about busting with sticks, all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Man, like the signs were always there. Like I remember thinking like, holy shit, but now it even goes further. Like when there's the part of where the guy has the glasses on and he looks at the dollar bills and it says, "This is your God."
Yeah.
Like now with all this Vedic stuff, like now we know even how deep that goes, like that's, yeah, that's a whole
Some people
thing.
got to realize too, I was actually contemplating this. Some people, it might be a karmic process for them not to obtain the money that they keep ritualizing trying to get, because if they get it, they will become worse than what they are at the present moment. Money makes people do a lot of shit. You understand what I'm saying? People think about the income tax. It's no different than the new year. Everybody make these resolutions and they never do any of that shit. It's the same thing. People, they wait for that one big hit every year, which is called income tax. And before it comes to say, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just pay off this and I'm gonna save about this amount. Soon as they get that money, as they got access to it, they do none of that shit. The first thing they do is something to please themselves. Go buy some clothes, some shoes, some whatever their vice is, liquor, alcohol, weed, whatever. They don't do none of that shit. That's why some people, like I said, their karmic expression is also not to get a lot of the shit that you keep asking for, because a previous life, you might have been flowing in cash, but all you did was cause so much pain and suffering with that shit.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? So, because money is, wealth is there. It's not just about money, it's about wealth. Wealth is there. Items can make you wealthy. The mind, thoughts can make you wealthy. It's always there. But some people just don't know how to access money. You can, of course, like you said, Willis Kristen was here because she can break down deeper than I can about how to find where your money situation is at in your chart. Some people may have to go through barren seasons. Things are cyclic cycle. That's why the ancients they practice certain things during certain seasons. Right now, we know here in the West, we're in a winter season. So if you really want to, and this may hurt people because it might work for some, you're really not supposed to be trying to manifest a lot of shit during this particular time because it's winter time. This is the subconscious. This is the underworld. This is really the time to be doing inner work, trying to help get your body healthy. So when as the Comedics, when Ra returns or spring and summertime comes, you be prepared to manifest. That's when the time it is. That's when shit grows. So they follow cyclic or seasonal type of thing. So the finance, the access to money and shit is always there. But some people you may have to burn out these certain particular desires because those are going to lead to baneful actions. Get money and start becoming a complete egomaniac.
I feel like those are the same people that won't ever, in this lifetime, they're dealing with their karmic situation from their past lives. You know, they won't ever get this information. Like, it'll just go over their heads, or they just can't understand it because they're dealing with what they produced or what they did in their past lives.
Yeah. It's a beautiful experience once you start to experience this life with a clearer perception. I think those who have been in alignment with Trav and the path that each person has experienced along with him, from Ophiel to the mystical Kabbalah to now this information, and then the intro into Hermetics. You should be so capable right now. You should be capable if you follow the pattern, because as Trav keeps telling, he keeps dropping it. Everything is patterns. He's developed a pattern to follow. It's a system. He's created the system. So if everybody's following along and they're really doing their research and their study and practice, man, you should be so capable. Even though, and I'll just throw this for myself, it still is really hard. It's hard, so I'm not gonna say it's easy, but you should have access to more of your latent abilities and your potential right now.
Yes.
I agree. I feel honored to be here. It's a privilege to be here, to witness this and to experience this.
Because there's so much other things to please the five senses that you can be doing. You can be doing whatever. You understand what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
could be on somebody else's live talking about ASAP Rocky and getting Rihanna pregnant. That you can be on that shit right now
For 6 hours.
for 6 hours.
Distracted for 6 hours.
Totally distracted for 6 hours, talking about nothing. You don't walk away with nothing to ponder. Like, damn, what the Trav say? And you ponder shit because the words that Trav saying, the words that you're hearing, is conducive for change. So it causes a spontaneous inner realization later on. You be like, oh shit, what did he say? No, you could be at somewhere else getting information that do none of that. You go and find something to eat, or you go snack food and shit like that. Just a total pattern of destruction.
Thomas.
Yep.
Because it's so, man, everything is so distracting to people, man, and it'd be sad. Like I experienced that from my mother. My mother is I experienced her the easy distraction from her. She's a news watcher. So right now, my mother is going through a healing process because she had to have a knee replacement surgery. So I'll be taking her to her doctor's appointments, to physical therapy and shit. And as soon as she get in the car, she always she hit me with something she heard in the news. Yeah,
Yep.
he said that it was, a food shortage. So you might got to make sure you're buying canned goods and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Before I'll be like, Mom, come on, man, you gotta stop. I don't say nothing now. She just gets in. Will I help her get in? And when she go into her thing, I just drive.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, because she'll go from one news story to the next. Well, yeah, I heard in Connecticut, people are dying. They putting fentanyl in weed, and then she'll go there, and then she'll wait. She'll kind of look at me, wait for me. I just don't say nothing. My mother is I could say kind of lost in the sauce with that shit.
Yeah.
That news information, northeast, west, and south, that shit is leading you nowhere.
All directions at once.
All directions at one time. You're going nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
It might
had
be
that conversation
something.
with oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think that might be a generational thing too. Like the generation that was our parents, they tend to be afflicted by that a lot more than us, or rather, they're afflicted differently. I'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was mastery. Shit, Jesse Jackson had me out. He came to a rally in my city. Jesse Jackson had me out that motherfucker screaming, "Up with hope, down with dope." You know what I'm saying? So we all been caught up in being mesmerized by something. You know what I'm saying? Who
Yeah.
hasn't been mesmerized by something or someone?
Yeah. I'm referring specifically to that news aspect because I can relate to that too. I just remember having memories of being young at my grandma's house, and it never really hit me until recently, where there's a TV in every room, and all of them are playing the same news station. So every day for years and years and years in my childhood, I just remember they're looking at the news, Fox News, whatever news, and it's continuing even today. So of course
And believing everything it said.
Yes, I understand, or at least I have an understanding.
My mother is, like I said, that news shit that's just serious, man. I took her grocery shopping. I wanted to say so bad, do it look like it's a food shortage in this store right now? It's in so many people in there, so much gluttony going on in grocery store. Ain't no food shortage. maybe in West Virginia, in the Appalachian Mountain Corner Store, they might be a little short on something right now, and it looks real bad for some people. But here in the state of Florida, people down there going there and buy 15 jars of mayonnaise and all the toilet paper. It's an abundance for people. Ain't nobody starving, man.
Mm-hmm. The new couponing, the new sales tactic. How many warnings of shortages have we had just in the past 3 years?
We got so many warnings of everything.
Canned goods. Stack up on non-perishables.
And who the fuck wants to eat those canned goods? It should be like 12,000 milligrams of sodium in that shit to preserve it. Who really wants to eat? I mean, that's all we got to eat. If it gets that bad and we got to eat just canned goods. I mean, like, that's it.
Man, the person surviving on 3 slabs of ribs a week not gonna be able to deal with that.
They're gonna get sick from not having slabs of meat, or they're gonna be looking at you as a slab of meat.
Oh hell, even worse. Delete me.
You ever watch a cartoon and when they be hungry and they be looking at a bird and they see it roasted, and they be so hungry they don't see the actual bird, they see the roasted bird. That's how people gonna be looking at each other like, well, I bet you I can cook so much thigh meat right now from this person.
Man, no, some of these bots, it probably wouldn't take but a week for that.
But damn, that's what, you know what I mean? That's the importance of what we're trying to, and like Laura said, you experience this world through different eyes. To me, that's a lot of times I gotta really go into a Gayatri mantra to get my mind away from it, because it start making me feel bad. I start feeling like sad sometimes, or just disturbed in myself, like, yo, I can't believe. And a lot of this stuff I participated in. So I see that's why you can't judge people, because like, yo, I'm no different than any other. I can fall right the victim to a bunch of shit right now. You understand? So I can't knock nobody, but then seeing it, like I said, through different eyes, I be like, damn, man, the people be coming to the stores, like you go to the grocery store, people coming in here looking any old kind of ways, like, yo, you don't have, because refinement, it should be reflected in the way you live. You shouldn't come out the house. I don't personally, I'm not gonna go out the house in my sleeping clothes because I only need one thing at the grocery store. I'm not gonna get down like that. Like, damn, Ma, everything you got on right now, like somebody's girl, you in the shopping, you on the grocery store with your girl, and she got on a full from head to toe sleeping gear, got out of bed, and just went straight to the store. Garbage for people to do that type of shit.
The Gayatri mantra is so awesome for that. It really does clear up that sadness for me, for seeing other people, and even myself when I used to participate in it as well. Like it's like seeing it's like watching people dead but still alive. You know, they're dying, but they're still alive.
Damn, you said that correctly.
And that's what's sad, because you obviously love these people, but at the same time, this is what they're dealing with within their own karma. Like,
it's actually, you got to be prepared. You have to be prepared even for the spiritual path, because sometimes you may still want to turn up. You know what I'm saying? You still might want to go do whatever you got to do. But now, being that you traveling a particular spiritual path, when you go and participate in certain quote unquote low level type of shit, you start being the oddball now. You don't even feel it. Don't even really feel good now. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just, It's weird. So you have to really evolution of your spiritual self, inner engineering. You really got to be careful. You got to make sure you're prepared for that, because we're fragile. The mind, well, a sick mind, a dissipated mind is very fragile. She can make you can make very bad decisions based off of feeling depressed or just a low low vibratory pattern. But like, what's the book?
Power versus force.
I was talking about it yesterday, and I like how they I always have to remember the word and power and power versus force.
Yeah.
I like to remember that the numbers don't designate like a power level, but it's more of a what they call logarithm.
Yeah.
That and when I so with the particular logarithms, that, you know what I'm saying, we know that if we're down in the bottom, shame, guilt, apathy, grief, fear, those are basically, that's where the majority of all of us are at.
When you say low vibration, you just gave the numbers for the low vibrations. So it's not even a catchphrase anymore.
It's really not a catchphrase. So when he and I never remember what page, but because I actually printed the actual page of the map of consciousness, so when I'm reading certain stuff, I can look at it at the same time. But when he explains the energy levels, where is that?
90 and 91, if anybody has a physical.
Yeah, so he what's the word? I think he just used that word logarithmic. That these are, it's not a mathematical calibration, but it's a calibration. Basically, it's, to me, what I got, it's the ohms of your output. It's an electrical output based off of what's happening in the machine. So if anybody is vibrating, say like on the logarithm of 50, then the level of that is apathy, and we know that the emotion is despair. So that's when you can start to see the patterns and how particular people operate. The pattern is the logarithm. The pattern is the numerical value that states the example. The example is the life view. How are they viewing? So when you do counseling, this is an excellent tool to add to counseling, because when a person says, they did something and it made them feel like this, now you can go into and find out, well, what is it attached to? What were you feeling? What were you truly experiencing and feeling at the moment that you were doing that? And once they be like, well, I was really angry and about, well, what's the root of the anger? You could eliminate years of trouble with people in counseling by adding this on, and I'm not even going to go into now. You can now with the Eastern sciences. Now you have a workable tool. It ain't just psychology. Psychology can keep you going in a circle of counseling for years. Where this type of particular information, individual can be empowered to a point where now they have tapped into their latent abilities and their inner potential, that they can now take up the helm themselves. And like Trav says, they can now maintain their own frame. They don't need you to help them maintain their own frame. They can do that on their own. So they become their own vessel. Now you can fucking, instead of being moored, meaning that you docked, you now can take sail now and go explore the world as your own captain. But I found this very important because I apply this to a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, these emotions, the process, the level, the life view, and the God view. The God view, we know that we right there. That's Purusha. That's the pure awareness. So if you didn't, and it's hard for a
That's how
person to
on that
reach,
level sees it.
huh?
That's how a person on that level sees their God aspect. It's an enemy.
Yes. Yes. And it's not just a person just because they're down at what's considered the lower numerical values. You could be sparking up and going down but you can be sparking in different areas. You could be at a level of joy, but if you're not capable of maintaining that consistently, then now you're going to fall back into fear, grief, apathy, desire, courage, and but pride. So all of those things can operate, have an adverse effect on actions and outcomes. So now you get that goes back, and that's cause and effect. So now when we look at this map of consciousness, now you can take this back to the Hermetic philosophies and be like, oh shit, so this is what cause and effect is about right here. What is the logarithmic or the electrical output that I'm giving to the experiences that I interact with every day? The more that we disassociate ourselves with the lower vibration of life view and the lower level of the experience, we can further separate from the emotional process, because it is a process. Those levels of or life view. If you see life hopeless, and that's apathy, and we know the emotion is despair, and then there's a process is abdication. You see how that led to that? How those things led to? That's now how you can go in reverse and find out through self-analysis, how did I get here? How did I get to this point of me feeling like this? So now you have a workable tool, you have a workable process. Like I said, with the teaching of Travis Majors, nobody, if you being educated and you really following along, you should be there. This should be a group of people with no excuses.
But I think that's the thing, that most people find excuses and are dishonest with why they're feeling the way they're feeling, right? So instead of being honest about what they're feeling and why they're feeling what they're feeling, they just take like a lazy route and just say someone else or something else made them feel that way, and that they're right to feel what they feel. That's what keeps them stuck, right? Like,
and it's easy to do that.
It's easy to do that
because it takes away self-responsibility.
Exactly. Accountability.
It takes away when you don't accept self-responsibility, you definitely are not going to do any type of work.
Right. And have you been around people knowing that you're accountable yourself and they don't want to be accountable? It's an uncomfortable feeling. It's uncomfortable because they know that you exude that accountability, that honesty. And they don't, they feel like they can't, right?
Yeah.
And they want to see themselves in their world like they have it all together when they don't.
I think that's part of the reason why looking at a text like Power versus Force is so important, because we must always be mindful of what frame and what context we're viewing reality in. We must, because that's what we've got to do if we want to continue to advance. Not because I said so, but we must because we want to strive to keep a balanced perspective, right? So what that means is whatever we think and feel, it would behoove us to try to neutralize it with the opposite. So what I'm saying is, yes, this server that we exist on is filled with bots, majority bots, anywhere from 80 to 90% bots. We know that. But to counter that, because if you stay there, it's going to lead to us versus them, we're better than you, elitism, and all that stuff, which is attachment, ego. So to balance that, that's where compassion comes in. Because now we have a book like Power versus Force that gives us an understanding of why these people behave the way they do. Those people that are below on that first page, that are below the 200 mark, they're unable to move themselves out of their levels because they lack the prana necessary to move out of those levels. It literally requires prana to move past those levels. So we saw that when I read Awakening the Life Force. It's also in the Ladder of Lights in the chapter where he's talking about chesed. He says right there, the mass majority of people don't generate enough life force to make it out of the reincarnation cycle. Only a very small percentage of people do. But the balance to that is when that small percentage does generate enough light, they generate enough to share and help several people, which is why when you come in contact with people, those who are ready and susceptible, they find little improvements in accordance to how much effort they put forth. But the bots, and I say that because that's what I'm going to use instead of NPCs now, because that's oversaturated. The people who lack necessary prana to change their primary state, because those on those pages 90 and 91, those are samskaras. Those are all primary samskaras.
Yeah.
People who are unable to move past those, it's because of a lack of prana. If anything, they're negative prana. They're negative prana because they drain others.
That makes perfect sense. So now you create more karma because you're bringing pain and suffering to other people based off of your staticky output.
Yeah, staticky output.
Because you know how you can have a light bulb and it'll be flickering and shit like that, and you might just leave it there thinking that it'll just stop over time. That light bulb is short circuiting. That's what I mean by staticky output. People be short circuiting. Because don't forget, we are a computer component as well as organic matter. We got a lot of electricity, and I believe, and that's what I get from those numbers. Those are the ohms of the output that you're giving out through your circuitry. We know that the nervous system is nothing but electricity.
Mm-hmm.
And once you study each one of the examples of an output, whether it be enlightenment to courage or pride, those are all electrical. They all have a frequency with them. And by you putting out, if you're putting out a downward energy, then you're going to be causing some, as you said, some static around some other individuals. Now, what about people you ever been around somebody that's always, like there's always misery, like it's like a woe is me. Oh,
yep.
I'm just that boy, you know what? That shit it used to make me so angry to experience that. I couldn't stand weak shit like that. I do.
Same. Same.
That makes me like a raging animal. Now I wanna, because when you think about the animal kingdom, it may look crazy when lions and shit attack. They don't attack the strong out of herds. They look for weak shit. They look for a caribou that's limping, or a caribou, or one of the animals that's not doing the correct thing based off of they're too scared. Let me go ahead and kill this one here because since you giving off such a fearful pheromone from yourself.
Fearful pheromone.
Because you know that pheromones come from fear. That's why dogs be messing with people. That's why, what's the Spanish dude name? They call him the dog whisperer. He always
Caesar Milan, I want to say.
Yes. You ever seen him with them savage dogs? He don't be afraid of them shits. He come in there, he do that sound, and the dog will be like, what? The dog like looking at him like, what? This motherfucker ain't scared. And it tricks the dog's mind. But if you want to people who free, Go ahead, Trav.
I was gonna say my favorite psychologist recommended one of his books, Cesar Milan. He said that there's quite a few chapters in there that could very well apply to dealing with humans, people.
It does, because I've used one of his processes where when he says the way that he trains these dogs is the first you have to burn out their energy. So a dog that's not listening or that's over aggressive, you gotta exercise it. That's the only time that dog is now going to come next to you, and because the energy is burnt out. He said a burnt out dog is an attentive dog. That's the same thing with a child. That's why when they want a child to go to sleep, we're like, come on, let's go outside and run around and shit. Like you're running around. Now they tired. Now they pick daddy and pick me up. Now they pick me. Now you can talk to them and they could absorb. That's no different than us doing these practices. A relaxed body creates a relaxed mind. Then you can go into a particular trance state where you can now get the information where it needs to go. That's why when in the early wee hours of the morning, let's go ahead and say 4 o'clock in the morning, when you really tired and you don't want to get up, that's when you should get up and do your mantras, because you're in between, you're in a trance state. You're like, what they call it, jagrat. It's a word, jagrat, and I forgot the other word, but it's basically your dream state. You're almost in a dream state, but you're in an awakened state. That's how the mantra becomes internally planted when you're in this trance relaxed state of mind. So that's the same thing that I would apply when I used to also work inside of a school. I used to work at a school. It was a private Christian school, and I used to do like that. A lot of these kids, they had behavioral problems. They were always fidgety and stuff like that. So that's when I started studying how do they have these private schools in China. Well, you know what they do? Well, they got to get up and do some exercises. So you exercise the kids, take them out for a walk, get them going, kind of burn a little bit of them calories and energy out. Now they want to sit down and they're able to listen. So that's basically, if once you apply that, that's the same methods that we're applying to our self right now, because we're too fidgety. Some people can't sit and concentrate. Think about what do these videos be going 7 hours, 6 hours?
Wow,
A lot of
it's at
people,
6 hours.
some people can't even go, some people can't sit down and watch a video for 30 minutes.
Hence shorts.
And so
Right.
that's why they did that. You see the science, they know how the human brain works. I finally found that word, crap. It's in the book on page 97 when it talks about levels of human consciousness. It said it's very important to remember that the calibration figures do not represent an arithmetic but a logarithmic progression. Thus, the level 300 is not twice the amplitude of 150. It is 300th to the 10th power. Therefore, an increase of even a few points represents a major advance in power. The rate of increase in power as we move up the scale is therefore enormous. So I like that right there when he mentions that it's not just doesn't represent arithmetic, but a logarithmic progression. Yeah. And to me, that's that he mentions that word amplitude. That's you can increase your energy or you can decrease your energy. But once you become in control of yourself and your consciousness, you can tune yourself to any particular hertz that you want. And that right there is how tantric these processes work, especially what they call the gray tantra, or really an occult part of tantra. There's only one school that the physical body is used in what we consider sexually during what's considered tantra. There's a Sanskrit word for which escapes my mind right now, but you can increase the sexual frequency of your body to stimulate someone else to liberate their attachment to the actual physical body by going through the process of the physical body, to where they reach this level of calmness after an orgasm. For women, they reach this level of calmness and pristine clarity. And there's like, the people think Tantra, is the whole school of Tantra does that. That's only one particular aspect of that school, and it's not really a lot of information on that, but that's the gist. That's just to give a quick example. It's the logarithmic amplitude put out that could, because any path can lead to moksha. So you can't really expel anything, but these levels of expression, whether the grief and fear and desire, those are what we have to burn out, because I'm believing that this is what leads to repetitive karma.
Yeah.
Especially shame. Shame is on the lowest scale, isn't it? That's shame. You don't want to be stuck in the humiliation level.
Like he says in that book, the space in between those levels isn't just, it's like he said, it's not 1 + 1 is 2 and 3 + 2 is 5. It's not that. The space it's exponential. Like it's 200 to the 10th power to the, so the gulf is bigger and bigger in between each of those steps. It gets bigger and bigger between. That's why I'm saying, like, it takes a certain cultivation of prana to fill in those gaps, because otherwise the machinery is turning very slowly. The prana, the life force inside the individual is going so slow, and it's actually going slower through time, because when you're seeing life in those levels, it don't get better. At best, it stays the same. So a person operating from a main samskara of shame, they're either going to be ashamed, or they're going to be ashamed and try to shame others who reflect themselves. So we look at this thing. This really describes a samskara. I often have described the mind. I got this from the books. I don't make any of this up, and I won't claim that I have. The mind is a pond. Chitta is a still pond. That's its natural state. And in that still pond, you should be able to look at it like a mirror. Mirror. You should be able to see the sun, the clouds, the trees, beautiful nature reflected in the mind stuff. But what happens is we've got these ripples that form in the pond, and it obscures that vision. Now, samskara, think of as if you make a ripple and hit the pause button real quick. So it's like a permanent ripple. It's not permanent, but it doesn't fade out. It stays there. So that ripple is now a permanent ripple in the mirror. So when you see the reflection, whether it's raining or not, that obscurity remains, and you have to manually flatten it out. You have to flatten it out by going up to it and not being disturbed by it. Because see, that can turn into a trigger. If you're very sensitive about, say, gay rights and stuff like that, right? LGBTQ, et cetera, et cetera. If you're very sensitive about that samskara, right? You might be intelligent. You might know the words prakriti, the three gunas. You might be into this stuff. But when somebody says something about that trigger, all that falls out the window. And now you can only see from the lens of that samskara. So unless that is flattened out, you can basically say prana is draining out of your system.
Mm-hmm.
When it hits that bump, you're back at bot level, bot behavior.
Yeah. And that's not, and that's kind of what I was meaning earlier, that the output, it takes a lot of energy to raise your level. If to use that map of consciousness, it takes a lot of prana to reach the level of that God view of self and enlightenment to get there. But we expend so much energy and prana in guilt and fear and anger and desire. We're burning so much of that out, the prana down at that level, that we can't even raise it up to get to courage. We don't even, some people don't have, that's why people always say, well, I think it just ain't for me. Everything ain't for me. That's a lack of courage.
Yes.
They They don't have the empoweredness to even, that's what I meant about willpower. They can't even activate the potential of willpower to go further. They just give them like, well, everything, different strokes for different folks. I just stick with what I know.
Right.
That's
And even
pathetic.
worse, they feel empowered being the victim. That's their
They
power.
feel empowered. Gosh, man, what an oxymoron that. They feel empowered being a victim.
Yep.
That's
And
why
that's what I meant earlier about the whole slave shit. Why would I want to feel proud about some miserable fucking existence?
See, this is why I am where I'm at. Now you understand me, and I feel understood. That's the thought process.
I don't
that's how it is.
I don't want to be proud of miserable. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yep.
It should be an opportunity to get through it, not just to identify and stay there.
I'm 6'2", 200 plus pounds, and people will see me as intimidating. I don't want to be proud to be somebody intimidating. I reflect pleasant energy, and that's what one of the Niranjananda might have said it, that your energy should be pleasant. People should want to be in your presence. I don't want to be somewhere and I'm gonna keep looking at me like you're thinking at any moment I'm getting ready to go up behind them. You know what I'm saying? Nah, that's who wants to be proud of some shit like that? And that's the whole cause and effect. Now you see how the output that we give out affects other people. So that's like I said earlier, that's building karma. I'm affecting somebody else's whole life.
Yes. That's why it's so important for us ourselves to cultivate the sattvic quality, because already everything we do affects everybody else. But if the seed of your activity and your thoughts is tamasic, right? I remember being young and only thinking perverted thoughts. So what's going to happen if I try to talk to a female?
You're going to be straight perverted level.
In between every word I say, even if it's, hey, how you doing? In between those words is gonna be a little vibe. You know what I'm saying? And y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all can feel when somebody's coming at you like that. It's not
exactly
a mystery.
what you're talking about.
So likewise, if we reduce that tamasic aspect and reduce that rajasic aspect, when someone is approaching you with more sattva, right? They're not trying to get anything out of you. You can also tell. It might feel strange because that's not common, but when you feel that somebody's not trying to play you or get something from you, the conversation is different. The vibe is different. Now, what would happen if when someone has more people like that in their lives, they start to see options now. Wait, maybe I can behave a little bit differently. I didn't know that.
Right.
But as far as that chart and dealing with the logarithmic levels of consciousness and awareness, there's a reason why at the end of these books, he talks about the guru and the role of the guru being the dispeller of darkness. What do you think that darkness is? It's the tamasic aspects of the personality. So one of the major purposes of a guru, and guess what? There's levels of guru, depending on the level of the majority of the people that have a need for a guru. Sometimes the first level is sweeping away the basic level of darkness. And that can be as simple as showing people that there are options on how to live differently.
That's good. Some people don't know they have options.
The only way to rise past those negative levels, unless you can cultivate the energy yourself to do it, you're going to have to get help. So I know there's a lot of people like, oh, we don't need no teacher. I don't need no leader. I don't need to follow nobody. I don't need to. That may be good for you, but guess what? 90% of the population, they can't say that. That's why they chase after people who lead them astray, because they're looking for somebody. We used to make fun of, oh, Black folks always looking for a pastor. People always looking for a leader. People always looking for a shepherd. People always looking for a Christ, Messiah, Savior. Why do you think that is? The tamasic, the little bitty piece of sattvic aspect is dying to get out. They don't know how to do it.
Yeah. And it's also an expression of the tree. It's there to be expressed because your sod has an aspect of a savior. So that savior aspect, or someone who is who has this. It's called the hero complex. There's that exists within the pattern of dissemination as the energy came from Kether. It's made to be like that. So people do, and don't forget, we're born feeble. We're infants who cry because we can't express what we want. So we give out this disparity. So what can happen? The mother come in and pick us up. Daddy come and pick us up. So why wouldn't we look for the same type of closeness as we get older? Because that's a part of the pattern of our existence. We're born to want to have somebody, not always to be dependent on, but to be, as you said, to be there in that position of leadership.
That's why, going back to what you were talking about earlier about the people always needing to be in victim mode, that's actually what they're trying to get right there. That's the only way that they have been able to get nurturing before. They just don't know. In that karma book, they talk about when you have a desire or a craving, right? The way how you react to that craving is because that's so far the only way you know how. But when that craving is introduced in another way, or that is fulfilled another way, you no longer have that same craving. So it's the same with moving out of a victim mentality. Not only do you recognize it, but you can move away from that once you fulfill that craving in some other way that fulfills you just the same without having to be a victim.
Damn. And I gotta go back now to Patanjali again, when that, saying that about a correct perception and incorrect perception. That's what it is. We mostly see things incorrectly. So incorrect perception is based on false information and our perception of what is not in the true form. So when we see things as, like the victimhood, being strong in the victimhood, that's not the true form of what we seek the Savior to take us out of that, when we have to be the true form within ourselves being expressed, so we are capable of saving our own self. Now we may need to have somebody, because it's always some people who vibrate they have a low electrical output. Of course you need to tap into someone with a high electrical output to give you a boost. So that's the whole thing. But if you don't know how to get away from just being needy, you'll never reach the self of being a self-savior or self-sustaining. Peace, stuff, dog.
Stop! You look like a ninja.
Peace. Yeah, this how I go out. This how I go out in the world.
Assassin's Creed is in the
That's how I go out in the world. I always look like a ninja. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I was so happy when they let people start wearing face masks. I was like, I've been wanting to do this forever.
Stuff. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good, Trav. How's everybody, bro?
Good.
We're good.
Good.
How far? Yeah. So you were reading the Ladder of Lights. Like how far did you make it this so far?
I'm at Kether now. No, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm passing Kether. I'm getting to the Iron Stop. Yeah.
Okay. I was hanging out with my younger brother last night, and sometimes when I do, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's stuff in the air, and I happen to, breathe it in as well. And sometimes it kind of changes how you see things. So they were talking to me about breaking down football to me. Basically, I was the one who never got in any kind of sports. So, but I love metaphors and symbols because I know that everything reflects everything if you know the patterns. So I'll start with this. In Ladder of Lights, could you, I guess, in your words, tell me about the four worlds in relation to these Sephirah?
The four worlds. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm on the phone. Let me step outside. I'm actually at urgent care with my mom. Her blood pressure went up. So let's see, the four worlds. You got I'm sorry. Damn, it gets loud as shit out here. Oh no.
Looks like we're going through the four worlds right now.
Yeah, my bad. I had to step in the car. It's
No,
loud
it's
outside.
cool.
But so you got the world of formation. Then you have the world of like the archetypical world. Oh, you got Malkuth first, formation, the archetypical world, and then the world of the gods, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's different. I guess it's different levels of reality. You got where we are, of course, and then you go up and you start to get into subtler and subtler and subtler realities as you go up the tree. And the four worlds are like, it's hard for me to put it into words.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard for me to put it into words. I'm still learning. But yeah. But yeah, that's that. I mean, if I'm not in front of it right now, like looking at it, that would be my understanding as far as in my brain right now, especially where I'm at right now at urgent care at Baptist Health. So yeah.
Does everything look like it's gonna be all right?
We'll see, man. My mom has she has high blood pressure, and she don't do what she needs to do to take care of herself, and she'll let her nerves and her mind get out of control. And I'm trying to help her like corral those things, but I'm her son. She don't listen to me, so I kind of got to go around about to tell somebody that she does listen to this, and then maybe it'll get in. But if I'm saying it, I don't know where the disconnect is, but it just don't sink in. But it is what it is. She can't hear it from me. We talked about that before, though. Yeah, we talked about that before. Yeah, she can't hear it. She can't hear this shit from me, but but that's neither here nor there, though. Man, let me get this metaphor, though. I'm down for that.
All right. So it was big to me because, like I said, I don't really watch sports or anything. But anyways, I was watching and my brother was just breaking down how things work in football. And basically, really the conversation was football. And then I asked about basketball too. But basically, he was telling me about how you got the front line. All right. I don't know the terms, so I'm just going to describe my best I can. You got the front line.
Offensive lineman. Yep.
Okay. So they do defensive linemen. We know what they do. They push the line forward or backward, and they try to protect what's going on behind them. But
Correct.
They are under the commandment of the second group, to my understanding, which would be like the quarterback, right? He's pretty much
yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And he's often looked at as the star. Everybody knows the quarterback of the team.
Mm-hmm.
He takes the praise, but when it comes time for the blame, sometimes that goes to that first level of the front line. Oh, they
all the time, bro.
Okay,
all the time, not sometimes. All the goddamn time, bro. Like you get none of the praise and you get all of the blame. That's like your bag when you play offensive line. But in the locker room, you're the man. If that makes sense. Like to the rest of the world, they know the quarterback because he has the ball. But the quarterback knows where his butter is breaded because every night he takes us out to dinner because we keep him clean. You know what I mean? So yeah, you got it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject. I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying. But yeah, keep going.
That adds more flesh to it. So of course we got the offensive lineman. Then behind them is the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Now he takes orders from the coach, right?
Yes.
Which is a whole different level of entity.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he also receives it, from my understanding, both the praise and the blame.
Yes.
Pieces of it. Okay. And then even behind him, we've got the people up in the box, apparently, who have some influence.
Yeah, the offensive coordinator sits up in the box because so he has a better view of everything that goes on. So yes, he sits up in the box. Yes.
So my brother was explaining that to me, and the first thing that popped in my head was like, "Yo, that's the four worlds right there. One team. Then there's the aspect of the team that is widely seen, right? Depending on what you are there to see, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they all work together as one unit. So you got the first world of Asaya, which would be the planetary and the chakra aspect. That would be the offensive lineman. Then behind that would be the quarterback, which would represent the Yetziratic level. Then behind him would be the coach, which would represent the Briatic level. And then behind them would be the person in the box, which would represent the Atziluth level. Same directive that travels through the line, but it's played out differently on the court. As a matter of fact, the highest aspect doesn't even touch the court or the field.
No, right.
Yeah.
That's dope. And that's
Yeah.
and that's 100% right too, man, because like you said, the information is passed down from the top all the way to the bottom, and it's done through symbols. It's done through like symbolism. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, because you can't convey all of the mess, or you can't convey the entirety of a play through talking about it, because there's so much shit going on. Everybody has a symbol, everybody has a signal that they're getting from different aspects on the sideline. So you look at your coach, because you got the big coach, because it even gets broken down even more than that. Because you got the head coach, but then he has all of these coaches up under him. Like offensive line coach, the defensive line coach, the defense. I mean, the D coordinator, the defensive backs coach, running backs coach. All of these different people to convey these messages, because the organization is so big, and everybody has to be on the same page, because if you're not, it's chaos out there on the field. Like, football is the most organized game you'll ever play. You know what I mean? It's the most organized game you'll ever play. And that is a dope ass analogy.
Wow. Yeah, when he told me that, I was like, yeah, I gotta talk to stuff about that, because I know you would have some more to add to that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got a lot to add to that, man. Oh wow. It's so much.
He was telling me about that, and he was just telling me how tight it is, as far as when the message comes down, it's going through the whole chain. Like, it's not going to be no pushback, and I don't think we should do that. Like, that's you're not really going to see that.
No.
Right?
Hell no.
Now, the reason I bring that up is because then I asked about basketball. I said, well, how does basketball work? And he said it's a little bit different, but there's still a structure to it. You got like I'm gonna paraphrase, but like the main team, then you got like the star player. And I asked, is that like the quarterback? And he's like, no, it's not necessarily a position. He said like Steph Curry's a something, and then there's a super tall dude, and he's very dominant on the field, and they don't make top. They don't. What's that?
On the court, yeah, basketball, right?
He said like people don't really play that position anymore. He was just telling me that it doesn't matter about the position, but there's usually a star player, and the coach kind of uses that as not necessarily a secret weapon, but he's pretty much going to make a certain number of points or perform a certain kind of way, which is why he's the star. And then of course you've got the coach, and then like, I don't know, maybe the owner or something like that. But the main difference he was telling me about was the chain of command isn't so tight, because that star player has more of an influence than but I was just thinking those are two different systems, almost like two different types of trees, where the context is similar, but the content changes.
Man, yes, bro. Yes. In sports is like that anyway. I mean, you got the number of people out there on the field or the court or whatever. And like you say, you got the main person that most of the activity is going to go through. That's what makes them the star player on the basketball court. You know what I'm saying? It don't, like you said, it don't matter the position. It just matters who plays their position the best. You know what I'm saying? And that's how basketball works. And he's right. It's not as structured as football, because basketball, one person can take over a game and they can pretty much win the game. Football don't work like that. If everybody is not on the same page, you go nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Football is a real team sport. That's why they say defense wins the game, or the offense did an awesome job, because it's not just the quarterback, it's who he's throwing to. It's his offensive line that's guarding him, so he can stay in the pocket and be fancy while he's standing there. So you're right. Basketball, you're gonna have Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan didn't like to pass the ball to nobody on the fucking court. You understand what I'm saying? It took a lot for him to start really giving that ball out. Basketball, like you said, Travis said, that shit is based off of us one particular or a couple of superstars, you know what I'm saying, who capable of doing this, shooting guard position, you know what I'm saying, and that's it.
Right. And football even break it down even more. Like you got three aspects of the game. You got offense, you got defense, and you got special teams.
Special teams, yeah.
Either one of those aspects of the game could show out this week and win the game for you. My offense might be shit, my defense might be terrible, but my special teams was fire this week. You know what I'm saying? And they won the game for us, you know. And then next week, offense might shine, defense might be trash, special teams might be off. But it is the ultimate team game because every single aspect has to work in conjunction with the next for you to do anything on the field that's productive. You know what I mean? Everybody got to be on the same page. You even got like small things like snap count. You know, quarterback might be like, hey, they getting us on one, so we're going to go on two. So they'll say hut twice. And everybody has to know that hut is on the second hut instead of the first one. Because if you jump on the first one, then you go backwards 5 yards. And it's 11 men have to be on that same page. You know, so you drill this shit and you drill this shit and you drill this shit to where it's second nature to you. You don't even have to think. And that's why when we talk about these things, I kind of know that area. I know that mindset. And I'm still in it. Like I still do things without thinking. Like a cup will fall out of the cabinet and I'm opening the cabinet. I don't even think about it, but my hand just goes down there and catches it before it hits the counter. You know, so I still kind of live in this realm where thought is too slow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes you like that, you know. And I walk around this thing like I'm some kind of Superman because I've been trained. My mind has been trained so heavily that, and it's expensive training. It's not like you know what I mean? It's not like they're doing just willy-nilly stuff. I mean, it's psychology in that shit. It's so much shit that's involved, bro. And I'm gonna be digging through that metaphor for a long time. But dang, bro, you really that helped me a lot. Understand like the way the four worlds work.
Let me say three things here. The first thing is, no matter what the system, if you have invested time in a system, you can pull the truth out of that system. Whether it's Kabbalah, football, Kundalini Tantra, a complete system has all the keys in it. That's what matters, the context, right? Or hell, if you mastered Fortnite, you can figure out the secret to life. It don't matter what it is. It matters if it's a complete system. That's the first thing. The second thing I was thinking was, okay, those two kind of teams, they both have successes in their own. I can think of the two sports as two different universes, right? Maybe two different trees of life. So I would wonder, the second question I'm thinking is, well, wow, I wonder what the difference is as far as life or spirit. Because obviously we're not talking about football and basketball, but we're using it as a system, as a metaphor. So what we know from Ladder of Lights is that middle pillar is a human transcending. The left and the right pillar represent archangels who are part of the matrix itself. They're programs. But that middle pillar, from Sandalphon to Gabriel to Michael to Metatron, that's the pathway of a human being who's able to transcend and reach that level. So I wonder, would it be more conducive for one to go through that very strict left-hand path where the chain of command is very tight and everything is working smoothly? Would it be more conducive for that system to develop a Christ? Or would it be the other where it's a little bit more chaotic, where there is a system, but it's unpredictable? I wonder which one of those would produce the best Metatron or be more efficient at producing a Metatron. And number three, we talk about how the abyss was created and there are at least 3 failed trees of life in there. I wonder if maybe he was testing out different systems and these are like the kind of differences we see in that abyss. Just thoughts I was having.
Hey, I got a question about that, bro, that I had. I'm glad you said that because that made me remember my question about the tree of life and those three trees that he said are in the abyss. Has it crossed anybody's mind that maybe we're in one of those worlds that's in the abyss?
Oh, damn.
I'm just wondering. like because they talk about
Yes,
like
dude. Yes.
getting to base reality. You know what I'm saying? Base reality. Is that the reality that he made that actually fucking works?
Right.
Hmm.
Or the reality that the creator made that actually works? Like, are we in one of those sunken fucking places?
Right. Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fuck people up with that, but I'm just wondering, man, because like
That's for
those
the after
worlds
hours, not for the public YouTube now. Oh,
are.
Ah,
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Oh wow.
this one
Man.
uncensored. Everyone forget everything that just happened.
Right, right. Wish there was an undo button.
I try not to hit that too much.
All right, the undo button. But no, I mean, but yeah, we'll talk about that. But yeah, uh, yeah, man, that's a great like thought as far as you said, like which system produces the best Metatron, or is there a best Metatron? I mean,
Yeah,
is it?
yeah.
You know what I mean? Is there a best? Is or is he just built to? Or is it just built just like we build a body? You know what I mean? It's like nobody is perfect. Nobody is the same. You know, no two people are going to take the same path to Kether. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know.
I think even if they do take the same path, they won't have the same experiences along that path.
That part.
It'll
Yeah.
be it'll be different. It'll be different experiences. Just to touch on what you said about the with the different trees and the one that we're experiencing. That's what I think is a part of that. That we, of course, we know that we as being born, we are into a physical matter. And as earlier I was saying, that the earth, the planet goes through these cyclic changes or seasonal changes, or even it can be from eons. They just change from cold to hot, from hot to cold, up, down, whatever frequency it is, that can be considered the aspect of the tree based off of, based off of the expressions that are being outputted into the world at that particular time. You know what I mean? But each individual being a particular tree and with multiple subgroups of trees on their path along the earthly path of the tree, they are on their whatever sphere that they're in at that particular moment. Or it's not just a sphere, it's what level of as you just said, what world is an individual operating in at that particular time too. So I think that's just how it thinks that we look for small particles and we keep finding smaller fucking particles. It's kind of like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Russian Matryoshka doll.
Yeah, yeah.
Worlds inside a world. Fractal.
One thing, yes, that's what we're seeing, man. And when I seriously was sitting here and I meditate to these 3D fractal videos. And one of the things that I noticed is that you can zoom in close to that fractal, but what's happening is the ratio of everything else is moving along with you. So it doesn't look like you're shrinking until you actually look back and see that you just came from over there. So it's like no matter how small you zoom in, everything else shifts accordingly. So it's like size and time don't even matter. It moves in relation to where your perspective is. So it's like sometimes we get stuck looking in the wrong direction. We're looking in the future and in the past. Those are just going to shift and change in relation to your point of view. The answer isn't in space and it's not in time, no matter how far you look. So it's like the only place to look now is, outside of the box if we can. In other words, if we're so dependent on these five senses and these five elements, right? Like Shango mentioned, if we've been studying this on a regular basis, a year from now, or 6 months ago, we should know at least the 10 indriyas or the 16 evolutes of Prakriti, 15 evolutes, 20, however many, because sometimes it says different ones.
Yeah, definitely.
But as far as thinking outside the box, have we figured out different ways to maybe expand past those evolutes? Because those evolutes are the 5 senses and the 5 types of vibrations that those senses can touch. That's 10 right there. Right. Then we also got these 4 right here. The Antakarana, Buddhi, Ahamkara, Chitta, Manas, right? So that's 14 plus Prakriti and then of course Purusha together. But there's more because we could talk about the Tattvas too. But anyways, when we sit down and do this meditation, this inner visualization, dhyana or mantra or pratyahara, these things should start to give us an experience outside of that system, outside of the indriyas, outside of the elements, outside of those components of mind.
Yeah. Kind of like when you reach the level of soham, you begin to hear the inner sound. And this is a sound not heard by the auditory process of your ears. This sound is coming from wherever it's coming from. It's basically coming from Purusha. It's coming from the essence of where creation has come from. So it's not just about you breathing and you hearing the soham of your breath. You start hearing the subtle essence of creation. And it's hard to explain that. That's the only way we can explain it, because it's really an experience. We can explain it better as we individually gain a better experience. And that's why we can understand it from Niranjanan and the other gurus, because they have experienced that. So they have, and they've also done a lot of inner work to be able to give definitions that are not really lengthy, but they are precise, and they do the job of educating you on what exactly they're trying to say. So I just think that we go through these individual experiences, and it just becomes like and I can say an experience is each sephira that you experience, but that sephira is going to be also a reflective of what dimension, because we know there's trees on each of the 4 levels, of creation, and we know that these 4 levels represent the inner elemental force, fire, air, water. So it's also, there's so many influences upon influences. So it really is, it's just hard. That's why, and I can speak for me and how I practice, for me to keep it together on this path and this information that we study, I got to keep it simple. Whatever book we read, I don't have the Karma and Karma Yoga book. By the time I went back around to buy it, it was gone. Right now, I don't even think there is, you can't even buy it. Right now. So it's I can't find one. I looked the other day, maybe the days change. But what I'm saying is, any of those books that we read, I keep it to the source that I know that they've been inspired by, which is the Vedas, which is the Upanishads, which is the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. So when it says correct perception may be acquired directly by correct analysis or by correct reference, that helps me develop a pattern that I'm going to live my daily life by. I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to be thrown off by a vibrational mode or what they call the mental emotional energy. I'm not going to get caught in the 5-fold being of agonizing or or troublesome, because I'm going to use the tool of correct perception. Incorrect perception is based on false information and on perception of what is not the true form. Mostly everything that we see in this materialized world is not the true form. So we gotta develop each end of each, and it's going back to like you said, the football. That's That's right there is creating a false perception to your opponent when you said we're gonna go on 3 and not on the first hut. So that's why each player got to be on point, because they say that makes correct, because you know what that fucking does when nigga offsides, that shit will lead to a touchdown. You can tiptoe, the other team will tiptoe right into a victory because you got your perception of that play was off.
And it's demoralizing too, man. It's like
It's
it's demoralizing, bro. It's like
and how
it's like you did all of this work to get up here, and now you're going backwards, man. It's fucked up.
kind of sounds like my team that I like, Dallas Cowboys. How disappointed am I as a because of course I still watch football. I am totally disappointed. All of that y'all did, all the money that they spend every year, they disappoint every year.
Yeah. But they still America's team, and
they still America. But as you know, they don't follow the platform. Like there's always been a problem in that franchise where the players always are overly cocky. They do a lot of shit on and off the field that creates a problem on the team.
You know why though? It's because it's the same thing Trav was talking about as far as the structure of the game. The actual organization, the NFL, is set up structurally like that too. And at the top of that structure is Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is the reason why the NFL is like it is. He's the superstar of the owners. That's why he's always talking. They always asking him questions. He got them the money because he got the cable deal. So that's why they $50 billion annually right now because of Jerry. He is the star. So his organization reflects that flamboyantness. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he recruits those people. It's not necessarily about winning in Dallas. It's about staying in the forefront of the organization of the NFL itself. You know what I'm saying?
He understands that there's an entertainment to the game as well.
Yes, that's the real aspect of it that keeps the game going. As a fan, you look at it as, oh, I want my team to win, but he's looking at a whole nother picture than anybody else sees. He's looking at it as a whole, and that is.
And see how that manipulates. And see how that manipulates to make it the incorrect perception.
Yes. Yep.
So that's even something you got to watch out for along the path of evolution spiritually. You got to watch out for people who understand correct perception and incorrect perception and misuse that against you as you're trying to progress.
Magic, bro.
Because you can get comfortable. Don't forget that, these are obstacles. You can feel like you didn't reach the level of mastery in this craft and be like, shit, I'm good. Ain't no nigga, I'm good. Little do you know, so much trick knowledge is being put on you because now you didn't let your guards down now.
Right. I mean, hell, in the Matrix, Neo woke up and knew who he was, but he didn't know who he was until he knew who he was. In other words, okay, I am Neo, but he can't do Neo shit because he didn't realize it. He had to realize it again.
Well, what happened, though? How many times did Neo and Trinity have to be created till they got to that particular point?
I was trying to save that. I was trying to save that part.
Man, I was going to go into that too. I was going to
save that, but yeah.
They didn't die. So when we thought, that's why when he was in the Machine City, everybody thought he was dead. He died so many times. That wasn't the only time that he died.
Sounds like what Vivekananda said about reincarnation.
Yes, you die multiple. And then when you get into certain aspects of yoga philosophy, you got 3 different deaths. You got it's called the first death, the second death. Then there's a third death. There's like a death of course, the physical body. Then you can die spiritually when you separate from that, then there's a whole nother death. That's when you get into the philosophy of demonic forces and hell and all of that shit. That's all based off of karma and experiences that you're bringing along with you. What baggage are you bringing along with you when you check up out of here? That's why there's so many great demon stories. Demon stories are nothing but some scars and victories that have been built up along the life of experience.
And you let them go for so long, they take on a mind of their own.
And that's why there's so many different drawings of the goetic spirits. And that's why they look so odd in those pictures that we see, because that's based off of that's based off of someone's, I forgot the author, but that's based off of his perception. That's how he saw his own inner demons. You got to have a particular sigil on your ring to hold up in front of your nose, because the particular entity gives off a noxious fumes that you can't smell it. But this is not even something that's going to be physically manifested like that. That's something from your own self. Those fumes are your energetic output. Once you start tapping into something higher, are you going to be coming from a filthy level, or are you going to be coming from a pure level?
Yo, so you talking about that smell, and you said that's coming from the individual. In the book Awakening the Life Force, there's a chapter on karmic substance, and he's saying that the Samkhya system actually identifies a substance that karma produces, and that substance can have an odor. It can, of course, sattva is going to smell the sweetest, and tamasic is going to smell pretty shitty. But they also have a taste and a color. And he's basically saying that this karmic substance is what people see when they see the aura, meaning that they have different colors depending on what guna is in operation. I wonder if that's what he was seeing through his own karmic substance with these images of his.
Interesting.
I wonder if the other end of that could be like when you see these, like the old stories about spiritual mediums and them seeing these astral images when somebody produced ectoplasm.
Yeah, ectoplasm.
You know what I'm saying? Ectoplasm. And I'm wondering if that's like the same thing, like y'all were saying about, you see in your own energetic substance. Could that be, the energy of that person? I don't know. I don't even know how to ask that, but I just had that popping in my mind when you were talking about.
I just did some research study on that a little bit ago on what element you're predominant in, and they have different scents. So like someone who has like more earth resonating with them smells sweeter than like others. So it doesn't shock me if someone who carries certain elements within them also has a certain smell, but then add on the different layers, right? Of like what happens with your energetic body, because your energetic body is all these different layers. It's not just elemental. So that makes sense that they would carry their own smell. I mean, we all carry our own smell, but that like your aura or your whatever, your membranes and the energetic level has a certain stench to it.
And a mystic story about Adam is said that when he was created, he had the smell of roses.
Well, lucky duck for him.
Right. I mean, Akash has to do with smell anyway, though, right? Is that Akash? Is that the top? Well, Akash that has to do with smell.
Prithvi has to do with smell, and Akash has to do with sound or hearing.
I'm sorry, Prithvi. Okay, yeah, right.
And even in the Maha Mrityunjaya mantra, the second line is, we worship you, three-eyed one, whose fragrance, echoes throughout the universe, basically.
Yeah.
There's something to that.
And that's why we know when you get certain particular magic systems. Incense are very important. The particular smell of the incense is very important and stuff. So it's all connected. And then that would explain why sometimes you would smell something. You'd be like, damn, is that perfume I'm smelling? And you might smell it quickly. You ever had that happen? That you smell like a perfume, and once you become aware of it, you kind of don't smell it no more?
Yes.
That happens to me when I'm hungry. I'll smell what I want to eat, but it's not there, if that makes sense. And the smell pops into my head, and I'm like, oh, I want that. You know what I'm saying? But it's the smell isn't there. It's a thought that produces a smell, and or something. I can smell the food though, but it's not there. And I'm like, oh, I
right
want
there,
that.
you know what?
Sensory memory.
That right there is the actual part of the whole tanmatrias and stuff, where you have the actual sense and sensory perception organ, our body, but then you have the subtle essence of what smell is, of what touch is, of what taste is. And it's the actual, that's the information. Like I said, it gets hard to explain again, but just to say, that's the coming from the creator. It's not just, it's not what you're, it's like you say you smell. Huh? Oh, I thought, oh, that's the whole smell
Vaccine.
based off of you actually smelling something cooking. But then there is because everything is a created process. So by you actually smelling an orange, you're really smelling the essence of Brahman, because everything is Brahman and all things. It's all creation. You're smelling God. If that, kind of like I said, it's hard to kind of explain, but what we're smelling is we're really not smelling, we're smelling the subtle essence of creation that's demonstrated in the form that we're experiencing.
Right.
Yeah, basically like the pranic flow, we're sensing it on a different level.
Yeah.
But with a different output.
Yeah.
Right. So you on the other side of the experience, because we always used to using our nose to smell. Now you're on the side that produces the smell for your nose to smell. So it's like a precognition. You know what I'm saying? It's like precog.
And see, that's why I always got to go back to the ancient like Yoga Sutras, because it says the insight into the subtle nature of gross objects terminates when one becomes linked to the higher concentration force, which has no characteristics. So the more we go into the subtle realm, though everything that we think like I said, what we think we're smelling, it has no characteristic. It's terminated when we become connected to the higher concentration force, which we know is a Purusha, Ein Sof, or the world of subtle energy. So that's where logic, that's where attempting to comprehend all of that ceases to exist once we transcend the gross objects. The causal body.
Well, geez Louise. And I'm grateful that we have different meditations and studies and recommendations to do that can help us along that process. Because throwing shit at a wall and hoping that something sticks is definitely not the way to do it.
Exactly. I like to meditate on this information, especially when you read something from the ancient text, and when it triggers you that moment, that's when you have to go into the analysis, be like, hey, what did that just really say?
Yeah. I read
that's
these.
Why.
Go ahead.
No, I wasn't saying that. I just had to chuckle at the realization of that just now.
I read these books on live. Sometimes I want to stop and go back over that sentence like 8 times, because sometimes it takes a little while to digest it, especially one like the Ladder of Lights. As it kept going on, it's like he just kept getting real generous with the gems. I guess there isn't much choice when you're dealing with the upper part of the tree, because there's really no other way to describe it other than abstractly.
Look what Patanjali says. He says, on gaining competence in the non-investigative linkage of one's attention to the higher concentration force, one experiences the clarity and serenity which results from the linkage of the Supreme Soul and the limited one. There, with that competence, the yogin develops the reality perceptive insight. So everything that we're doing in our study, we have to separate looking for a result. That's why it says I'm gaining competence in the non-investigative linkage. At a particular point, these things it becomes such a part of your life that you're not doing it anymore. It's doing it. That's the true automation. That you become a yogin based off of, you've been doing these practices so much, it becomes automatic. And then you link to the very experience of clarity and serenity, and from the linkage of the Supreme Soul, not the persona. See, I can say for myself that this experience right here is still a personal experience. It's still through the persona. That's why satsangs and groups of learning and study is important, because we're still filtering through the brain to get to the mind. And then and it's not just the mind, we know there's 4 components to the Antakarana, and we know that they can also be operating not correctly. So once we get all of that together, we become the Supreme Soul. So then that's the only way we'll experience the truthfulness of all the things that we've logicked out in our life. So just think about how hard that process is, because right now we want to make it plain. We want to make it understandable. We want to make it digestible. We want to be helpful to people so they can understand what we mean. But we still have to go through our own individual personas to get to the Supreme Soul, where we will get supreme clarity.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the path. So now you can see that getting to that higher concentration force, now you can equivalent that to the path on the Kabbalah tree. It's not just about the sphere, it's about the path that you're taking. And we know each path has a numeric value. It has a Hebrew, a letter, or basically not just a letter, but that's a vibration. And now with stuff those said, these vibrations is not just a sound, it's also smells attached to this thing. So our leaf has a smell.
Since we're talking about yes, and it also has a vision and a sound, right? So let's take it back to the Matrix, right? So imagine a person in one of them little pods. There was a scene where the girl's outside the pod and she's tinkering with the wires and the programming of the pod itself. That would be in the realm of operating with just the pure vibration of the Hebrew letter, right? If you pluck it and twist it just right, you might end up smelling what that letter represents, or hearing a sound that it represents, or seeing a vision in a dream of what that represents. So imagine all these different paths. The only way that you can even conceive of them is through the symbols that you have already associated with them.
And that's what the Bij mantra, when you deal with the chakras, the Bij mantra is the highest vibration that's in the center, or the bindu of the actual chakra. Once it awakens, you use that Bij, lam, lam. That right there is what's going to vibrate you to the point where you're just not going to open the chakra. You're going to experience all the qualities of the chakra. The smell, like you said, the frequency, the smell, the color, so on and so forth.
So these paths, the spheres, the worlds, the Hebrew letters, and even the Sanskrit letters and the bejas and the mantras, they're all representations of raw data that very, very specific raw data. So when we do the mantras repetitively, we are aligning our environment with that raw data. And each one of those bij mantras, they have a characteristic. For example, Kleem is very magnetic. Now, it doesn't say you're going to magnetize money and women, but it says it's very magnetic. So things will begin to shift when you put that algorithm into your little personal code. We look at the Merkaba of the body. We look at the pranic body. It flows out of you. You look like an apple, right? You've seen the picture of a torus field. It flows out of your top and it comes back around into your bottom. So that etheric body, it can be understood and perceived like that. But what's flowing, what's coming out and going back in this whole time, this pranic flow, your thoughts are riding on that. Your memories are riding. This is your cheetah, right? It can be perceived in this way. So all this stuff is flowing around you. And again, if we were to take it to matrix letters, when somebody's on the other side looking at you and typing and telling you where to go, that's what they're reading. That's what they're looking at.
And
That
that's
represents
what
vibratory frequency.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of what stuff I was saying about this whole ectoplasm? So you just said the whole outpouring, like I said, it looks like an apple coming over you. There's like we also know that there's like membranes, so to speak, in between. There's always in between the in-betweens.
Yes.
So each level of the aura has a membrane. That's what when you get into, like you talking about the anahata or the heart chakra, it's not just about the heart, it's about what's called the Rit, H-R-I-T, or the heat. This is a membrane that's actually like a thin over your heart, but in between that membrane is where memories and some scars have been stored up from the experiences of the heart. So it just made me think about this ectoplasm. So what these mediums were actually seeing were the actual buildup of maybe an actual person's, some scar was being formed they saw the actual membrane holding in this person's whatever we want to call it, demonic force, or just their energetic level or their logarithmic output based off of their viewpoints.
So I can just imagine someone having the ability to see that, but not really having the tools to decipher it. So this is where a lot of the confusion would come from.
Sounds like Mushishi. You ever watch that cartoon?
Mm-mm.
That anime is called Mushishi. They had the one guy, he was able to see, but that's what they were called, Mushishi. There was like these little spirit things. They look like eye floaters. You know when you get the little thing in your eyeball and stuff like that? There was stuff like that. He would see it be operating through people. Nobody else was able to see it but him. And he was like the doctor for that type of shit. So that's kind of what they know. That's real shit. Some people or some individuals are very capable, because that's a city.
Yes.
That some people are capable of actually seeing the auric energy. And matter of fact, and I think Carlos Castaneda wrote, it's called your assemblage point. These are particular areas where negative or whatever energy has been built up, and you can strike someone, kind of what's her name did and when she hit the Incredible Hulk in his chest. She ain't hit him in his face. She ain't hit him in his stomach. She hit him in his heart. She hit him in the chest area and separated his etheric form from his physical form. So it's kind of like that. You got people that's capable of seeing your etheric energy surrounding you. Some may only see colors. So it's different levels of perception for people. Some may only just see the color of the aura. Somebody else may be like, man, you got a huge, that's where you get into deep, man. You got a huge fucking Ryuk standing behind you all fucking day long. And if you don't got the death note, you never see it. So that's why they make them animes like that, because it's supposed to make you think, well, what really is the fucking these beings that exist? Them beings are just a part of you. That you already had the mentality of this being existing and being demonstrated through you. So you created a what? You created a tulpa. You created a egregore,
Mm-hmm.
which takes on its own life after a while.
After a while, yeah.
Ego is an egregore.
Yeah. That's why they say, man, he just was going crazy. Like the energy was wild in there. Because that's a real thing. Well, how did you know the energy? Did you see it? No, you just can feel it. But you see it through the demonstration of the people that's in the environment that you said you felt that energy in. Now imagine if you had the pure sight to the link, like I said, the linkage to a higher concentration force. What if you're able to have that linkage to the higher concentration force and live a regular life to the point where you're capable of seeing that stuff?
Man, I really believe that I'm like at the base of that tree. And I believe I've been at the base of that tree for a long time, because there is a certain thing that I can do. Like, I never forget a face. And it's so good that, we wearing these masks now. I still can tell who people are that I ain't seen in 30 years just by their eyes and just by looking at their eyes, because most people got their face covered. I seen a guy that I used to play AAU basketball with at my cousin's birthday party, and he walked by. I don't have a mask on, but he was like, hey, Stuff. And I looked at him and I was like, done. And he had 2 masks on. You know what I mean? but I could recognize him just his eyes. And I've noticed throughout my life, I never forget a face, and it's always in the eyes. So I'm trying to develop that up the tree a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I feel like I'm at the base of that. Like, I'm seeing the thing behind the thing, if that makes sense. And if I work a little bit more, if I develop this, if I concentrate on it, I believe I'll be able to start seeing what you guys are talking about, auras and all of that. And but I think I can see them, but just not being able to explain what I'm looking at. But I never, and I mean, it's like 100%, I never forget a face. I might not know your name, but your face will not get past me.
I'm kind of the same way too, man. I'll never forget a face. Like you said, I'll forget your total name. You could have just told me 20 times. I'll forget that. But boy, if I see you 13 years from now, I'll be like, yo, I know you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you instantly pick right up on it.
Yep.
But that's also, those are latent abilities that we all have, because we still connected to the animal world. You got to think about how that's what shamans used to do. Shamans used to connect with particular animals so that they could get the vision that they were using, seeing through the eyes of a hawk, or seeing through the eyes of an eagle or something like that. They're not seeing how we're seeing. A lot of them are seeing frequency waves of the energy that the object of that's living is outputting. Like, bees and stuff like that, they don't really be seeing things correctly in a certain color. It's just totally different. You know what I mean? So that's kind of, we can do that same type of thing. And also, we can utilize animals. Like you said, you want to develop, you can utilize animals or even plants and use that as a meditative trance session to see if you could mix your consciousness with that and see through the eyes of a lizard. That's actual facts. That ain't me just saying some fancy shit. You can read the ancient texts, or you can read books of shamanism, and that's exactly what they were. That's exactly what they were doing. They were seeing through the eyes of panthers and shit like that, and would know where particular people were at, know how to walk through and to walk miles and see through the eyes of these animals. Wolves, we know that the bears and all of that stuff. So we just by being modern people, we just lost the connection with certain type of shit like that. But this is the information. This information is sparking we're connecting to the higher concentration force because we're thinking of higher things.
Yeah.
Because we can be talking about Pornhub right now. And I'm just using that example. It's so much other low level stuff that we can just be doing. But no, we're choosing to build about bettering ourselves, man.
That's where I'm pushing myself to meditate on fractal images, because just what I think and what I'm intuitively leaning towards. Because I do my meditations, in the dark, eyes closed, visualizing. But something about knowing that I'm seeing the image of numbers, I'm seeing the image of a mathematical equation. Something about that just kind of stimulates my mind on the aspects of the unmanifest. Because that's what this is right here. This is a big ass equation that's been given form, or we perceive it as a form.
Is anybody else more comfortable with having their eyes closed more now than they are having them open?
Absolutely.
I've been experiencing that. I am very comfortable with just sitting somewhere and just closing my eyes. And that's how, like I said, it just keeps me balanced, especially if I'm out. Like I had to go renew my driver's license, and I was just sitting in there, and it was like, how the DMV gonna be, you know what I'm saying? So I just sat there, closed my eyes, and I just felt so, I was able to establish this peace in this realm of basic, like, just disturbing chaos. So I wanted to ask, some other people, they feel more comfortable now with just closing the eyes, especially in like I said, the early mornings. You don't have to get out of bed, but if you have a headboard, or if your mattress is against the wall, sit up. And I even had put a video with Satyananda. He's doing all three of the morning ritual. You could listen to him. He's doing it. I'm telling you, if you sit there, it be coming to the point where I'll listen, and I just started listening. I didn't found Sivananda and all of that doing the Gayatri mantra. I've been listening to that. And you ever fall into trance and then you pop back out and you be like, oh shoot. And then you realize that your mouth is moving at the exact same time as Sivananda was saying. I was like, oh shoot. Because a lot of, I don't know how to explain it, but I'll go into this unconscious type of state, but then something will happen and I'll pop out, which I don't like, because I don't like how it makes me feel. Because when I get into these particular trance, I'm gonna ask this too. Does anybody else ever, when you get into your trance, you feel very comfortable and warm? It's like how you get under a warm blanket, like if you was a kid and you get under the blanket and it be warm. Do you feel like that when you get into your trance state, like your body is warm? But when I pop out of it too soon, I'll feel cold and uncomfortable. You ever experienced that?
I have experienced something similar to that recently, doing the Durga mantra. I don't know, like you said, it kind of feels like I'm bundled up. Has it happened every time? Probably not, but most certainly with the set of Durga mantras I've been doing. But about the one that you mentioned with like your lips moving with the mantra. When I was doing the 32 names of Durga, I kind of, because I don't know if you heard the one that Niranjanananda does, but Basically,
Yeah.
he says it, and then the audience says it. So it's a
The
call.
group says it.
Yeah. So it's like as I'm doing them, I don't have them memorized, but it's like I try to let myself say it along with him. I don't get it right every time, obviously, but every now and then I'm able to say it with him before he calls it out.
And it's an amazing experience that I always chuckle. I be like, yo, man, it's so good to have finally got to a point of, I don't want to just say it's comfort, but it generates this. All I can say is an inner peace and a placement that you feel you're standing strong.
Yeah.
Like you've made it in an alignment. I guess it's like Patanjali said, the linkage of a higher concentration force, which can be a guru. You focusing your mind on something that's demonstrating pure sattva.
Yeah.
You
So
know?
weird. It's like a flip switched, and it's like, all right, this is what we're doing now. We've left that behind. I know you didn't have a chance to say goodbye, close it up, and wrap it up, but we're in a new place now.
Yeah. It's like it being in school. You know how your teachers, okay, we're moving on now. Let's move on. Then you can't go back and ask no question or nothing because the topic is over. Let's move on. You gotta suck it up. You either gotta suck it up and keep going, or you didn't link with that process to the point where you don't have to suck it up no more. It becomes a natural overlapping of experience. You don't just jump into the next experience. It just comfortably overlaps into the next.
Yeah.
Smooth transition. Smooth transition. Thank you. Yeah. Because transition used to be rough. Think about, when we were not haven't reached a particular level of refinement, the transition was difficult.
Yeah.
It took a lot to tame. It's like a wild horse. Trying to catch a wild motherfucking stallion, that shit gonna be a rough task.
Man. You see those memes where people are like, what people think spiritual awakening is supposed to look like, what it actually looks like.
Yeah. Should be pure chaos.
Ain't supposed to be like that forever.
At some point you have to the trueness of your study will lead to peace. It's not going to be always this existence of a tumultuous evolution.
Right.
Like, goddamn, you still in birthing pain? You should have given birth by now smoothly. No, you're still in hooting and hollering, trying to push out your manifestation.
You've been posting that meme for 3 years now. What spiritual awakening looks like, what people think spiritual awakening looks like and what it actually looks like. But yeah, there should come a point, and what's happening, what's suffering like that is the tamasic aspects of our personality and our ego attachment to them. We don't want to let go of the things that we've already figured out. And that's what he was saying in this book. The tamasic aspect of our personality is, good night, Melissa.
Good night.
Good to have you. The tamasic aspect of our personality are the things that we've given form, that we've given structure to. That means the samskaras and the memories and the vrittis that we've already locked in place. I already know everything about this subject. I already know everything about that. I got this mastered. I already know that. As sattva rises, it encourages us to let a lot of that shit go. That's when we get the suffering. You don't suffer when you go along with the sattvic aspect. You suffer when you make it difficult for yourself.
Damn, so is that the subtle meaning of the 3 paths of the tree? Severity, mercy, you know what I mean?
The 3 gunas.
The 3. This shit is crazy, man.
and I don't know which book it was in, but either Dion Fortune or William pretty much said that the three pillars, they're not actually on the tree, right? But they represent the modes or the functions of the tree. In other words, that sounds like some Guna activity. He said
And as we know it all, and as we also know, it represents the Shushumna and the Ida and Pingala, which are not all the same. One solar, one is a solar channel, the other one is a moon channel, and the center is basically that's the Brahmanadi.
Yes.
Yeah, this thing gets to we're gonna have to rewrite. Well, not rewrite, but we're gonna have to write the book of the mages.
Yeah.
For the modern practicing magi. I just can't wait to connect with the actual Bihar school, man, and that must be such a exciting and good moment to learn from those individuals actually following that lineage, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to know, like, what is it that they do? What is it are they thinking on right now? Like, what is their experience? What are they working on? That's what I want to know.
What is Niranjananda doing right now?
But
What
you know,
is he? Yo,
it may be just sitting in that meditation and not doing anything so as to not cause any more karma. It might not even be as exciting as we think.
because you know something they be having because I was started watching. I'm gonna send you this link too, man. I didn't found this link. You might already have it, but it's so many videos from Sivananda and Satyananda. It's deep, but they have what's called a jubilee. Like it went from 1963 to 2013 or something like that. It was so they have particular years that the actual guru say like Niranjananda he would come out from where he's at, and then he would do these teaching lessons over a particular time. I really want to look into that to be like, damn, maybe we can catch that, be a part of that experience.
So you think that there might be another one coming up soon?
Something like that, because I'm believing. Let me take a look so I can actually give the actual year and what this actually says. Let me go through the history here real quick. But it's I know they call it a jubilee.
He should have been training a successor by now.
And I believe maybe I gotta go back to this beginning.
He should have been training a disciple by now.
It should. I believe. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You don't think it's Swami Satya? What's her name? Sister Shooty?
No, she's older than him.
Oh wow.
I think I'm pretty sure they're both in their 60s at this point.
Okay, so this here says the Bihar School of Yoga 50 years. This is called a Golden Jubilee from 1963 to 2013. So swiftly, somebody with 1963 to 2013. How many years is that, Trav, right there? 50 years, right?
50 years. Yeah.
So from 2013 until what year will make it 50 years?
63.
2063?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think there's something like that because I've been discovering that there are particular times that they hold these, because as you know, the books that we're reading from them, these are lectures. And these lectures happen at particular times. And then of course they just went back and made them into into books so it can be disseminated here in the West. So I'm just thinking, is there what are these particular times that they actually do that?
Are you all right?
Yeah, so if the next one's gonna be in 1963,
So
Sister Shooty,
2000.
she's about 70, and Neon John's about 60.
And I've not come across, because I don't try to search for too many I don't watch too many different teachers, but the deeper you go into this type of Vedic information, it starts not being English anymore. I started noticing that. And a lot of these videos that you'll actually get from Satyananda or Vivekananda, they're going to be speaking their native language. So I've not come across any like modern teacher that actually is continuing, like you said, that should be a student of theirs. But it has to be, because that's how the system works.
Yeah.
But
Maybe they're
it's
just.
a Kabbalah too, right? It's a Kabbalah
How much
too.
is
It's
a
from mouth
flight?
to ear, right?
What's that?
I said their teachings are, it's a Kabbalah too, right? It's from mouth to ear. It's from disciple to disciple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's this one book I started reading by Sivananda, and it explains in the beginning of this book that these actual lessons that's been compiled in this book were the lessons that he was teaching to Niranjananda. He was teaching these to his actual students. So those were the inner circle type of teachings. So as I'm reading it, you can hear the whole flow of the way he's doing it. Like, yeah, this is heavy information right here. I'm gonna look up, man. How much does it cost to fly to Munger? Is it Munger, India?
Yes.
Well, I know that's not. You're gonna fly into exactly Munger. I wonder, where would you fly? Let me just look up the cost of a flight to India.
Remember, we gotta figure out how to bypass the yogi, the Swami they're gonna send out to greet us. This time it might end up being a bald black dude. Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's happening, y'all? What, I'm smoking a blunt or some shit?
Yeah.
Right.
That's good. Hey, look, I know y'all want to see the Swami, but I can't let you in. No, I can't let you in.
Yeah, we can't flex with y'all today, bro.
Wait, how you get
it?
Was that
fucking
shit
in your tongue too?
that just came out, man?
He gonna talk to you in your native tongue too. Hey, bro. Nah, bro, not today, bro. We can't even slide like that.
You gonna come out? Yama, 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 yama.
Exactly. That's it. It's gonna cost a good $1,600 to get to India. Now I'm not even thinking that these are round trip tickets. I think 60. Let me click on this. This is.
Hey, well, when you get there, Shango, you think they're gonna have, if you said most of his lectures that you found on the deep stuff is in Indian, you think they're gonna have translators for you? Because there's gonna be a language barrier.
I think you got it. I think you might have to employ a translator, but then you got to find the right translator to make sure he translating right. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're gonna have to connect with Ananya.
Right.
So don't forget, we do got her. We got a connection in India.
She lives there in the city. Well, yeah, she lives there.
I think she does. So a round trip. So okay, let me see here.
Oh wow, Nanya's in India. Oh wow.
So round trip, you know what I'm saying, 1,600, 1,900. You know what I'm saying? So if you really, really think about it, man, we're gonna definitely have to take us some some COVID tests every step of the way. It's gonna be a 27-hour flight, which got two. This one got 2 stops. Ooh, that's a long time on a plane. I'll fly, but I'm not a comfortable person on a plane. So I'm gonna have to do the Gayatri mantra. Gonna have to be played through the radio system on the airplane to keep me fucking calm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I'm dead serious, man. I want to make it over there. I want to become associated and be a part of these societies, man. But if they hit, but you think they're gonna hit me with the hocus pocus black dude come out?
Well, I think that the female that went before, I think she was on some entitlement stuff. That's probably why they did that to her.
They don't be rocking with the person that just want to come do some investigative reporting. Like,
nah, they've had plenty of people have tried to run scandals about them many times already. So yeah, I guess.
Let's not forget, they're the ones wrote these books, so they should be able to read our aura, look at our facial expression, see our energy self, and be like, nah, these are sincere. They might have a festival for us. We've been waiting for y'all, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That would be amazing.
That would be amazing, man.
And then afterwards, don't think you're any special. Have a seat at the back of the room and listen close.
You go sit in the back of the room in the children's section. You're sitting at the children's table, man.
Yeah, better, even worse, the children have to translate it to us in English.
A 6-year-old.
Yeah.
A 6-year-old, he knows the 6-year-old knows all of these books back and forward. You know what I'm saying? He can quote the whole Vedanta from memory.
Man.
Culture, bro. Culture. They grow up like that in it. It's like they ABCs, man. How many names of Durga you say?
32.
31.
31, I mean, yeah.
31
32.
names of Durga, 32 names of Durga. They got to memorize that with the alphabet.
They singing that, they got a whole Durga dance that they do with the 32 names. They like, what? Durga? Flowing with it. You're doing wrong. But that's what we're going to have to do. Isn't that what all the arcane and occult teachers, they traveled to India, or they brought the actual teachers to them? That would be awesome to either have one of the teachers join us on this platform, or be like, we're gonna go live from the Bahar School of Yoga, man.
Yeah. As soon as we hit live, that's when the Black Swami is gonna come out. Hey, yeah. So time's up. See y'all next time.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have y'all roll out, brother.
Get the stepping.
You blew it. We gave y'all a chance and we let you in. Now you're pulling out your cell phone,
right?
Going on Instagram Live. Shut it down.
You didn't read meditations on the tantras? What does it say in chapter 6?
That shit is fucking crazy. Yo, they got a flight here round trip. This should go all the way up to $8,000, man. Round trip.
$8,000.
$8,440 to fly from 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. 2 stops, and for 26-hour, 35-minute flight. And this may not even be where we need to go. Hyderabad. From Orlando to Hyderabad. I might fly over there and be so far away from the Bahar School of Yoga.
As Nuru said in the chat, remember, Brahmin, and your attachments will follow you to India.
Damn. I don't want to bring no. I want to be empty to go to somewhere like that. I want the pure information that will flow from that school to be poured into me, an empty vessel. I don't want to go over there knowing nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like how when I became a Mason, you let go of thinking you know anything, because now you're actually experiencing this ritualistic process.
Right.
You can read about it all you want, but once you go through it, the ritual, because that's what it is, you go through the ritual, you be like, yo, and that's what makes people proud of, you know what I'm saying, Masons and even military people. They've gone through something that they all can relate to. You know what I'm saying? So when you be like, yo, I experienced the process. So it's kind of like that. I would want to go there, and I wouldn't want to bring nothing but my openness to receive.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't have nothing to say other than thank you. That's all that I'm gonna say. Taking notes, listening. I'm not gonna come up in there trying to make suggestions, corrections.
Well, the victory says that you're supposed to. You're gonna look so much like an idiot.
Nope. Even if I'm just gonna sit here and look at y'all, that's fine.
I wouldn't even wear my root drops in there.
Right.
I'm coming up straight civilian.
Shirt tucked in.
All of that. A straight Joe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shirt tucked in, sneakers, regular, got on fucking New Balance. The whole dad New Balances inside of there. Beige khakis with your shirt tucked in.
Oh man.
Complete L7.
With pleats in the front of the khakis. Permanent ironed in. Crease.
I like those commercials where the dude be trying to teach the people not to be like their parents. And they be doing odd old people shit. Like he wanted to check everybody for your tickets. So they pulled out real tickets out of their pocket. Because nowadays you got that shit on your phone. He was
right.
Yeah, we're not starting off good. That's what he said to him and shit. They be doing old people stuff, like the dude go in the store and be like, do you believe they're making overhead only selling candles? Like who thinks about that inside the store?
Wow. That's some effective programming. Associate something that they already considered negative with something you want them to stop doing. Don't be like your parents. Start using our app to get your tickets instead. Unless you're an old person.
Not with technology. They got a hard copy of their ticket. But man, I'm appreciative of this whole process, man, and I am thankful that it is unfolding as it is. I think I'm going to check out. Somebody I just now looked on here. What is this application for? Or somebody put the Sunshine Chick put the application for visitation. Damn, what if we want to go, we do the application and they deny it. Now we really got to do the yogic practices to disassociate with the feeling of pure disappointment. Yeah. They don't even want us to visit the Bahar School. Sorry, but your request for visitation has been denied. Damn.
I mean, we might throw off the balance. I'm sure they already got a nice little system going on over there.
I don't want those guys coming on. We see their videos every Sunday. Right. Giggling and cackling.
We're probably just supposed to stay over here, honestly.
Make our own right here in the States. So you're saying that somewhere, Trav, we need a building somewhere that becomes our headquarters, man.
I agree.
But then you know what? Nowadays, the building can be virtual or it can be real. You know what I mean? I watched this video the other day, and the guy was giving a tour of his world that he's created. He made there's a whole high-rise building that he has all these rooms, and you could rent space in the mall that's on the bottom level of his virtual store, of his virtual world, and you can have your own virtual store in there, renting space from him. So he doesn't have a store. He just created this metaverse virtual world that you can contact him and rent space in there and have your own thing. So we can be doing this right here. It'd be the same thing as this.
Excuse
That
me.
we all,
Thumbs up.
we
Someone
all
like.
have the Oculus, and we all actually walk into a building. Each and everybody that's in the chat, you know what I'm saying? We be in a real building. You can do meditate in there and you can do all kind of shit in there. So that's another way to look at it too. That's what we're heading to in this world right now. So it's dope, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, that's what we're looking forward to, honestly. In due time.
That's gonna be super dope, man. Super dope. But everybody, I think I'm going to check out. I appreciate you, Trav, man. It's you know what it is, man. We just traveling this journey. We trying to perfect ourselves and master the tools that will keep us all together, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm appreciative, I'm thankful, and I'm happy about it. So with that, everybody, enjoy the rest of your evening. Stuffed dog, you know what I'm saying? Take care of moms. I see you all, you taking care of your mom. Hopefully everything is good. We send out, you know what I'm saying, our positive thoughts to you, you know what I'm saying? Alora. I think Alora
Appreciate it,
checked out
bro.
already. Yeah, man. So
I appreciate
everybody,
it, man. I'll holler at y'all later too, bro. I didn't want to cut you off, but I appreciate it. I'm just driving my mom coming to stay with me tonight. So I appreciate y'all thoughts, man. And I appreciate everything we doing here, man. My mom said thanks to everybody too, man, for y'all thoughts and stuff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, man. But yeah, y'all have a good night, man. And I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, Stuffed dog. Everybody, I'm gonna do the same thing. Everybody, try to enjoy the rest of your night, man. And I always appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you too. Thank you for your
peace.
Insight.
Peace.
Peace. Wow. So much. This stuff starts getting really deep. Like if you stay consistent and you keep working in the right direction, it starts getting really deep. And it starts getting deep in a way that's very difficult to describe and explain in words.
It's 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. It starts getting deep in a way that's difficult to explain in words because it's very abstract, right? But all I can say is it's nothing but patterns, and algorithms, right? And if you can start to understand these patterns and identify them, and then put yourself in a position where you are not deeply reacting to the patterns, but rather observing them and taking them for what they are without your added input. If you can get to that point, you can start moving closer to what is real. So this whole process of karma is essentially repeating loops, because there's a cause implanted deep in the memory, deep in the subconscious, subliminally. There's a cause, there's a seed planted there. And that seed, until it is uprooted, is going to continue to create echoes and waves of desire, right? Say, for example, you grew up poor. Well, that's a deep subliminal impression. And your future behavior and your present attitude is all reflections and echoes of this seed that was planted. So naturally, until you remove this seed, until you neutralize the seed, until you do that, it's going to continue to make waves. Because let's just use the example of lack, of growing up poor. What is that going to do? That seed of growing up poor in the past is going to create a present where you're either going to be in scarcity mode, right? You're going to think that you deserve to be poor, or you're going to become like a hoarder and you're going to just collect things and gather things and not let anything go, because subconsciously, subliminally, you grew up feeling like you didn't have anything. So now you grow up holding on to everything, right? And you don't know why. You can't explain why, because that seed is buried so deep and planted so firmly in your subconscious mind that you don't know how to dig it out or where to even find it. So this hoarder behavior that you develop because of that seed or the samskara that was planted, because you keep reacting to that, because it feels so sensitive, and every time anything touches it a little bit, you just get this feeling like, oh, I need to buy something right now. I need to fill that void. That's going to create more karma, right? Because the hoarding now is going to create a different type of echo and waves, right? You may start to get bugs. You may start to get like fungus and stuff, spores, mold. Now you can't have friends over because, well, shit, now you can't even really walk around your house because it's so filled with stuff. There's all kinds of karma that would be bouncing off of these two seeds. And here's the thing, it's going to keep creating seed. And notice the tamasic effect now. You're caging yourself in with all this stuff, right? That lack and that desire have now manifested into physical, tangible, tamasic things. And it continues until, you die. And then all of that wave, all of that echo, that life was a capsule of lack and desire. It doesn't just fade away. That's a deep imprint now in your subtle body. It still has to be balanced. It still has to be neutralized. It's still neutralized. It still has to be harmonized. So this is going to have a huge effect on the next time you come into manifestation, because now you still have all of that to deal with. And again, if you don't do any work towards that, those echoes are going to affect you now in subtle ways. And the process continues indefinitely. So it's so much deeper than you do something good and you get a reward, do something bad, you get a punishment. This is a process that's been happening literally longer than you can possibly imagine. So the cause isn't even in this present lifetime. Sunshine Chick says, and it may trickle down to your kids too, right? It's going to trickle down to everyone who is in your space enough to be emotionally impacted by your lifestyle, your life. So yeah, we pick up karma from other people too. And I say pick up because it's an active process. We actively react. We actively choose, whether it's subconsciously or purposely, we choose to engage with other people's karma. So it's just a big mess of karma all over the place. The best way to deal with this is starting with analyzing the contents of your mind. Why are you doing what you're doing? Where does the want come from when you do what you want? Where does that want come from? Just follow that process and begin that process of just self-analysis. Look at it, break it down, figure it out. Not expected to be an expert. Nobody's an expert the first time, unless it's in your karma to do so. But typically, it's a process. It doesn't just happen overnight. It doesn't matter the tool that you use as long as you're consistent with the system that you pick. So you could sit there and do meditations every single day. You can do Talk with Shooty, you can do mantras, you can do Japa Job, you can do whatever thing it is. But the key is to be consistent with it. Consistent, not 5 hours a day, pumping out 2 hours, 8 hours a day, because you're not going to keep that up. But be consistent with your 30 minutes. Be consistent with your 15 minutes. Be consistent with your 1 hour. Be consistent with it. That's what's going to start helping you neutralize these imbalances, right? Because it just naturally, if you got this seed planted of, say, lack, right? You've never faced it. You've run away from it all your life. If you're taking an hour a day, 30 minutes a day to just be still and to go within to analyze the contents of your mind, you're going to find that seed eventually. You're going to come face to face with that seed, but only if you do consistent practice. If you're sitting there and you're doing your mantras every day for like 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, you're going to find this seed. You're going to find it. You're not going to find it if you're running from it. But if you're consistent with your practice, you will find that seed and you're going to start to find other seeds. You're going to balance this seed and that's going to neutralize its effects on your life. This is literally applicable to anybody and it's literally applicable to your day-to-day life. This isn't just like say magic words and do a meditation and suddenly life is healed. No, you've got seeds in your subconscious mind and your subliminal mind that are causing you to behave the way that you behave. It doesn't take a stretch of the imagination for that to make sense. So instead of griping about it, crying about it, or going to a psychiatrist so they can give you a label, and that label isn't for you, that label is just so that they can give you whatever kind of drugs and chemicals to numb you, right? Instead of doing that, take a moment to sit down and face it. And I know some seeds are way more difficult than others, but the answer is the same. There's got to be consistent time and consistent work put in to manage that inner garden. And the second aspect, according to the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, is developing a sense of non-attachment. You're going to need that for when you face that seed. When you face that seed, there's got to be an element of non-attachment. Non-attachment is not detachment. It's not denying the fact that there's pain. It's not denying the fact that there's problems. It's not running away from it, right? It's not pretending that everything's okay. That's not non-attachment. Non-attachment is being able to see the situation clearly as it is without your emotional opinion. To not ignore it, to not run from it, to not feel bad about it, to not feel good about it, to see it as it is without a reaction, to analyze it and to depersonalize it, right? When you see it as my pain and I deserve revenge and I need to be compensated for this, that's not non-attachment. You're literally attached to it still. You see it as it is. You see it as it is. And you practice seeing it as it is, not as how you feel about it. And it may not sound like the best answer because you might start putting your own feelings on it. Oh, well, this doesn't excuse the behavior and this doesn't make it better. I'm not saying it does. All I'm saying is when you come face to face with yourself consistently and with non-attachment, the problems that are being caused will begin to become neutralized because the source is becoming neutralized. The source of those problems is becoming neutralized. The only way that you're going to know is if you start practicing. Those are your options. You can continue to suffer needlessly, by the way, or you can start the process of uprooting that suffering by having consistent practice and non-attachment. That has always been the message from the beginning of recorded history. Nothing new here, nothing new. And this will be the message that's repeated and echoed as long as there is a human race. Doesn't matter what the technology is like, this message will not go away. Sattva cannot be eliminated because it's an equation. Sattva cannot be eliminated. It's just going to manifest in a different form. So don't be afraid of, oh, well, they're going to do X, Y, Z, and then we're going to be doomed forever. That's not how it works. This is built on an algorithm and a pattern and an equation. There will always be sattva in between rajas and tamas. Hmm. Well, Trent says I got the Mystical Kabbalah on audiobook. Jumping right into that after this. I don't even come here to work. It's like I'm getting paid to learn. That's nice. Hell yeah. The West says, I've been looking deeper into this, observing people around me. Poverty is a mind state, whether conscious or unconscious. Absolutely. Every state of life starts as a mindset. Zero says, another way to change consciousness is through conscious breathing to the point where your breath is very slow. The slower the breath, the more perception you receive. Sadhguru said it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sunshine Chick says, if you are consistent in practice, the downloads will be consistent. Right. Right. Okay. So yeah, this was a good content. This was a good episode. There was something different, something present here, and you can certainly hear it through the conversation. Today was kind of special. I noticed that for sure. I got some things to think about. I think I might have to watch this again. But and look, like the video if you haven't liked it already. And that's how this website works. You like the video, and that lets the algorithm know that my content is worth watching. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you liking the video. I appreciate you being here and spending your time. Because like what we were saying before, what Shango said and what I've said before, you could be anywhere right now. You could be on Pornhub, you could be on Netflix, you could just be asleep, right? Or playing Call of Duty or 2K. But you're here. And I thank you for spending this time. And I thank you for putting forth the effort to understanding these concepts. Because this is really, really information that can change your life if you apply it. For real. It's changed my life in more ways than I even know. I'm absolutely a better person than I was. I can see the changes that this practice has brought to my life. Everywhere from my weight to my mindset, my emotional state, my mental state, right? My mental state has even like everything. Everything. My relationships, my peace, everything. And knowing that, I would only want that for you. I would only want that for you because I see everyone as in the same exact place as me, right? We're all people who want to live the best life that we can live. We want to be happy. We want the people we love to be happy. We want to be comfortable. We want to enjoy life and we want to find a deeper meaning, right? That's what we all want. So this is what I found that's worked for myself, and I've seen it work for other people. I've helped other people with the same information. I know it can work for you. So take something that you heard, take something that you read or studied and apply it. It's not hard. You just got to be ready to do it. We're not asking you to step up to the altar and get saved. Nothing like that. Well, I'm asking you to step up to the altar of your own mind. Sit down, shut out the distractions for just a couple minutes, and take the time to do it. And if you've done it, if you just started doing it, bravo for you. You're doing an awesome job. Now I challenge you to be consistent every day. Every day, don't break it. Don't break the chain. Don't break the chain. If you got a calendar on your wall, put a red check mark for every time you sit down and meditate. and try not to break your streak, right? Try to do it at the same time every day, right? Maybe you can do it when you first wake up. Maybe you can do it before bed. Maybe you can do it on your lunch break. Maybe you can do it, I don't know. Pick a time and be consistent and just see if you can go for a week. See if you can do it for a week and then just pay attention to, subtle changes about yourself. Nothing spectacular. Don't look for a halo or a glowing aura. Just analyze and see if you're still getting pissed off as easily. See if you're still getting triggered as easily. See if you're still attracting the same kind of people as often. Just look at the subtle things, because this is about patterns. When you change the pattern in here, it changes the pattern out here, right? It's a fact. It is a fact. I hope that this comes through. So next time around, we're going to continue this chapter 3, Karma and Karma Yoga. And I'll probably be reading this at some point this week for those of you who weren't able to get a copy of the book. And chapter 3 is called Operating System and Mind. So many computer references. I think that Matrix 4 might be my new favorite movie. I'm going to have to watch that again. I legit think that was a movie about one being that was flipping back and forth between bodies, between forms, trying to figure out what it was, until eventually deciding what it was. I don't think it was a regular movie. I think it was done the way it was supposed to be done. It was meant to be, because most people are very basic, so they're just going to look at the outside surface level form of things. They're like, oh, well, Morpheus isn't supposed to look like that. Trinity, Neo's old. It's not about the surface level. You got to understand, we're now at the level of dealing with pure consciousness that is existing in form and different forms. That's why everyone looked different. They're trying to show you that it wasn't about the bodies and the actors. It was about life force, trying to figure out if it's human or if it's a program, and what's the difference and what's the point, what's the meaning. Does it even matter? It was I think it was about one character using, because you got to think about what she said in the very beginning of that movie. She's like, why would he be using such old programming to discover something new, right? What was she talking about? The whole movie was a matrix within a matrix. But I digress. Al Dickey says, Trev, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. How about those days as much as possible? Those sound like good days. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Those sound like good days. Yeah, those sound good. Okay. Awesome. Glad you guys enjoyed this Sunday. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Sunshine Chick says, I've become interested in NASA reading how they interpret light and the planets, but viewing them as they relate to the tree of life. So after reading Ladder of Lights, I realized that the Asaya level of these Sephiroth are represented by the planets. So now when I look at my horoscope and see that this planet is doing this and that, I now take into consideration the world of Asaya and how that's affecting my Malkuth. So that might be another layer to help you interpret the energy behind the swirlings of Hakma. Yeah. Okay. Finally got my CMOS back. I've been missing my CMOS for a little while, so probably going to go mash that up. And listen, my class, the Inner Light Activation System, begins on Thursday. And if you are somebody who wants to understand how this process works, right? This class is about helping you develop a framework for connecting with your higher self and strengthening that connection. This is going to teach you how to begin the process and how to keep up the process of utilizing the senses beyond your five senses, your etheric body. So that includes the chakras. That includes what it's like to actually perceive energy outside of yourself and to understand what's going on with that energy in comparison to yourself, right? We get into a lot of different things. It's going to start off at a level that everyone can begin at, and it's going to progress gradually into things that are a bit more complex, but not too complex. We'll be meeting live every Thursday evening, 8 o'clock Eastern time, which is about an hour and a half ago. And yeah, I do everything I can to help you, to make sure that at least that I get you everything you need to know to understand how to do these meditations. So that's going to reduce a lot of time for you. It's going to save a lot of time. You won't be having to buy 1,000 books. You won't be having to spend countless hours trying to figure this out without any help. I'm here to help you. So if you want to spend these 8 weeks with me helping you, we can dedicate that time to really figuring out the system for you and learning how to apply it, learning how to get into the routine and the consistency of applying this system. So shoot me an email, travismage777@gmail.com. I got back to a lot of you, and a lot of you are ready to go. And there's some people I didn't get back to yet. I will be getting back to you as soon as I can. But we begin on Thursday. So if you're ready to begin a process of actually having a system to work within and knowing what results should be looking like for you, go ahead and join the course. We begin very soon, so don't miss the opportunity. All right. So I'm probably going to bounce at this point. CC, good evening, good evening. I forgot to say hello to you earlier. Okay, yeah, well, we will reschedule. Are you, Wiltrin, are you still off before 6 tomorrow? If so, then we can do it tomorrow at your earliest convenience. Or yeah, I guess you're at work right now. Yeah, I mean, we could do tomorrow at your earliest convenience. I'll send you that link again if I didn't already. CC says I use smiley faces on my calendar. Thanks everyone, and thanks Travis. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, that consistency, it's major. It's just like working out at the gym. You know what I'm saying? You don't buy a gym membership and then get on the treadmill for 3 days and never go back. Of course, you're not going to meet your goals. If you push yourself for 3 hours on the treadmill 2 or 3 days in a row, of course you're not going to go back. You're going to take that break and not go back. But if you go in there and you pace yourself and you do what you can handle, leave and come back, do what you can handle, leave and come back, and make a system out of it, you will definitely begin to see changes in your physical body and in how you breathe, and then in your mindset, because you're breathing better, your blood is pumping through your body, your muscles are getting stronger. Consistency does a lot. Consistency does a lot. So if you sign up for my course, I will definitely help you with 8 weeks of consistency. If you don't sign up with my course, you can still have consistency. You just have to sit down and do it yourself. It's not difficult. All these books each have different methods in them, different meditations in them. All these books that we've gone through, Ladder of Lights, Taught with Shuddhi, Karma Yoga, Passive Poverty and Liberty. Just do it. All right, so it's been good. It's been fun. I look forward to seeing you guys next time. I guess if y'all are ready, we can go ahead and jump into Magic and Kabbalah by Butler. We can go ahead and jump into that. Let's see. Gaki is asking, how do I tap into sigils or recommend a book to teach me? You can get the book called Libra Null and Psychonaut. I've recommended that book many times. There's a good section in there on working with sigil magic. Libra Null and Psychonaut. It's written by Peter J. Carroll. It's pretty popular. All right. So peace and thank you guys for hanging out. See you next time. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. Love you guys. Peace.